just scar to show. Each fall curves something deep. The center of the world lead the way. Everyone was mine to make. Every scar is a line I've drawn. Every wound is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a flame. Just when I lift my mark into the stone.
Fighting!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK 2026. It's the AA broadcast. I'm Atlas, joined by Orcs here for today's best of threes. Two of them, and I think today is a pretty interesting day, Orcs, because normally we'd see these teams would be like, oh, middle of the pack and bottom tier. Except it's now kind of bottom and middle, and then top of the table clash that we have today.
KRX and Bro, absolutely top of the table.
Absolutely.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think it's an important day because we have one team desperate for their first win, and then two teams yet to lose. And we've had a lot of one-sided days in terms of, 4-0 days. Only had one single series go to 3 games. I think today might be the day where we get at least a second series going to 3 games, because I think these teams looking more evenly matched than some of the series we've had before.
I would agree, as well as the fact that KRX and the Bros, they tend to go the distance. We'll just have to see how it is going to go here. As we can see, 5th versus 9th here, and KRX actually tied with B&K KRX. It's kind of insane that our second place team that headed over to first stand is now at the bottom of the table. But let's have a look at some of the points of the match here. One of the big ones is Teddy taking on his former protege in Lazy Feel, as Gio was sent down to Challenger for KRX, and Lazy Feel will be the one playing in the starting position.
Yep, and there were some struggles for Lazy Feel in his debut this season, but I think honestly it was kind of team-wise.
Look at this.
It just feels like
over a year, and they've only ever gone the distance.
It feels like we have to. You know what this says to me? This is really just Rion being generous. Always making sure that no matter what, no matter who's winning, we have to get the maximum number of games for the fans.
Honestly, they are all about value.
Yeah.
And they are providing a lot of value. Much like we need to be getting into the chat in order to provide our channel points. That needs to happen as well at some point. I'll surely, while you're speaking about something, figure out a way to do it, because I've forgotten so far. But everyone else needs to get in there. But let's see. As both of the teams make their way out into Chijik Lol Park, we have just the regular fist bumps. It's no full team walkouts this time around, as that was a week 1 thing. We are back to regular LCK as the teams will take their places, ready for a barn burner. Orcs, ready for the most League of Legends that we're going to have all week.
Yep, I think that might be the case. And I think it's an important match, more so for KRX to get a win here, because their next match this week is up against Nongshim, who've been in pretty great form. So if you don't end up picking up a win here, I mean, going the first 2 weeks with 0 wins just really does not put you in a good stead.
No.
And I think it's easier to look for a win against Bro than it is against Nongshim. If it comes to you being 0-3 and going into that Nongshim matchup, looking for your first win in the first 2 weeks, it's going to feel really bad. So,
and it's also their first Saturday showdown as well. So KRX really need to lock in to see whether they can get into that Saturday showdown on a victory instead of on a defeat against Hanjin Brion, who have been better, I think. I think Loki's been a pretty clear upgrade in the mid lane, even though we did have some high hopes for Roma. It just didn't quite work out. And so Lieutenant Loki seeing what he can get done here for Hanjin Brion.
In the most recent series against KRX, I mean, I think bot lane looked good. Namgun, even in the series against HLE, had some great moments. Yeah. But in their series against KRX, I think the bot lane was really looking strong, but also Gideon just completely outclassed Raptor. And Raptor was this massive talking point in the LCK Cup, and then he just couldn't keep up with Gideon and his grubs. So we'll see what he's able to do today. And I think we've talked so much about how bot is the playing ground for junglers, how that's where you want to focus your attention. I think if they go for that avenue again in this game, then it's a winning strategy.
Yep, I'm very much looking forward to seeing how this one is going to go. Gideon, I think we've been pretty high on quite a lot, but Will has got a new hair color, and he is looking absolutely fantastic today. And we all know the better you look, the better you play.
Dress for success.
That's how it goes.
Say. Yeah.
Obviously, I mean, on the side of Hanjin Brion, they still do have Loki looking absolutely amazing with his cool hair as well. But he's up against Yukal. Yukal certainly a veteran at this stage, you know, just came in and saved KT in 2018, at least domestically, and then went around the world and has now come back. And he's up against the young gun in Loki, who's done some traveling himself, but I'm very interested in how the young man is going to fare. Speaking of young men, Lazy Feel here, of course, one of our first imports ever over into QMDRX. And honestly, we did see him last week, and it wasn't exactly the most impressive.
Yeah, I don't think he really got much of a chance to play the game.
Yeah, that was that Ezreal game where he just kind of was not allowed to do things.
Yeah, I think, you know, obviously didn't have a fantastic time. Sometimes as an AD carry, if the systems of the team fall apart, you just don't really get to do anything.
Yeah.
And I think we kind of need to see more to see really where he's at. Team struggles, also some individual struggles, but a chance for redemption today. So we'll see if maybe they can set themselves up in a bit of a better situation in draft.
Is that Gideon's family there? I think it might be, or at least his mate. I did see a Gideon fighting at some point. But interested in how this one's going to go. Okay, it was his brother over here, wishing him well. Let's see whether they can find a victory in family's name. Orcs, that's the main thing. As Joker versus Song, this is going to be a little bit of fun here, as of course, Coach Song was the one that brought DRX at the time to a victory in 2022, now facing off against his former organization, now with a brand new name, but the Bros are also now Hanjin Brion with their brand new name as well, so a lot has changed as we get into Champion Select here for game number 1. QMDRX taking on Hanjin Brion. And we do have first pick going over to Hanjin Brion with their right of first selection. They'll be doing so from the red side, as blue side was selected by DRX.
Which makes sense because they are blue-colored teams. So.
That is a very good point.
You know,
and yeah, Hanjin Brion, obviously a red-colored team. That's why they're on the red side.
Yeah, my parents came to Lol Park last week, and they were watching, it was D+ against Nongshim. and they were on opposite sides, their team colors.
Oh, really?
And my mum said she was really confused, but she started to understand when she realized the blue team was on the red side and the red team was on the blue side, and then it made sense. Quickly getting some bans rattled off here. Big respect to Andal with that Bard ban, which he really had some pop-up games on in the LCK Cup, but a lot of just power picks being taken away. Something to note is the Orianna tied second most banned, still open and available.
Yep.
But a lot of mids in general, yeah. Orianna, Azir, Ryze, all on the cards, and they take away the Jarvan.
And so now, you basically need to pick away the Orianna from UCal. He loves picking this instead of things like the Azir. And so that is going to be the first pick for Hanjin Breon, but still a bunch of stuff left up and available. Like, you go for the pretty stock standard and like a Xin Azir here if you'd like to, but there is a bunch of things that you could go towards.
What's interesting is that they ban the Jarvan, because a lot of teams, when they're giving over the Orianna, ban the Nocturne.
Yeah.
And even though Jarvan does synergize well with the Orianna, I think, you know, Hanjin Breon have the chance to just pick up the Nocturne in its stead. So we'll see if they try and deny that, and it looks like that's going to be what they do. So they will prioritize the Nocturne themselves, won't give over that combo regardless, and won't let them have Orianna Jarvan either, so limited in that regard. We have seen Nocturne have some pretty good success. The Nocturne Nico yesterday, very powerful, very scary, so there's the prospect of leaning towards that later on.
You can even lock it in now if you want to, just lock Nocturne Nico. If this was the LCS, they could also play it in the mid lane, as APA, I think, has showed us so far. But not here in the LCK. We just play Azir and Orianna, and we go down the tier list. That's how we do it.
That's how it goes. And we'll see what Hanjin Breon end up going for in the jungle. As you said, Xin Zhao available. You know, there's also like Vi, Wukong, a lot of options.
Kha'Zix. The classic.
Yeah, going for the Ezreal, so a bit of safety for that AD carry. And then they actually take the Nico themselves, so a good pickup, and it kind of alludes to your point that KRX could have secured the Nico themselves, passed over the opportunity, didn't get a chance to. Instead, putting priority towards their solo lanes, the Jace has been a very high prio pick and has mostly worked, but there has been some games where it's been shut down into some tankier matchups. You know, we saw Keen having a great time on the Sion into it, but by picking it here, you can thin out the responses to it. You can.
Yeah, I think like you just ban Yorick Sion, and then maybe the blind Jace is actually going to work.
Yeah.
The Yoriks have been really doing a number to these Jace blind picks. Did see that. I think Keen did that one as well. But there is that Yorick ban that we are going to see now.
Yeah.
I think that's a good evolution for the Jace blind that a lot of people have been going towards, is making sure that you do it on 3 if you do have second pick, just so that you can then guarantee that you can protect it a little bit towards that top side. I think people just thought that it was a lot stronger than it actually was.
Yeah, I think people kind of working out what they can do in response to it, and what works with regards to what you want for the composition. You could still play, like, even if Sion does end up getting banned, you know, Cassante is serviceable into it to kind of just weather the storm. It's not going to be a fun time, but could end up seeing that. They actually go for the Xin Zhao ban, so Sion is available casting if he wants it, but, you know, trimming that jungle pick that we've seen a lot of success on, and also, you know, even though Orianna isn't like a full-on enchanter like we have in the support role, still that shielding comboing with the Xin Zhao, always very valuable. Lulu being banned away could take away like the Nami as well, but have seen that ban not being as prioritized recently.
Yeah, it's going to be Seraphine instead, just to deny the Ashe Seraphine combo. The bottom lane's already locked in for Hanjin Breon so far. Could just be a Corki lock in here for Lazy Field. You can sort of mirror the item build that's going to be coming out of Teddy as well, things like that, and you're still just a generally strong pick. But we'll see. That's just going to be an Anivia support instead. I don't know whether there's exactly the most Anivia support value. How are you feeling about it? Oh my goodness, is he actually going to pick Kha'Zix? I was kind of joking. Okay, he is.
Yeah, he's just slamming it. So we saw this yesterday.
Kha'Zix
pretty well, because Kanavi just got monster fed on it, so we'll see if they can pull it off here. Kha'Zix did get nerfed a couple of patches ago. Apparently not too much of a concern, and Sion coming in, not too much surprise, but Sion actually struggles a fair bit into Anivia, so that is something to think about. Now, considering the AD carry option, and this is something I'm a little concerned about, because I think the Anivia is, we've seen, kind of reliant on having a good 2v2 matchup to function.
Yeah.
They go for the Sivir, so kind of just feels like you have the spell shield to avoid some of that poke, and you're just going to wave clear and hope to kind of negate the lane. If Namgoon maybe steps up a bit too far, you can punish, but for the most part, I expect Hanjin Brion to have the pressure in the bot lane. And, you know, we saw it was Kha'Zix also into Nocturne, I believe, when we saw this yesterday.
Yeah, it was.
And both of them just kind of farming up to level 6, looking for that power spike. Well, actually, I mean, Kanavi got things done before level 6, but that is kind of the play pattern of both of these junglers. Just so much power achieved from that level 6 spike. I do think that having the Ezreal Neeko into the Anivia is going to make the lane matchup really tough. And we've seen even, you know, our top supports, even Kerry, are struggling when you have a bad lane matchup for the Anivia.
He actually came to Seoul to see the bros. Absolutely beautiful stuff. Bro overall, not entirely sure whether that's true at this point in time. However, the only way to go is up. Or it's, I guess if they lose, it's down. But it's probably up, you know? We're feeling like we're in a pretty good position right now. Bro, Leave is all over LoL Park here.
So many.
This is incredible. That is what our bro tax is paid for. Their flight tickets.
That's what we needed.
Yeah, exactly right. I'm a little bit concerned about the Anivia lock-in. I don't think it's necessarily that powerful that you can just pick it without really paying attention to the lane matchup. But we'll just have to find out as KRX take on Hanjin Brion here in game number 1. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Orbs and soldiers here in this mid lane already. As Loki winding up some clockwork, but I don't think too much action is going to occur here in mid. It will largely be some farming, as this is where we were most interested. Orcs, yeah. How is it gonna go?
I think it's going to be rough for the Anivia and the Sivir. The Sivir does at least have a lot of pushing power, but the problem with the support matchup is that the Neeko can kind of just outrange the Anivia, and you can just throw the Q from quite far away. And the Anivia, if you're throwing the Flash Frost in return, it's so slow.
Yeah.
Very hard to hit the Neeko as well when she has the movement speed from her W. So pretty hard matchup in the support role. And I think Sivir just kind of wants to push waves in and kind of be non-interactive as possible.
Well, right now, Sivir is doing exactly that. Level 2 is being gained by both of our bottom lanes, though. And yeah, looks like no real biffo has occurred outside of Andal. Taking a bit of damage, hasn't gone through his potions yet, so everything is A-okay. I imagine a couple of levels is probably what Bro looking for as well, before they go for anything here in this lane. But Andal does need to be a little careful, as these Mystic shots are really cutting through the pretty squishy Anivia.
He does have 2 health bars at least, so that's something. But
there we go.
Taking a good amount of poke already in this situation.
Yukal as well, down to 50%, but he's been giving as much as he's getting in this mid lane for now, as Loki just throws a dissonance randomly. A little bit of fun. So, I'm glad that we haven't checked in on the top lane just yet, but I think the jungle is going to be a very important point throughout this game. As whether Gideon can find value on this Kha'Zix, I think is going to be a huge deal. And Andal is likely to find him if he does decide to go for something a little bit early, but is still busy on the blue for now, as the stun is not going to quite connect. And Gideon now looking to try. That's a teleport. Okay, well, in the meantime, Andal taking a lot of damage. Teddy needs to get another Mystic shot, though, as Lazyfeel is able to block it. In the meantime, Willa is going to get hit by a dissonance, as Teddy will get an egg, but he's down to 50 health. He gets the command protect, though, and they get the time to take down the Anivia. Now Lazyfeel in a lot of trouble, and Hanjin Brion off to a phenomenal start here in game number 1. Oh, Namgoon, can he actually connect it? No, he's not going to be able to.
Yeah, Lazyfeel still has some, so not able to chase it more. One of the problems, though, is that you feel so safe with the egg on Anivia, but Kha'Zix, even early, so much single target damage, able to come in and help clean it up. As well, the Q from the Neeko the Blooming Burst, you can just drop it on the egg.
Yeah.
So much guaranteed damage to help whittle it down. So we saw a very aggressive move here by Hanjin Brion to try and defend the blue buff. a lot of burst put into Andal, who's already a little bit chipped down from the lane. They get a stun on the Teddy and want to turn it around, but he's able to disengage just in time. LazyFeel is getting chunked, the Egg is getting chunked, and look how much burst Gideon has just to clean it up and ensure they get that kill. So,
and it's also the kill going over to the Kazakhs as well, which, you know, sometimes you think jungler getting kills instead of the AD carry, that's not a great thing, but I think when it's a Kazakhs, you absolutely want that to happen. Relevance happens from snowballing in a matchup like this.
I really wanted to see, because yesterday we got the Kazakhs from Kanavi, and it got so accelerated early. I was like, well, we didn't fully get to see how does a matchup play if that doesn't happen. We might not get to see that again if he just gets super accelerated in this game.
Yeah. Well,
already getting a kill in the bag. We'll see if he's able to pick up some more, but it's definitely a good start for the Kazakhs.
Not up to 8 yet, which is, I think, like, what was he, 8-1?
Something.
Was Kanavi
And the
before he
one
died a
death
couple of times?
No, he actually, the one death was an execute.
Oh, right. So at that point, he was basically legendary.
Yes, and then he did die because he went running around in the enemy jungle.
Yeah.
But
he's
yeah.
still Kanavi, as it turns out. Is Teddy not quite able to find the W just there? Namgung also looking a little worse for wear after that one. Just a tier buy if Teddy on that last back. And a cull has been picked up for LazyFeel, playing the long game, as it turns out. Teddy needs to hit a few of these buttons. LazyFeel as well, throwing that boomerang blade to Narnia. So the bros, I think, feeling very good about how things are going in this bottom lane for now. Although the lead isn't massive, right? 2 CS, nothing really to write home about. And we know that LazyFeel actually came in and replaced Teddy at one point. Was, of course, there to replace him after he got sick, but then it was performance-based that LazyFeel subbed in on DRX last year. So this could be a time for Teddy to find an angle, as Yukal, I think, was searching for a potential ultimate, but decided not to go for it with Gideon in the area, is now casting, taking a lot of damage. Rich just bringing that hammer down. Casting needs to be very careful, and ooh from the crowd, as we just heard.
Yeah, it does have a biscuit in pocket, and obviously that shield potentially on hand, but still a dangerous game to play. And this frees up Rich to move down, so Gideon acts quickly, picks up the Scuttle Crab, gets his level 6. Big spike for the Kazakhs on hand. And obviously, I mean, it is for Nocturne too, but Nocturne is so much based around that heavy cooldown, right? You have it, you join the fight, big investment. It's just raw power with such high uptime for the Kazakhs in return.
Yeah, the Q evolution is kind of ridiculous as far as single target damage is concerned. So
just speeds up your clear so much as well.
Yeah. Not to mention, if Willer is ever discovered by himself, the isolation as well as that Q upgrade is going to mean that, yeah, I think Gideon's going to be feeling pretty good about that one. Didn't Kanavi like go back and just buy a full opportunity or something like that on one of his first backs? So this isn't quite the same thing as it's just a serrated dirt now completed for Gideon.
Not quite on the same level. A bit more measured.
Still has a very large lead though, sitting at about 700 for now, going for his second clear, almost finishing that one off. Now I'm able to avoid the stun.
This bot lane match has gone pretty good for KRX, DRX, to be honest. I was saying that really they just want to kind of shove the wave in and be non-interactive. They've succeeded. You know, there was some initial poke landing on Andal, but it never really felt like they could connect too much and get the consistent damage down. Even with that death in the river, I think they've gotten really to a stable point, and that early pressure I was concerned about, that early poke, just hasn't really come to fruition. So I think in terms of surviving, the 2v2, Boom DRX definitely ticking that box.
Yeah, and how are we feeling about how these teams are going to match up later into the game? I'm looking at a Sion composition that has a Control Mage and an Ezreal. Like, there should be a fair bit of late-game power here, but the Kazakhs sort of throwing me through a loop. Can do massive work in the later stages of the game. Like, if LazyFeel's ever out of position, he can just kind of die if Gideon jumps on top of him. But it could sort of change how this composition is going to look, because like Nico, I feel, is like a team fighting champion. Orianna very similar. But Kazakhs kind of wants things to be a lot more skirmishy.
Yeah, I also think that despite, like, you look at the composition for Hanjin Brion and you think it's like, oh, well, they have the big tank, they want to front to back. But I actually think, especially because they have the Kazakhs Nico, but also because they're playing into like Anivia, Sivir, Azir, it doesn't favor them, really. There's a lot of DPS on Boom DRX, and also Sion into Anivia is so miserable. If you step up to try and like create space, you'll just get stun locked, slowed. The wall can even block you, so you can't ult out. And as a result, I think Casting's going to have a tough time in the 5v5s. He's not just going to be able to scale up and become a monster who they can't handle. Once they start getting like pen items coming through, they will make quick work of him. So I think Hanjin needs to be a bit more creative with their fights and actually get some backline access to make it work.
Well, let's see what happens here as the grubs have been started. It is, of course, Gideon. So they are Gideon's grubs. That's why he walked up and Willow was just kind of watching. But he's going to give 2 of them over.
So generous. You know, it's his grubs, but he's like, you can have 2. Obviously, he hasn't gone for the opportunity like the extremely fed Kanavi did. Goes for the Umbral Glaive, which is an item that just synergizes so well with Kha'Zix. Considering his passive is just the same as the Umbral Glaive passive.
Yep.
It is literally like exactly the same. So you just stacking that, so you have that super empowered damage when you come out of stealth.
Not to mention, it is phenomenal for clearing vision from the opponent.
Oh no, phenomenal is actually Veigar's passive.
Oh, sorry, that's my bad.
Yeah.
You know, it all kind of mixes together as I get older, you know? Hopefully,
yeah, we can't all be born in 2007 like lazy people.
Oh, God. Oh, dear. All right, Casting. We'll be able to find a bit of damage here. Shock Blast does go a little wide. I think the Scion is doing just fine, although he's actually behind a lot more than I was expecting there. Looking down at the CS numbers, Rich kind of ran away with it over the last couple of minutes.
I think this is really how you want the matchup to be going as the Jace, right? You're getting a sizable advantage. You're getting plates. We saw kind of how we didn't want it to go yesterday with the Scion getting a solo kill and the farm being even, but this has been positive. Rich doing a good job here. And having this Jace online being strong is going to be a massive pressure point for Hanjin Brion. Do you see Gideon moving on to the Dragon? Obviously does this very fast, but Willer's trying to slide his way in. Doesn't really have the support of his team yet, though.
Yeah, his bottom lane is still moving over as I think he's going to look for a possible steal. Not quite going to find it there as the snare goes wide as well. So good pick up there for Gideon. Next one going to be a Cloud Drake, so could be a Chemtech. So we're going to need you to stay alert. Okay, Daniel?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I will say,
Oh, Paranoia does come on down here. Used defensively, flash out of the Shockwave there from Willer to make sure that he's not thrown around. Still getting the flash out of the Nocturne, a big deal.
I think it feels bad for KRX, right, is you don't manage to secure the Dragon, don't really get to contest it, and now you're Shockwave down. Not Shockwave, Paranoia down, so don't have that tool available.
They do have Emperor's Divide, and there's no Shockwave on Loki, so they might be able to look for at least a flash out of the Orianna. But without the Paranoia, it does make it a little bit more difficult as Teddy, dealing with this Glacial Storm, kind of wishes that he had the Arcane Shift available there and was just kind of wandering aimlessly.
Yeah, it looked like there was a gap.
Yeah, I just don't think the gap was able to work.
It was just fake. Pressured a lot on the tower now.
Yep, Casting is going to book it back towards the top lane. We heard the Scion alarm there for a moment, but just using it to farm. And he's going to hit the level 11, so at least is on par as far as the experience is concerned. But Rich feeling very, very good as we head towards the mid-game. And KRX, I think, you know, once you get a couple of items on Lazy Feel, and Yukal is able to get, you know, item number 2 alongside his Nash's Tooth that is already completed. The amount of DPS for this composition is very, very high.
Yeah.
And I'm interested in seeing what they're going to be able to find with it, whether it's going to be like an early Baron angle or something like that. Be a little bit of fun here, and I think that there is a lot to look forward to as far as late game potential for KRX if the bros are unable to get a snowball rolling. And right now, it is Bro and Brew. Remember, this is the official matchup of the Bro and Brew.
It is the classic.
It is. That's, you know, part of the reason why they're constantly going to maximum games.
People
this is the value matchup.
T1 Gen G has been the classic of the LCK. The real knowers.
Yeah. That's crazy to even consider.
Hanjin Brion, KRX.
We saw it yesterday. I mean, it was over in the blink of an eye.
Yeah.
The Gen G T1 series.
Yeah.
No, this is what everyone really comes for. Remember the guy who, like, came to Seoul purely for this exact matchup.
True.
Are you going to deny that that was the greatest decision of all time?
He didn't see
ever.
I didn't see any signs yesterday that said I came to solve a T1.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Well, we could have our first team fight as well as Gideon dives towards Willa. There's the shockwave, able to pull him back, and even with the paranoia, he is still very dead. Nocturne, nothing he could do. Isolated and destroyed is now Rich, looking for a bit of an angle, but he just teleports in to sprint away.
Yeah, not the best setup, and Willa keeps getting targeted. It's heads up from Hanjin Brion, not giving him a chance to really be aggressive on this Nocturne. Hunting him down when he doesn't have that flash available and just not letting him play the game. We do see that with Rich's pressure moving down, able to get some damage in the mid lane tower. But still, not really feeling great about this one for KRX with how these fights are going.
Yep.
Opportunity comes in for Gideon, and he is so far ahead.
He is massive. The second item did not take very long at all. As you can see, Willa just a little early on that spell shield, unfortunately. Unable to get any value and was just wiped out. It's kind of like the mini Nocturne Orianna, you know? Like, your leap doesn't quite get as far, but at least you're coming out of stealth.
Yeah, I mean, you have some way of setting up, and the stealth does make it hard to deal with, so you can see the thought process. It's working. I mean, that's the main thing.
Yeah.
It's not, there's more counterplay.
And it was thinking about trying to catch the Kazakhs out, but that doesn't quite work. As Rift Herald is just going to be taken here by KRX. No real response for the Bros. As, you know, it's you know, gentlemen's League of Legends. So they were able to win the last thing. And so they're like, all right, no, you guys get the next one. And that'll be Shelly going their way, keeping things very even.
Gideon has so much money, and we kind of saw this yesterday. So he has Treasure Hunter, right? He has Cashback, and he has First Strike. And this triple combination means that because he's finished 2 items, he's gotten a ton of gold from Cashback, he's gotten 2 stacks of Treasure Hunter, and he's gotten some gold from First Strike. But all this together, on top of a little bit of a CS lead, just means that he's 2,000 gold up in the matchup.
Insane.
He's just...
And he's got the next evolution as well. So evolve the W, Void Spike, triple threat. As Willa just trying to do his best to take these Raptors. There's the turret falling down on the top side of the map, though, as Rich just unperturbed. Andal very perturbed, as he's going to have to flash away. And the egg is over the wall. And the Bros will be able to deal with that without even having to flash over or anything like that. Down will go Andal.
Yeah, that was like a Humpty Dumpty moment. If
it really was, yeah. Unfortunately, they could not put him back together again. As Rich gets the interrupt here on casting, who does have the ulti, so he's not dying. However, he's not welcome in this lane, unfortunately, as the Lumberjack is just rotating around the top side brushes.
This is truly just a top lane experience, though. Like, Rich is having a great game. He's doing really well.
Yeah, how relevant is it?
Seemingly not very.
Well, not yet.
Yeah, I mean,
you know, he has done the one teleport to run away move. If he does a teleport to fight next time, maybe it's better.
He is keeping the gold at the top of the screen very even.
There you go.
So much work there.
Oh, maybe a solo bolo as well. Their first kill of the game as casting flashes after the damage. Shock blast, not quite enough, and Gideon says goodbye. Oh no, Rich has now discovered that the rest of the game was going on.
This is the point. Okay, so he's not going to do this because this isn't solo queue. But if this was solo queue, this is the...
Get over there and collect them just yet. As Mirror Mana is at least done here for Rich. 2 items has been built up for him, but there's a third serrated Dirk to come through for Gideon. He is not done building lethality, and will continue to do so as Teddy.
The cannon block attempt didn't get to succeed, but that was a cheeky one. Yeah, I mean, this Kha'Zix is just so ahead of the curve right now.
And he's just getting further and further ahead. Since we looked at it last time, it's gone up 600 gold. It's kind of crazy that the gold lead for the Bros is only 500.
The rich get richer. That's how it goes.
Rich do get richer, as he's against a Scion this game.
Yeah.
But Gideon's also getting richer as well. It doesn't quite roll off the tongue as much as it otherwise could have. But
not as good as Gideon Grubs.
Yeah, true.
That's the real roll of the tongue.
And remember, he only got 1 of the Grubs, so he's probably pretty frustrated at this point in time.
I think the biggest nerf to Gideon was when they halved the number of Grubs. We're being real.
Yeah, exactly. But it is kind of Gideon versus KRX, isn't it? At this point in time. Like, he is the one with a lead. Obviously,
I mean,
you know, the bottom side of the map at mid is not that far apart, but...
He's so far ahead, and yet the team is only 500 gold ahead. So, you know... And also, Kha'Zix is a champion who...
Oh, Andal's just dead. Pop Blossom comes down. I don't even know whether that was necessary. As Ucal is able to throw some Sand Soldiers over, but the Anivia is working about as well as we predicted.
Yeah, Kha'Zix is a champion who can be very conditional. Literally because he has the whole isolated thing.
Yes.
So, you know, in these situations, he's having a great time. Getting a lot of value, just picked up another item, which means he gets his cash back. More money coming through. The 3 items to 1.5. Yesterday
he was in base and increased his gold lead by 300.
Yeah, that's the power of cashback.
Beautiful.
You know, just abusing the economy right now. So yesterday, Kanavi, I think, was 4 items to 1.5 was what he got to. It's not quite there, but it's pretty good. And they're 2 dragons in pocket. It's Hextech Soul. They're in a great spot for momentum of this game, if we're being honest. And it really has just been driven by this Kha'Zix pick right now. But there's still, you know, potential for Kirum, DRX, if they get to the 5v5s, if they don't let Kha'Zix catch someone isolated.
Oh, my goodness.
Isolated.
Yeah, Casting's going to be able to find him here as, yeah, the lights went out, and now Willow really wishes he did not do that. Gets back to the safety of the turret, at least. But the bros, I mean, as long as they're fighting around where Gideon is, I don't think they can do any wrong.
Yeah. We just haven't seen... Sometimes we talk about, like, the first paranoia value. Like, oh, Nocturne really dictated by does your first paranoia get value or not? You know, really sets the pace for the game.
What about the first 4? It's the 5th one's the charm.
Yeah.
I think that's how it goes.
You know, we're hoping that one is a little bit better. We're hoping. I'm not holding my breath. But it just hasn't really... He is turning the lights off. But that's all we've really achieved so far.
Yeah, no, he's a 5-year-old playing with a light switch. That's what he's doing right now, and that is not. We need an electrician. We don't want that.
Yeah, he's Nosferatu in that one SpongeBob episode.
Yeah. Oh god. Well, Gideon has now found Rich one more time, and I imagine Rich probably still feels strong, even though he's a 0-2-0 Jace. He has been farming up an absolute storm. He's nothing compared to Gideon right now. Gideon currently level 14, only a single level lead over Willa, but he's just got so much money.
I think Jace also fits that kind of conditional thing where, you know, if you're landing the poke, if you can position safely, a lot of value. Oh no.
Oh dear.
Wow.
Namgung is going to be able to snare Andal, but not too much else is going to come of it as... Wow. Oh my god, okay. There's the egg popped one more time as Willa goes in. Pop Blossom going to hold him into position as the flash comes out. That secures it. Shockwave, everyone flashing away. And Teddy says, that is exactly what I was looking for as the pros absolutely clean up. Ucal just has to watch as his whole team gets wiped off the rift, and that is sole point over to Hanjin Breon as well.
That was swift, and suddenly that sort of team goal disparity that was pretty close is just being blown out of the water right now. They're looking at Baron, and why not? The Kha'Zix DPS on this objective is going to be absurd. Casting can tank it as well, so it's going to be gone in a moment.
Yeah, it's already down. Lost 50% of its health bar, and so there is nothing that Andal and Ucal can do. Willa has respawned at least, but let's have a look at the replay here. As DRX, I just don't think really had much of a right.
And then gets punished. You know, we get this collapse in here, the egg's already procced. We see the Nocturne trying to go in, just get CC'd and taken down, and then that CC that came in onto Laserfield and Rich was so good. Ucal wasn't there, and honestly, possibly the best decision.
Yeah, I don't know how much more it would have done. However, I think DRX need everything if they're going to win a team fight against Hanjin Breon right now.
Yes, I think they probably did. Well, they definitely did need him if they wanted to have a chance at the team fight. But I think in terms of just...
I think, yeah, no, Ucal had the right idea in not team fighting. Let's just opt out, perhaps.
I think, you know, Third Dragon, Hextech Soul, I think they needed a fight. I think it was just one of these situations where after the fact, at least he could just walk away.
Yeah. Oh, this could be a bait as Pop Blossom is going to collect Willa. He tried, oh my god, okay, where did he go? Well, Gideon just swiped him off the rift.
Yeah, I want to mention it's a level 16 Kha'Zix now.
Oh,
He is
God.
so strong.
He's got all the upgrades. Zandil is no longer. Yeah, not a whole lot he could do there, as Teddy is about to die to the turret, but does elect not to. Good decision. And Casting is just hanging out in the enemy jungle, while the rest of Hunj and Brion look to destroy these structures, utilizing this Baron buff as Lazy Feel is going to show up to the inner. I just don't know whether he's going to be able to do anything to stop this one from falling. And yeah, Gideon goes over, halves his health bar, and the bros will wait for another minion wave. But you saw, like, after that team fight, Rich was like hands off keyboard. I think KRX are probably focused now on what they need to adjust moving into game number 2. This is looking pretty dire.
Yeah, I mean, they nearly killed the Nico support.
Hey, there you go.
But they don't.
Oh.
Yeah, it's a bit rough. And then one of the issues is you had this Jace who was winning lane pretty hard. But then you get out of lane, and the enemy team has this Scion, who's now 103 and only a couple of hundred gold down. That is, wow, that is a graph.
Yeah, that's fallen off a cliff, hasn't it? Just a little bit here.
And then just kept rolling.
Yeah.
Mm.
It was
largely
sea level until we went into the sea.
Gold lead. Just in the jungle. Oh, what's the... Oh.
All right, well, Yukal looking for a bit of an angle here as Gideon is the target. Can they kill him? That's the question as he goes into stealth. He's feared and taken down. Yukal gets a whole bunch of money. Decent little execute there. Is nice flash from Yukal as well. Avoids casting as he just drives right past him. Still not quite out of the woods just yet, but Loki is hanging out here in this top lane, taking out inner turrets, and Yukal... Okay, Teddy's now finally going to turn around and see whether he can help Casting take this guy down. As Shifting Sands, he's down at 100 health though, and Teddy's able to Arcane Shift to pick that one up.
Well, they got a lot of gold from Gideon. They got 1,000 gold shut down.
Yeah, Yukal is almost not behind. But he still is a lot, but it's almost like it's not as bad as it was.
Yeah. Andal died again, but this one wasn't execute, to be fair, so I don't think we can judge it as harshly. But
I mean, they killed the raid boss, and that was purely the goal.
Just about. Good tank here from Andal. He goes down for the 6th time this game.
Also didn't waste egg.
Yeah, true.
Because he didn't have it up.
That's the thing. He's died 6 times despite egg.
Still like absolutely massive egg value so far this game. As Casting,
I'm sure he's ecstatic.
Yeah, he's attempting to take damage. Does flash away in the end. Trishot Barrage spots them out as here's the teleport in. Not sure about that one for Loki, however, they are very far ahead.
Nice wall.
Oh, the wall was so good! And Loki's going to be taking down the flash over the CC from Red. But look at this damage. Casting still trying to do what he can. The rest of the bros are just going to bail though, as this fight is just not working. And KRX are not out of it yet.
Okay, they haven't given up. They still find a window to win a fight despite this big discrepancy.
Wait a second. Oh
no.
my god.
Damage.
Oh my god, Gideon. What is that? That was like a... His W's not supposed to instantly kill people. As Teddy's just trying to snipe the egg, does manage to take down Andalus. There it goes, Yukal as well.
He gets it!
They get the soul as Gideon is so massive. And now they can just slow them down. It's Ezreal's dream as it's a double for Gideon. A full house, in fact. Teddy's full of Gideons. And Hunj and Brown only needed 2, I guess, in order to win that fight.
2v5. KRX find this monster team fight from a huge deficit, but it doesn't matter because all of the gold is on these 2 players, and it's all they need.
Let's have a look at this one more time.
I mean, Casting, it takes so long to deal damage to him, but it's kind of annoying playing into the Anivia and just kind of getting blocked here. So he does flash out. And then we actually end up getting this huge play from Andal. Andal, who struggled all game, gets the stun. This wall.
Oh, so good.
Perfect timing. And then Rich flashing in over the root was crazy, but it works. They get this big fight advantage, and they're like, cool, we can deny the soul now. But look, we see
the damage numbers.
He's trying to block for the egg, and then he decides, no, that wasn't a good idea. Gets the soul, dodges the shock blast, and then they re-engage with the slow.
And yeah, Gideon goes down, but my gosh, the Teddy damage.
Teddy!
Yeah, Loki's impressed. I think most of Chichidik Lol Park right now are impressed as Gideon and Teddy are now just playing the game as a duo. They do not need the rest of their team. No, you can just go to a different lane, my friend. He's just going to be over there for moral support. As second Baron is going to go over to Hanjin Breon. They have the soul, and I think it's just a matter of time. But Hanjin Breon, the bros, they like to take their time, okay? So let's settle in as they take a moment to destroy the Kiwum DRX base.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the MO right now. The extra slows from the Hextech Soul. It just feels so visceral.
Yeah.
Whenever you see them just start walking at a snail's pace. Some good poke back, though, at least.
Yeah. The shock blasts are still hurting. I mean, 4 items on Rich. He's kind of scary. Cyrilda's is done. I mean, Gideon is basically at the same items as this Jace is, plus a little bit more. As there's the flash in from Namgung. They just get rid of Lazy Field. Shockwave tidies them up as well, and Loki goes golden to make sure he survives. The turret, not long for the world either, and in the blink of an eye, Kiwum DRX are gone, and Hanjin Breon will be winning game number 1. They're in 5th place right now in the LCK for 2026. They could even the match score with Gen G if they win the next game.
And I'm going to be honest, I came into this series like, it's got to be a 3-gamer. We got to continue the streak. A game like that really makes you question, is this going to break that streak? Are we going to see a 2-0? Because that was so one-sided. We need Kiwum DRX to bounce back. Because, I mean, not only do we want to see we want to see the streak continue, but also they need a win.
They really do.
They need their first win of the season, and it doesn't get easier after this match. With that being said, the Hanjin Breon looking in phenomenal form.
They're looking absolutely fantastic. And, you know, a lot of what this part of the season is trying to work out what our Legend and Rise groups are going to look like. What about a Legend group with some Hanjin Breon in it?
Oh.
What about a bit of an OK Bro Legend group?
Don't tempt Deagle.
Oh, I mean, he's there in the chat. I imagine he is already chanting that in his house. Yeah. Not walking around, though, because I believe he broke his leg. So probably just in a chair or something like that, taking it easy. But man, Hanjin Breon looking absolutely phenomenal. As we can see here, the drawing board is out. Joker is trying to work out what to do in order to get the first win for Kiwum DRX. Maybe playing through Rich could be an opportunity here. I'm not entirely sure, as it is time for us to take a short break. When we get back, the space is going to work out how this is going to be a 3-game series, and then we'll have game number 2. We'll see you then.
뭐냐
야, 이번에 다이브 뽑는 거 어때 이거? 이렇게 가냐?
그래도 돼
좋아
보던가.
오케이.
11 잡았어
아 녹턴 맞아 녹턴. 아래 잡아줘.
야 아래 좋아 아질 노공 야 끝났는데.
아 제제이.
제제이야.
이거야.
비직스 피오진가요?
이제 나이.
근데 테디가 노데스네.
근데 용대 내가 너무 잘했는데.
근데 이거 앞에 이거 나 아니라고? 근데 나 카지스 안 해. 나 카지스 안 해. 죄송해요.
Every sky is a line I've drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone.
Hello and welcome to The Space. We're here after game number 1 of Bro versus KRX, and that one was a bit of a one-sided affair over to the side of Hanjin Bro. I am Valdez, with me is Wolf and Umpty. What do you guys think of that first game?
There were some pieces of the draft that could have worked out. They decided to get the Nocturne early, but didn't get the Lulu, which was the biggest miss for me, but we don't want to talk about the draft too much. I mean, we can. We put it up there. Like, there is the Anivia that comes into this lane, but it's playing into a Nico lane. So and obviously the Ezreal has a lot of lane power there, so it's not necessarily going to be very valuable. Very difficult to play early skirmishes. But I had bigger problems overarching with how Kiwoom played the game. Like, Rich is 1,500 gold ahead, and what he does with that is push an inner and then die. Like, he's like, I almost solo killed the Scion. These are the kind of issues I think that this team needs to figure out as we look at our first highlight here.
Yeah, I mean, I felt like the Willer was playing Nocturne, but his playstyle-wise, he was playing like a Zinzao, which is like not an ideal to play the Nocturne. Like, he just face checks with the Nocturne. It's like, and then you just got died to the Kha'Zix. Like, you just lost flash here, and the next time, they just used the Orianna Kha'Zix combo, which is Brion played really well. And then, yeah, Willer got the hard time in here.
He's on this flank angle, and he just doesn't really have the range at level 6. Like, it's level 6 ultimate to actually get out of here. Doesn't have level 11 yet, so he just kind of is stuck here, turns the lights off, and then unfortunately dies. Like, there were never any real setups for the Nocturne. Like, he's not going to set up Azir really well. He doesn't have the Orion on his side, doesn't have a Lulu. And they didn't play through the side lane power of the Jace that they had, so he just wasn't able to do a whole lot this game. It felt like a massive jungle gap in terms of impact.
Yeah, at least I think the Nocturne should have a play to ult for the like making Orianna flash down or making Ezreal Light's hard or Nico's flash down, but he actually didn't play like, he just played like a Zinzao, just full campaign, full clearing, fight at the dragon, full clearing, and then just staring at the dragon, and then it was quite hard to play like that against the Kha'Zix and Orianna.
It's pretty clear it didn't work out, and I really liked the synergy between Loki and Gideon. I feel like they were always sticking together, always trying to find a target, and using the fed Kha'Zix, just like we saw yesterday from Kanavi as well. Let's take a look here at the second highlight, though, on the Dragon.
So first thing I like is like Kha'Zix is not a mid lane push champion, which is the Prio. So he moved to the side Prio first, and then which is the strongest champion reach is stuck there because of the Kha'Zix Orianna, and then he moves to the fight. I thought it was quite hard to be like split and fight, but Andil and just Lagefield was split, and then Gideon just went in there. It was quite decisive.
And for Andil in this moment, trying to set up the wall, it's a little bit perplexing because there just really isn't any follow-up. There isn't a great target that he's walling there. It feels like he's like, I'm doing my Anivia job. I'm supposed to wall. I'm going to go up. That's what I'm doing. And it just doesn't feel like there's mastery of the champion yet or understanding of what it's supposed to do in this composition. And it's tough to play it in this composition, right? You're running a Sivir Azir scaling comp with a Jace that really wasn't able to get Shock Blast value in this game. A lot of the issues with this game to me were not about individual moments and team fights. It was just about the fact that Kiwoom kind of sat around with small advantages they had, and they kept the game even. They got 3 turrets and then just didn't know what to do next. They didn't know how to apply their Nocturne pressure. They didn't know how to go around the map and threaten the mid lane. They didn't know how to threaten Teddy. They just kind of sat back and said, well, we got the turrets. We got a comp. We're scaling. I'm sure it'll be fine. And it's not fine.
Yeah, I mean, I think at least when you pick Nocturne, which is the stronger champion than Kha'Zix at the early level, maybe early invade is gonna be helpful. Or when you be the level 6, like Orianna flash down or like ganking very proactively is gonna be good. But the game looked too passive.
It definitely did. I think for the side of KRX, they have a lot of issues. They still have not won a game yet here at the LCK, and no difference here in this first one. Now, they are going to go over to the blue side, or rather, to the first pick for this one. And I just feel like this is not exactly what we're seeing a lot nowadays. We see a lot of second pick trying to get the counter pick, but not going to be the case here.
I at least will give Lazyfield credit for his laning phase in this first game. You know, he held his own against Teddy. Like, it was his best laning phase so far. He's had only a few games, obviously, here at the LCK in 2026, and he had the Sivir, which is pretty easy to lane, didn't find himself super far behind. But it's not a pick where it's not his style, right? Like, he likes to play the flashier picks. He likes to be more aggressive, and sitting back just did not work out in this composition. Hopefully they can draft him something like a Zeri, maybe a Yunara here with first pick, grab that one early, and he can have a little bit more agency in this game.
Maybe a Yunara Lulu can be a key for it. Yeah, I can see that. And then, I don't know, Willer is going to play the Ambassa again, which is a, like, 0 win and 8 lose, right?
No, it won one game. It was 0-7, and then somebody won yesterday on it.
I don't think it was a jungle Ambassa, though.
It wasn't.
Yeah.
It was Keen, right?
Yeah.
Keen.
I mean, I hope
he won in the...
Yeah, I hope that Ambassa is not appearing at jungle.
Well, we'll have to wait and see, as it's been a rough road so far for the side of Kium DRX. Hopefully they can get something going here up against Hanj and Brion, who are looking surprisingly very strong here at the beginning of LCK, as Atlas was talking about. And speaking of which, let's go back now to Atlas and Ox.
We were talking about that. That's exactly right. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for that breakdown of game number 1. And yes, let's see whether Kium DRX versus Hanj and Brion. Whether Kium can turn it around so that we can have the full series. That's all we need. And it's been this way since LCK Cup 2025. Over a year, we've had every single game. They got to get it together.
And they've matched up a lot.
Yeah?
A lot of times, so I'm hoping.
I believe. I believe in it.
We all know that if anything, they are the generous Giga Chats.
True. And they give us value. Remember, that guy came all the way here from wherever he's from in order to watch the bros. And if Hanj and Brion do not give us the full 3 games, he's missing value.
He didn't come all the way here for a 2-0.
Nope, he absolutely did not. Although, I mean, at least it's his team winning, in theory, if it is 2 games.
Yeah.
I think what you want as a as a Hanj and Brion fan is just as much League of Legends.
Yeah, we all know Hanj and Brion fans have never really cared that much about winning.
No, it's not about winning.
It's just about the experience.
Exactly, it's the journey. And whether the journey is to glory or not is irrelevant. It's about just being there, you know? It's just absolutely beautiful. Okay, let's see whether Kium DRX can do it, though. Right now, they do have first pick. That is not going to change. Oh, actually, no, never mind. They have switched sides. So this could be the opportunity that they're looking for in order to get something more powerful. But, I mean, the jungle picks are kind of all open. That's why we're seeing the Jarvan and the Pantheon both banned away. Xin Zhao is another one that is still up and available. Maybe Kium DRX just get rid of that as well. Willer is like, well, we're playing the weird picks this time.
Rise ban makes sense, especially with the Orianna Azir gone. It's interesting we're keeping the Jarvan ban, because I speculated that was kind of just because Orianna was taken. I mean, Jarvan is high priority, don't get me wrong, but not really a pick that we've seen banned that much overall. It tends to be just picked early on, but a limited amount of times it's been banned, but they are opting to remove that one. Obviously a pick that Gideon has had a good amount of success on.
Wow, they are going to...
Heavy on the jungle bans. Triple jungle ban here, so a lot of respect towards Gideon, which is interesting considering that he just won the last game playing Kha'Zix, who isn't really at the forefront of the meta right now compared to, you know, these 3, who are very much the staples we've had for a long time. So.
Watch him just lock in Talon and just do the same thing again.
That would be pretty funny. That being said, something to take into account, a lot of picks have been left open that were banned last time. Actually, not that many, to be fair.
Yeah.
I mean, Bard and Varus are the 2.
Yep.
So, will it just be a Varus first pick here? No. Looks like they're going to go towards the Annie.
It's so weird to ban 3 junglers and then not pick a jungler. To me. That's what I would expect that they'd take the next thing on the tier list.
The 4th denial?
Yeah. That's what I was kind of considering. But instead, Yukal is just going to be playing a bear and a little girl. And we'll see how that one goes. As Loki, plenty of options into the Annie. It's not necessarily a pick that you want for lane, though. Certainly more about setup and things like that. Let's see what Hanj and Brion have for us.
Brutal laning yesterday, though, with the Annie into Galio. So
that's true. A little bit different when it's Chovy.
Yeah, Aurora, I think one of the picks that can actually do pretty good in this matchup. So not too surprised to see that one come through. Do we see the Varus picked up here for Hanj and Brion? Do we see a jungler taken? Wukong syncs really well with the Annie, so maybe you could deny that. Could also lean towards the Vi if you want to have Vi, Aurora, just for some really solid lockdown.
What about Ivern? Now that LS is back, it's all about his win rate is way too high.
No, Lee
and
Sin.
everyone should play him.
Lee Sin, Ivern.
The other Ivern.
Yeah.
Got it. All right, Wukong going to be the lock here, as you were talking about, feeling like it's relatively high up there, but Gideon did get his first choice, as there is a Gnar blind. I mean, this reminds me of like a couple of years ago, except they decided not to pick the Rakan. You know, this is like actually by a couple, I mean last year, as the Fries Group special could be absolutely demonstrated here by KRX.
And it is pretty straightforward. Looks like Varus will come through. This was kind of the last chance to grab it before you go second rotation. So a longer range pick that can operate at a distance, but at a mobile. So definitely under threat if they can get on top of you. Now into the bans, I think probably just get rid of the Varus just to play a safe. Rakan, Wukong, a massive threat.
Yep.
Especially when you have it a mobile backliner. So
there's also the Bard still up and available, so maybe that's something that DRX want to get rid of.
Yeah, there's also Ashe Seraphine as well, which on top of the Wukong is pretty devastating. There's a lot of power in the bot lane that DRX can have available. There's also Yanara Lulu. What we're trying to say is there's a lot.
There is.
I think one thing to take into account is what is going to be able to lane effectively against the Varus, but they are concerned it could be a Varus top lane, hence the Caitlyn ban, which we did see earlier in the LCK.
Yeah.
I'm not going to lie, if you're considering the prospect of it being a Varus top lane and you're playing Gnar, I think you're already in such a bad spot.
Well, there's that Bard we were talking about. I was actually thinking that Hanjin Brion were going to look towards the Bard, but they're going to ban that one away. Not wanting to give Andal the opportunity to play that. And one more ban to be thrown out here by DRX, and it will be a cannon to avoid that being the option into the Gnar.
They're hedging their bets a little bit, you know?
Yeah.
where the Varus could be. Maybe they gave ideas. Maybe casting wasn't going to play Varus, and he's like, hey, wait a minute.
I could.
Yeah.
It's a great idea. Well, Nautilus is going to leave things up in the air if they do decide to lock this one in for Namgung.
Oh, they're keeping it as a flex, really just threatening in this situation. It does give a lot of information, though, to DRX in terms of, because I think there's a poor pick very important to know when you're opting into your 2v2 and what you want to play there.
Do you know what's the really good thing? They've played Anivia already.
Yeah.
And so the Nautilus doesn't need to worry about having the saddest matchup of all time.
Yeah, don't have to deal with that.
Lazy Feel and Andal are having a big giggle at the moment, and it's worrying me.
So,
all right, Kalista it is.
Kalista Renata going to come through. Okay.
I mean, pretty good into a Nautilus lane, I guess.
Good Nautilus. I don't think fully fits with what the comp wants to do in terms of like comp wants to go in, and Renata's not necessarily the best for that, but I still think can work pretty well.
Jigs?
Honestly, this could be a pretty great Ziggs angle.
And Teddy really does like playing Ziggs. Pretty good into the Kalista like you were talking about. She was buffed a little bit on this patch, a little bit more Ren damage or something like that.
Yeah, more AD ratio on the subsequent spears on the Ren. So she's pretty strong in the AD skirmishes.
Oh, that's an Embess I was riding in Ziggs!
Oh, man.
Oh.
You know, I think I would have preferred the Ziggs.
Me too.
And I'm not biased. I am biased, but if I say I'm not biased, that negates it, right? I think the bot lane matchup, I think the Nautilus is going to have a bit of a tough time. They have this Annie Wukong for a lot of strength. Yeah, I think ultimately DRX, you know, they kind of drafted some things that it feels like they have this sort of stronger skirmishing power around the bot side, and also teamfight should be pretty straightforward with the Annie Wukong. But the other side for Hanjin Brion, you know, Gideon on this Lee Sin, if you can just start getting some momentum on this pick, you have decent setup, right? In the bot lane, you have 2 champions that can easily land that CC.
We love you too. Man, just everyone's a bro fan today. It's just so incredibly cool. Hi. Hi, everyone. Man, what a time to be an LCK global commentator / person. It's just the goodest.
It is. It's pretty good.
I also really loved the little capybara lazy feel. That was absolutely adorable.
His emote is so good in game.
Yeah.
Oh my god, it's one of the best.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. It is time to see whether KMDRX can bring us to 3 games as it was written, as it was promised.
Yeah.
Could work on the coordination there a little bit. I also apologize to bro fans. I spoke over a little bit of the fan chant because I got a little bit overexcited. These things happen. KT's playing later. You know how it is.
Oh, KT fans are going to come for you now.
Yeah, but they're not watching. They're busy, you know. They need to prepare themselves for the series coming up.
Rituals, divine rituals.
Yeah, exactly. Goth Annie, by the way. This is a bit of a throwback skin. It's been a while. I'm a bit of a fan.
They updated it, so it looks kind of like the, you know, the Nautilus Renato line of skins, which unfortunately neither of them are playing, so... You know what I'm talking about, like the Halloween-themed ones. Well, like the Nautilus has the big...
Yeah, like the big, the Chandelure skin line.
Yeah, the new Goth Annie, since they updated Annie's visuals, does kind of look like it fits with that vibe.
I do really like the stun animation swirly. It is very cool.
Yeah. So, I think there's a lot of picks in this game that are very momentum-based. So, getting off to an early start going to be pretty important. Teddy's got Halo Blades, Varus, so still going for the poke, but having a bit more sustained DPS.
Well, it's actually pretty cool. I kind of like the Halo Blades angle into a Kalista lane, especially.
Yeah. They also, something they did with Varus, because they did nerf his Q80 ratio, they added an 80 ratio to his Blight, like his on-hit. So honestly, if you have a bit of attack speed from Halo Blades, you get a lot more value from that than you did before.
It's pretty cool.
Nothing to write home about, but getting a couple of autos in when you... And obviously proccing it is a good amount of damage. Although, obviously, with this build, most of what you're doing is just poking from a distance. Gideon was fishing there, trying to find an angle, but nothing really came to fruition.
Ooh, casting. And a little aggressive here towards Rich, as he does get his good old shield.
You know,
I'm obviously not exactly incredibly happy to fight up close and personally with an Ambessa.
I'm kind of sad that we got the Ambessa, but it wasn't in jungle, just because of how he would have been.
That's what I was thinking about as well. As Namgun goes in, Andal taking a bit of damage here, but Teddy not exactly feeling the greatest, and it looks like QMDRX able to turn this one around. A little bit of Ren damage, but not exactly the most.
I will say
there is a monkey coming down.
I think... Oh
dear.
This is diveable. He's going to TP back in. I think they should be okay.
Will he stick around if there is a teleport coming on in? Looks like Teddy is deciding not to. Realized that wave is probably not something that he's able to pick up anyway.
Okay, plays it safe. Oh, they're looking mid, maybe? Gideon's been doing a lot of looking.
Yeah, he's been backing in strange places.
Yeah.
I kind of respect it.
So, I mean, the threat of a dive with the Renata is always very real. That trade they had earlier, I think Teddy was just backing off under the fear that potentially a dive could happen, but did end up burning both barrier and heal from KMDRX's bot lane in trade for just heal. Obviously, Teddy having that TP means they are down a combat summoner, so I don't think it's too bad overall.
Yeah, Gideon did manage to get through and steal some stuff away, so that's pretty good for the Lee Sin, but triple longsword back, and speaking of going back, Loki going to be doing the same thing, down to 200 health, should be teleporting back into this lane as well. And we have pings out onto exactly where Willer is as well, so Hanjin Breon, good tracking of the enemy jungler. But as we can see here, I mean, you were talking about momentum-based champions. I think KMDRX is the team that want to be playing around it the most in this game, and so far so good on that front. Winning out in especially top and bottom lane quite a lot, but kind of everywhere. They just have more, even though we cannot necessarily see it in the numbers right now, as we've gone a little old school when it comes to the UI. And I actually kind of like that, you know, because this is bro and brew. I feel like it's vintage.
Yeah.
You know? And so we really shouldn't have the fancy new UIs with all of its stats and numbers and things.
Reminds you of simpler times.
Yeah.
Annie on a little bit of a hot streak at the moment.
Kind of crazy. I wasn't expecting this. As Bear comes down, maybe I should have been expecting it, because right now, looking pretty good. Damn, Tibbers looks dope with this skin.
Yeah.
Look at him go.
I remember some of those games, for sure. Obviously, the most recent one being Chovy playing it. It's a great success.
Yep.
And the pick did get some buffs that kind of pushed it back on the meta, but also just being
Public execution comes down. Rich, not much of an R-bar right here, as that's a lot of damage out from casting. In the meantime, though, we're having a look at this bottom side of the map and the mid lane, as Gideon's discovered by Willa and Yukal between worlds. Does come down from Loki, but he misses. And, flash forward, and there's first blood in exactly the same time as that one going through as well. Pyroblast comes on in, but Gideon's able to answer, and my goodness, 4 kills in the blink of an eye, 2 for 2.
Absolute chaos, and we end up seeing Hanjin Brion winning out in the mid jungle with some clean execution, very close down to the wire there, but it is the bot lane of KRX who win out in the 2v2. Hard for the Nautilus to play this one out, and just not the sustained damage there, really, to kill out a Kalista Renata, so I'm not sure how that came to be, but I'm sure we'll get some replays.
Yeah, that was fun. It was a little bit difficult to commentate, not going to lie, because we were bouncing between multiple lanes the entire time, and that may continue here.
Oh, there's a Hex Flash.
Yep, Yukal. Namgung is just going to Hex Flash.
That
and
was not...
walk back again.
You know what? We are such big propagators of Hex Flash propaganda, but that really did not sell it.
It was not the best. The best thing about Hex Flash, though, is that you can just do it again.
Yeah.
Pretty quickly.
Just run it back.
There, see? See what I'm saying?
Yeah, that also...
Look at how many Hex Flashes he can do.
Hex Flashes per minute.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's not really achieving much with them.
Do you know what he achieved? Hex Flashing, okay? Didn't do it there.
Yeah.
And then proceeded to die, I guess.
See, the issue with this is you see an opportunity to land your CC onto Kalista, but you just don't have the damage to kill Kalista. And even if you did, she'll just stack up a million spears and then rend and then revive with Renata. So, not ideal. Here, this was a very risky engage from Gideon, but Loki comes in quickly to back up, and then Loki just knows the damage limit, gets the cooldowns back in.
What the heck is happening in live? There was a solo kill in the top lane as well, as Gideon gets his hand shaken, but it wasn't exactly the nice kind.
This is the least bro and brew game
what is going on?
we've ever had from these two teams. This is just breakneck pace right now.
Nothing gentleman about this at all.
No, we aren't allowed to have replays. This is both teams like, look guys, we need to get ahead early.
Somewhere Wolf is like, we're in replay purgatory and I can't handle it.
Yeah.
And by somewhere, I mean he's at the space saying exactly that. I imagine he said it moments before.
Okay, so solo kill top, we get that first. I'm assuming it's Mega timing out. Casting getting a lot of damage down already, and he was just having pressure in this lane.
He just ulted him and Rich died.
Wow. Well, that
There you go.
clip didn't need much casting. Casting kind of did it himself.
Look at the Hex Flash value! Oh, that flash from Andal was so cute.
And then the kick out the way.
Oh my goodness.
That was some cute interactions, honestly.
They're cute on both sides.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for KRX, the cuteness didn't actually work out in the end, as it was Lazyfield that did die, but he still has a decent CS lead at this point. And so I think their composition will still function as we get towards the mid-game. The problem is they are behind a bit of gold now. And there is this Ambessa situation as well.
Yeah. A little bit worrisome.
Andal is getting information, everyone. All of the information.
Guys, enemy mid laner is around mid.
Yes. Can confirm. And they're like, we know. They just cleared out a ward. He's like, yeah, but I really know because I'm here. All right, casting. Not going to quite... Oh, never mind. Turning it around towards Rich here. He's dancing, though. We'll get that hyper proc, so the Nara is at least still doing what it's supposed to, even if it does appear that this lane is more difficult than he would have otherwise expected.
How many total minutes of pain do you think top laners have suffered at the hands of Na? Or do we go into like
exceptionally large amount of minutes?
like decades, millennia?
I think it's probably weeks.
I think it's more at this point.
Total time?
Total years.
Oh, yeah, and
suffered.
there was like, before Fearless as well, it was like every game there was a Gnar, wasn't there?
Yeah.
Yeah, so maybe...
I mean, it depends if we're speaking just in the LCK or globally, just in Pro or...
Probably months. It's at least months.
Yeah.
And probably multiple, like, large amounts of months. Yeah, it's a rough one. Casting is able to get a little bit of respite, though, into it. That solo kill that did come on out as Hallow Mountain Dragon. And Hallow heads up display. We have our UI back. Welcome back. And all right, possibly another fight as there is the anchor connecting. Teleport to come on forward here as we have elected to go for a big old battle. Decent hostile takeover comes in as Andal immediately dies, but there's a Cyclone to take down Teddy. Teleports from everyone as Casting with all that money will come through to take down Lazyfield. UCal dead as well. And there is the public execution. Casting does not want a 3-gamer, I don't think.
Casting TPing in with the Eclipse as well. This champion is so strong in this spike. Just feels so good to be able to fly and just take over. And that was the difference maker. Rich doesn't have the TP available. Will knock Teddy into a wall, but I don't think he's really that bothered.
Yeah, he did lose half of his health bar, so it probably says that was, you know, wasn't very nice of you.
I think what's a little bit sad here is that, honestly, DRX could have just opted out of this. Lazyfield could have continued to walk away and just ulted Andal out.
Yeah.
And they would have been able to disengage from the fight, but they TP'd in, they committed, knowing they couldn't match the top lane TP, and knowing that this Ambessa is incredibly strong. So I think the setup from Hanjin Brion was
Yeah, Coach Song's pretty psyched about what's going on here.
I think the setup from Hanjin Brion was good, but I think DRX opting into the fight and taking the handshake was an absolute mistake.
But if you've got a Renata on your team, I mean, you're all about taking the handshake.
True.
You know? That's how it's going to go.
You know,
back-to-back Hextech Souls?
Hanjin Brion are always gentlemen, so I think handshaking with them, I can never really fault it.
And it is Double Dragon for KMDRX as well, so that is certainly good news. That's moving in favor of the 3-gamer, which, you know, we've been promised. Gideon also going to get pushed away, although he's able to get the smite, so we'll at least get most of the camp. Rich deals with the little ones. Crystalline Overgrowth going to be eaten there by Casting, who has 1,000 gold in the lead.
So you remember this top lane matchup wasn't going too well?
Yeah.
Casting is now on a huge spike. It just picked up a boatload of gold from that teleport. Hey, but
Rich hit level 11.
Rich has a Phage.
Hey, true.
That axe.
Yeah.
Yeah, neat. He also has that glowing moat.
Yeah. Oh, no. Not the fairy in a bottle. Oh, it always feels sad, doesn't it? There's a bit of a Gnar back underneath the turret. Casting is wondering whether it even hit him.
Yeah.
As he just ate it with the shield.
That's the nice thing as well.
And Eclipse.
So Rich hit level 11, but Casting hit level 11. And Casting gets free armor pen just for skilling his ultimate. So even though he doesn't use his ultimate, he's just doing more damage.
You're making a little bit of a release date assessment, are you not?
A little bit, you know, just a tad. That being said, Annie gets that too now, despite being an old champion, but got a little bit of a changeroo.
Well, having a look now, as he was considering throwing a bear at Loki. Loki's instead going to start things off with a bit of an ult his own self, as Q going to get flashed. Nicely done from UCal, but not going to be winning out on the trade, as he does save Tibbers at least. And Rich feeling like he wants a fight, but I don't know whether he really does. There's a public execution to come on down. Mega Narbar is pretty good here from Rich, who will have that one charged up. Casting still looking aggressive as he shoves that wave underneath the turret once again. Okay, Orcs, I'm feeling like this is just going the way of game one, once again. We need a turnaround from KMDRX. They need to do something.
Well, actually, in game one, Rich was winning top lane, so...
so never mind, they're going to win this time, because he's losing top lane.
Yeah, I mean, they had that going for them at least. But also, Hanjin Brion had the dragon lead, so KRX have that in this time. Oh, it's orange buff.
Okay, yeah, he's just going to get kicked, and he's really dead. Gideon able to tank up that turret as long as he would like. They had enough minions in order to take that one down, and I think this turret is not long for the world as well. Hanj and Brion are looking at increasing this lead to about 4,000 at 15 minutes into the game.
Yeah, and so last game, I was kind of like, well, Kha'Zix is monster fed, but Kha'Zix is conditional. You know, they have to be isolated. There can be some fights who doesn't get value. You know, the gold was even between the teams at one point. It was just Kha'Zix who was fed. That's not the case here. Everyone is ahead.
Yeah.
Everyone is strong. You know, you have a team with like a Callista who's behind. Doesn't feel too great.
Yeah, the comeback mechanics are not exactly massive. Outside of just group everyone up and hit all of your CC at the same time, like that could still potentially work.
Just all your CC, explode them, get the next 2 dragons. That's the game plan right now for KRX to get to game 3, which obviously we're hoping for.
Well, I mean, it's what we were promised, you know?
I feel like I'm just going to be hit on a level.
Yeah.
This streak being broken, sometimes streaks being broken is fun, you know, when teams are due, but this felt like an achievement to have just maintained it for so long.
I mean, there is also the LCK Cup sort of revenge that Hanj and Brion are getting here as well, because they did not win a series the entire time, and I believe they lost to DRX twice.
Yeah, but the thing is they could still get that by winning 2-1. You know?
That's a really good point. That is a really good point. I mean, this gets them very close to the same scoreline as Gen G, though.
You said the Hilly as well. You sound so amazed.
I know.
Every time you
And in fact, they will have exactly... They will be tied. Tied 3rd place. Isn't that ridiculous? And it's going to remain the case because KT and Nongshim are facing off. That's 1 and 2, right?
In fairness, Hanj and Brion haven't lost a game to the LEC this year. In fact, I can't remember the last time Hanj and Brion lost a game to the LEC.
I think they're undefeated.
Undefeated?
Yeah.
Wow.
I know. It's crazy to say it, but it's true. Public Execution avoids the Gnar, and Casting even gets out of the way of the house as well. How do you dodge a house? He's now looking for the 1v2? Okay, I mean, the ulti's now on cooldown, but there's a teleport in. Between the worlds goes Loki, and there is no turret left. The Q is going to miss, though. Let's see. They should be able to kill Rich, but they're also going to try and kill Willer as well, and down he'll go. The kick into the wall from Gideon was beautiful, and yeah, they tried to kill Casting, and Casting said no.
He's just so strong. He already has the Spirit Shojin.
Oh, my God.
He's so strong, and, you know, it's hard to really fault them for trying to go for a play like that to get back in the game, but immediately you saw that just going wrong, and then the cavalry show up, and it's just like, okay, now we're really, really in the hole.
Yeah, we're grasping at straws right now.
We have Mega now, we have Wukong, we have CC, the buffer from the ult from Casting is good. Well, it's like, I'll go in, and then the damage starts coming through, and he's like, oh no. And by the way, when I say the damage, I only mean onto KRX. Casting is not taking damage.
No. Well, I mean, KRX are at least here on this dragon.
Oh, they're stacking Rens. They might get this.
Yeah. All right, Hexgate going to bring Loki on in. There's the flash from Lazyfield. They're diving onto Casting. It is going to be the steal. Hostile takeover just for some zoning, and there is the shutdown onto the Ambessa. Still, Hanj and Brion doing some damage, but it is a kill back in favor of KRX. The problem is, dragon stacking has stopped.
Yes, they kind of forgot about the dragon, and I get it, right? Don't get me wrong. They saw the threat of Casting on the flank, and they're like, look, if he gets in here, we might get wiped. And 3 dragons, if you can't get the 4th, is irrelevant. But it feels really bad that they kind of just moved off the dragon and didn't really find an opportunity to secure it. I'm wondering if maybe they could have just left one person. I don't know if they... I think they moved everyone off the dragon. They just didn't stand a chance. Maybe Willow was still there. I'll have to see in the replay.
It was definitely Lazyfield that left, and he's the one that had a lot of the Rens in there.
Not having the Rens was a big deal. I'm not sure if Willow did move as well immediately. We'll see in the replay. So...
Yeah, Willow wasn't actually...
Willow's still on it, yeah.
Yeah. So
okay, so it's just a 50-50. Okay, fair enough. I mean, I think if they had the Ren there, they definitely secure it. I think it's not the worst move, though, if I'm being honest. I think it just comes down to that, can you outsmite? They lose. But they managed to get a kill and don't lose the fight.
Casting misses the ultimate this time around, and Rich lands his. However, Gideon going to make his way down. He misses his Q. House connects, and maybe this time it's going to work. The wallop comes through. There's the Cyclone, and up into the sky goes Casting. Down he is once again. And if at first you don't succeed, just do the same thing again and win.
Yeah.
Oh, 3 games, baby. It's happening. I can
feel
feel it.
You know, we got the Triumph Spike coming in from the Callista as well. Big moments, but yeah, so nice little dodge there. Slam into the wall, and then Gideon even seems to get here first, but misses the Sonic Wave, and then they're like, okay, let us just kill the Ambassador.
Yeah, Gideon realizes that he has to get out. Nice.
Okay, getting a little bit messy from Hanjin Brion, or alternatively, getting a little bit generous.
Well,
Depends
they
how
are
you
gentlemen, as we know.
Yeah.
I like to think that it is indeed generosity. This game was getting a little bit too snowbally, and they'd prefer it to retain some drama. And that is precisely what's happening, as Wallop and Na does provide some space for Rich, hops out of the way of the Sonic Wave, as there's the dredge line connecting, Namgung making his way in. They need the damage to get here as well, and there it is. Teddy going to help out, and it will be the kill going over to Gideon.
Yeah, you know, try to make the escape again, but not really an opportunity there with all the follow-up, and the Nautilus being able to provide the CC. There's been a lot of action around this bot lane in the past few minutes.
Yeah. Teddy with a bit of a lead as well. As you can see, has a couple of items complete. Serpent's Fang very early on here to make sure that those shields are not going to be as relevant, as Loki will be backing away. The Aurora in a side lane can be quite frustrating with her extra mobility. And that's a flash in from Teddy. Finds a Chains of Corruption onto Lazyfeel, but it's not enough damage to actually get the kill.
Okay. I think as KRX, you are very happy with that, as now Teddy is flashless, and
I'm impressed, though, that Teddy went for it. You know? I don't think it was a very good idea at all.
If there was any follow-up, that was a kill.
There's a lot of gusto.
Yeah, I respect the play, but just didn't really have the setup to make it happen. But now, it's a minute 15 till Dragon. Teddy is flashless. You have your Annie Wukong to potentially threaten that, so... You know, KRX, it's only a 6,000 gold deficit.
Yeah.
Last game, Kha'Zix alone had that much of a gold lead at some point, so...
Very true. And this time, I mean, Gideon only has close to a 2,000 gold lead. So way, way better, right?
Yeah.
All right. Let's see. KRX, 48 seconds on this Dragon. Still an opportunity for that soul point they were looking for earlier. Lazyfeel, like you say, did make it to 2 items. He's got a Warden's Mail now as well, which is kind of fun. And casting is still a huge problem here on this top side of the map. 2,000 gold in the lead, highest lead in the game. But Andel's ahead by 100 gold. So, I don't know. Sounds, even if Fate's Call comes down. Okay, let's see whether they can find the angle. As Namgung, he's going to be the choice as Hostile Takeover comes in. Wow, the burst damage out from this Annie is just massive as he gets rid of the Varus. Lazyfeel trying to bounce around the fight as Loki should give him the bailout, and there it is. Yukao likely to be falling and will get taken down, but casting is now very low. He flashes in to take out Lazyfeel, but he is still going to fall. And now Gideon is running the wrong direction, and the rest of KRX are chasing him down. They will be able to collect it there with a hyper proc out of Rich. And this is almost an ace for KRX. I told you, Ox! It's 3 games!
We were promised! And we knew that Hanjin Brion would be generous enough, but
exactly.
This team fight, the engage comes in, and honestly, Lazyfeel gets so much value on the back of the Renata. Yukao, that lack of flash from the Varus. Teddy paid for it dearly.
Yeah.
Lazyfeel survives the reset from the Renata and is able to kill Loki for that. And even though casting gets like a good amount of value in this re-engage, just not quite able to survive long enough. And you've already lost your Varus, you've already lost all your carries at this point. I think just in this extended fight, running out of damage. I think losing that flash, that play from Teddy, that is like the linchpin of this entire passage of play, because if he has that available, he can just circumvent the Annie.
Yeah, and now, Soul Point. So Hextech Soul is available for Kiwum if they are able to get the next dragon, as Teddy at least finds the piercing arrow. Chains of Corruption does go wide, though. Teddy's all about pressing long cooldowns as often as he possibly can.
Yeah.
We'll almost have that flash up and available pretty soon, as Andal taking some damage here as well. It is 3.5 items for the Varus. He is a little bit scary. But Lazyfield as well. He's getting tankier and tankier with 3 items almost on the way. Only down 1,000 gold. And Willer as well has really cut that lead down that Gideon had put together for himself. His first death of the game, in fact.
This Hanjin Brion composition is very bursty. You know, if you start to get to the point where you're quite durable as the Callista, and they don't manage to connect everything onto you, you can just survive.
It's going to be basically triple bruiser, isn't it? With like Na, Wukong, Callista, all of them being bruisers.
Yeah.
And so bursting them down will be tough.
I mean, it wasn't that tough when you had, you know, a 6,000 gold lead.
Yeah.
But you don't anymore.
It's been halved. Okay. Hanjin Brion, you still have a lot more money than your opposition, but the tempo vibes, man, they have shifted. And that's Randuin's complete here for Lazyfield. And I am worried for Hanjin Brion's ability to close this game out, but I am enthralled and excited that we will get multiple games. Oh dear. Gideon was trying to play the game, and he was then not allowed to. Hostile Takeover holds him in position, and there is the GA getting popped. Teddy does find the Chains of Corruption, flashes out of the way from the Tibbers as Gideon, in fact, gets out of there. Willer is trying to escape as Loki will be able to get on top of him, but they take down the jungler, and Teddy just explodes. Yukal, so much damage right now as he's looking for an Incinerate angle. And Loki and Namgung, the only ones left standing, and it's another team fight win here for Kiwum DRX.
Gideon just goes wandering in the enemy jungle and ends up going down, and now some big cooldowns not going to be available for that dragon fight. On top of the mid tower, just going to get taken down here.
Yeah. You can see Lazyfield just bouncing around the fight. Tibbers as well. Oh, dies to the turret. That's 50 gold that just goes wanting.
Didn't quite have the damage, but you saw Loki was waiting out the Celestial opposition for the reactivate, and I was like, maybe. But so on the stream play, Gideon just base checks his Mega Gnar and just dies. I'm not sure if he didn't have a ward available, but just kind of keeps walking in. Losing the GA, a big cost. This ult from Andal, great. Even uses Namgun's auto to set up the route. And then they jump onto Lazyfield, but it's only really hitting the Callista, and you know, it's hard enough to kill the Callista for the bailouts there too.
Look at that
the other
Randuin's
side,
value as well.
Yeah.
I mean, it is a little bit sad that Randuin's has like anti-crit, there's 0 crit on Hanjin Brion, but...
Well, at least he knows he's definitely not getting crit this game.
Absolutely. There you go. So if anyone's saying anything about the anti-crit, it's just definitely no critting is going to be happening.
I think some big costs. Obviously lost a lot of gold from that fight, but also Teddy lost Flash again. Gideon down GA. And Teddy's just not getting to play these fights. Yukal's just exploding him. Yeah. And his Flash is about to come back up. So I'm expecting Flash Tibbers again.
And then it's going to be Hextech Soul, right? Like, it's under a minute until that Dragon's up and available. And right now, Kiwum DRX have all the momentum and the cooldown advantage.
I wonder if Teddy's regretting not having gone Edge of Night in this situation.
He might be putting it on the shopping list right now.
Well,
I would recommend it.
The Hextech Soul fight in 40 seconds, so
yeah.
Not sure you'll get time.
He's not nicking down to the shops right now, as Yukal does find the bear onto Loki, but not a massive amount of damage. Does avoid Namgung as he does dash cannon out of the way, but that is an Annie looking a little worse for wear. Man, these piercing arrows are really starting to hurt from Teddy. And Hanjin Brion do take control of the river, reminding Kiwum DRX that the bros still have a little bit of an advantage. Public execution brings casting in, but that is the Fate's call to make sure that Andal stays alive. Ulti for ulti is going to be the trade, but it's still river control here for Hanjin Brion, as Rich does hit that Mega Gnar, wanting to try and force a fight off the back of that. And they will be able to at least get control of this area. House goes down, Casting able to dash his way out, but these houses just keep getting collected. And there's the Cyclone to get that double knock-up. Willow, though, is going to get kicked back and stays alive. Casting's the one that goes down. Gideon gets jumped on by the now Mini-Gnar. And Rich pretty happy about it as well, as you can see. Lazyfield starting to pop off in the fight, playing frontline on the Collectors. Oh my god! That is so much damage out of Loki and Hanjin Breon. They still have a mid laner. And Loki reminds them Rich is now able to try and go in. He helps take down Teddy. I don't know whether it was necessarily worth it, as Hanjin Breon will grab themselves this dragon.
What a crazy fight. Hanjin Breon managing to turn it around.
We need KRX to win this game, though, because we need more of this.
So this ends up being a pretty heavy overchase. They commit after the flash from Casting. They keep going. They do manage to get him in the end. But they step forward, and the big takeaway here is Teddy's ult comes up. It just comes up. Now he fires it, it chains, it spreads, and then they go back in, the piercing arrow into two worlds, and the damage combo of Teddy and Loki was just massive there. And up until that point, it looked like, I mean, the last few fights as well, everything was going KRX's way. That one overstep into the Varusol that just came available turns everything on its head, and now Hextech Soul denied for the time being, but the game is still in such a delicate spot.
Oh, it really is. 4,000 gold is the lead here for Hanjin Breon, but it was bigger before. Handshake comes through. Namgung is not going to be too worried about it for the moment. Celestial opposition was indeed there. He is now down, as Piercing Arrow just barely going to miss. So having a look at some of these flash values, Lazyfield will have his up relatively soon. And otherwise, it's just Rich that's going to have his soon as well. Gideon still has Kick Flash available, and Teddy has Flash again, which is crazy.
But no.
I almost choked because I was like too excited about Teddy having Flash again.
I think that's another thing with the last fight. They're starting the fight.
Wait.
Yukal flashing on a Loki.
He bought it, by the way, Ox.
He got the Edge of Night. Definitely a high value purchase now. But look, Yukal started last fight with the attempted engage on Loki, which Loki used the Invis to dodge. But I think, you know, that was obviously not ideal, burning such a powerful cooldown and not really getting the result from it. I think that's really what allowed that fight to extend so long. So Yukal doesn't have the flash right now. Maybe it's something they want to wait for, to have that setup, because both Willa and Yukal being flashless makes it really hard to set up. And you saw when it's extended, when you're chasing, if you do overstep into a lot of that burst damage, it can just explode. So squish your targets.
Exactly right. So, KRX poking their head in around this Baron. See whether that's possibly an inroad. I don't think it necessarily is. As Lazyfield, he's got his Wit's End complete. Still feeling pretty tanky on this Callista. As Teddy with that Edge of Night shield, but I don't think he's protecting this turret. That one will be taken down. The gold lead shrinks ever more. 2.5 minutes on this next dragon. Once again, sole opportunity for KRX, and bro, they can equalize it. They can get towards a soul point of their own. And then Teddy is going to be ludicrously strong. I don't think Hextech Soul Varus needs much introduction. That is a frightening prospect.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, if we're being honest, likely just a game winner, whichever team manages to secure it.
Well, let's just hope that Hanjin Breon gets the next one, so that we're in suspense for as long as possible. That's the goal. Although we don't really want that to happen, because then it's likely that it's a 2-0, and we really don't want that. Man, it's so hard to know.
So demanding.
Yeah.
You know.
I mean, I'm trying to work out, like, you know, where my bias lies. You know. As all right, Lazyfield possibly in trouble, although he's able to hop his way out of it.
Okay, we have kind of just stalled the game out. This next dragon fight, a lot of flashes have come back up available. All of KRX, Casting and Loki, a little bit more time before they have those. Someone needs to try and pop that spell shield on Teddy. You can see some fishing going on. Lazyfield was trying to get it with the...
That dredge line's been working out, man. It's way skinnier than I remember. That's crazy.
Yeah, definitely seen those hit before.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, they need the spell shield down from Teddy. And to set up an angle so that Yukal can reach him is the ideal. He's getting some good poke down.
Yeah.
But it feels like KRX kind of moved it and taken over a lot of the vision around mid lane right now.
Well, Casting's in this bottom lane, does have teleport up and available. Loki's going to be pushing out the top side.
This is good timing to be dealing with the side waves, forcing someone to respond to them. So you can push in.
Theoretically, it should be DRX that have tempo control, right, at this point, because they're the team that has the soul point. Giving them Hextech Soul will be pretty ludicrous. And so therefore, they can play around the Baron if they would like to, give up a soul point for Hanjin Breon and just allow them to have that extra big buff to close out the map. Right now, teleport comes in. Teleport in for both of the top laners, as that's a Mega Gnar joining the fight, but Rich is going to immediately transform back. So probably a good time for the bros to start pushing forward, fishing for Qs here, as we can see. And the dragon has now spawned. Tibbers comes on through on top of Casting, but Casting isn't too worried about it. And there is the Chains of Corruption as well, not really doing too much. Casting goes in as he's just fighting Yukal at the moment as well, looking for some Cyclone value as Teddy's pushed immediately out of the fight. Down goes Andal already as Lazyfield keeps himself alive. A massive Gnar from Rich into the wall, and he may have just saved it. Decent sidesteps here as well as another anchor goes wide, and now it's Lazyfield bouncing into the fight. Down will go the Gnar though as Loki looking for the angle towards Yukal, who gets himself a stun, has another Pyroblast, and I think Hanjin Breon are the team that will take this dragon. But man, it was close. I felt like that could have been Lazyfield's window to win the game, but it just didn't happen.
Lazyfield trying so hard to make it happen, but I just think didn't get the value from the Wukong Annie. You see Yukal ulting Casting. This is just not the target you want to be hunting down. I think trying to deny the flank, and then when they end up going for the Varus here, Teddy gets a lot of damage down, gets a great flash, and Loki moves to peel. You see they're both moving in, Rich and Willa, but Rich gives up to go for this big Mega Gnar, which makes sense, but it means Willa just dies alone, and Teddy can move back into the fight, and he's this big damage threat that they need, so he chunks out Rich, and Lazyfield can't really step into 3 members in the GA revive. Despite Lazyfield doing so much, I think it was just the split engage from multiple members. It felt like Rich, Willa, and Yukal were kind of all independent in that fight when you really want to be in sync together to blow up these key targets. And now, 6,500 gold lead. This much late in the game, not as significant as when we saw it earlier, but the fact they've tied those 3 dragons is pretty huge. And the stats from the triple Hextech Soul, you know, we saw Teddy getting a lot of autos in that fight with the Hail of Blades, but also just the attack speed from the Hextech Dragons.
Yeah.
Really nice, as well as the ability haste, just good for everyone. I mean, a lot of these champions of this game from Hanjin Breon appreciate both of those stats.
They really do, and they're going to really appreciate a Hextech Soul as well if they can collect that in 3.5 minutes. Right now, though, looking to just try and get some Baron value. Rebel Baron power play up to 2,000 gold at this point. And slowly but surely, our dreams of a Game 3 are slipping away, as it just feels like Hanjin Breon are too strong, and maybe, just maybe, they're going to equalize the scoreline with Genji, which I know is it's early season, weird stats that happens, but it's fun, man. 3rd place, Hanjin Breon? What a world we live in.
Lazyfield picking up a Zhonya's, so they did add sizable AP ratios to Kalista. There was an AP Kalista trend going around for a bit after they did this.
Oh, yeah.
So, not the worst in terms of like the AP ratio value. Obviously, you're taking it for the active, right?
Yeah.
You are at least getting some value from the AP on it into the Ren damage. So,
I mean, Teddy has all of the items, though.
yeah, he really does. The Bastion Breaker as well. That one hits.
Yeah. It's just he's doing a lot of the boom boom, as Rich is in the bottom lane right now, as DRX are looking to try and just get around Hanjin Breon, find themselves an angle of approach, but they are just going to lose their inhibitor turret. Base broken now, as Hanjin Breon are just a wrecking crew, rotating around the map, taking all these structures. They haven't taken an inhibitor just yet, but it feels like a matter of time, especially with this Baron still there for 30 seconds. Gideon clearing out vision, making the map as dark as possible, as Willa feeling like he might be pressured into making something happen, but I think this inhibitor is not long for the world, as now there is a Gnar being discovered, and oh, there goes Loki. So now, 5 versus 4 in favor of DRX. for a little while.
Yeah, it's a good pick because even when the Baron's about to time out and a lot of the damage to the base has been done, this gives them a window where KRX can kind of free up, push out waves, and also start to get some vision around the Dragon area. Just a nice pick from Rich to follow
Using
up there.
the dead turret as well. That was really clean.
Secured for Yuka. I know gold not the most prominent thing on the mind at this point in the game, but definitely a nice little influx. Hopefully he gets to spend that. But yeah, it's a minute on that Hextech Dragon, and now it gives a window for KRX to push out a bit and test some vision.
Yuka really needs to take care of Tibbers a little bit more, as Teddy has massive amounts of gold. He's 3,000 ahead of LazyFeel and has the most in the game. Most damage as well. My goodness, what an incredible performance. I was actually feeling like it was going to be a Gideon or bust type POM, and it might still be if he does go for this little play, but it does not actually happen. Teddy is looking like an absolute monster in this game.
Flash wasn't quite up as well. That would have been crazy play to go for.
Oh, Yukal looking for the angle there onto Casting. Casting now looking to turn it himself. Dash Cannon does get Yukal out of the way, and he's just dead. And now the rest of KRX are falling as well. It's a double here for Gideon. As he heard me talking about Teddy challenging his POM, he's like, no, 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 no. This one's mine. And you know what? If I had a vote, I'd probably vote for you, but I don't. So you'll have to convince someone else. Still, absolutely fantastic performance. Is this just going to be the... It feels like a whimper. I was promised big team fight until the end of the game.
I think this could just be it. They're going to push in. It's really hard to defend 3v5 right now. Still a lot of big ults available as well for Hanjin Brion.
Yep, and there are 2 inhibitors now down as well. They're going to be reinforced as Andel taking so much damage. Does manage to keep himself alive, at least for the moment, as LazyFeel bouncing around the fight and avoiding a lot of this CC right now as he dashes. Gideon, so many sticks, and he's brought down to the GA. LazyFeel not going to be going down without a fight as Hanjin Brion look to exit on the northern side of the base.
LazyFeel actually saving the game there. You know, some slick kiting, dodging a lot of skill shots. I think if any of those connect, it is just game over. So is able to save the game for the time being. And now they're rushing to Dragon.
Yeah. Oh no. Hanjin Brion, I mean, there's only one Nexus turret.
Just tip us a wave, tip us a wave.
Drop it, Yukal. You're gonna need to. Oh dear, teleport does come on in. Everyone is backing. They're not going to take the Dragon. Tibbers is actually on top of all of the bros, and Yukal, he goes gold, and this time they take down Loki as all of KRX make their way back in. And Andel is able to get the knockups really nicely. Teddy goes down, only 2 left alive. Rich chasing after Casting. Is this going to be our delivery of a 3rd game in this series as Hanjin Brion are wiped out? As KRX, they all came back to protect their mid laner and their base.
And a huge overstep. Hanjin Brion thought they had the game in their hands. They couldn't get to Dragon in time. So like, cool, we'll just go for the end. For the backdoor bonus ends up coming in. The waves are cleared out too quickly. Now though, looking for...
Oh, I thought the Gideon was just going to like blind blast cone into the back of the pit.
Okay,
would have been absolutely crazy.
Ren plus Willa, there's no way.
Oh yeah, there's no way.
Soul secured for KRX.
Wait, does this mean that KRX now they don't have any Nexus turrets?
So this was game saving from LazyFeel. Manages to dodge away here. The skill shots were aimed at Andel, but they can't hit on him. He's probably just dead. And then another dredge line there.
He just avoids basically everything.
Yeah, just playing it so well. Gets the Rend onto the Lee Sin and then kites out. And they're like, cool, we don't have a wave anymore here. The Tibbers clears the wave, so the backdoor bonus comes in. The Zhonya's is actually, I'm not even sure if it came in time. The turret just gets melted. But either way, the team are there in time.
Yeah.
So, you know, turret gets shredded, Yukal goes down, but the team are there to recover.
Well, Hanjin Brion are now looking for another Baron, and Willer is at least here. Depth Charge is going to get rid of him. Chains of Corruption does go wide, but that buys them enough space. And a second Baron comes in for Hanjin Brion into the sold up KRX.
So you have the Baron for 3 minutes. You have super minions pushing in top and bot, and you have an inhib in the mid lane.
Do you know what this Baron is for? It's for buying time for the Gentleman's Elder Dragon flip.
I think, I'm being honest, if I'm Hanjin Brion, I think I try and set up a game end now, but that inhib's respawning top.
And there is the Nexus turret number 1.
Yeah, I think you have to play around the empowered minions. The problem is, being a Hextech Soul, so easy to set up a fight. So easy to start a fight if someone gets slowed, chained off the minions. But Hans and Brion really want to push this game to a close now.
I mean, Yukal really wants to flash on someone. You can feel it.
Yeah, and the Hextech Soul's permanent. So, you know, once this Baron time's out, you don't really have anything to show for it if you haven't been able to progress the game. And it's looking like they just don't see the angle. The slows keep chaining like, no, this feels uncomfortable. We don't like it.
Yeah,
they back away.
They're also pushing up the only lane that still doesn't have an inhibitor for another minute as well. So probably wanting to get some other lanes in order so at least they can challenge for some of these inhibs. But
so
2 Nexus turrets now back up and available.
It's so dangerous with the base gates there to try and push in because it just sets up the flanks so easily. It being hex gates as well does not help. There's so many easy angles onto the back line. And Hans and Brion just in a really dangerous position right now.
Which is crazy because, like, KRX have lost every single one of their turrets this game.
Turrets are overrated.
Well, I guess so. Because they've only taken 3.
You know, they haven't lost a single Nexus this game, and I think that's the main thing to focus on.
In fact, both teams are even on Nexuses.
Oh, actually,
Next side. Oh, wait, no, Bro ahead. They've killed 1. But that's not this game.
In this game, they're even.
Yeah.
I think is what we're establishing.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, it's crazy. KRX haven't even broken the tier 2 tower. I think if that game ended into, you know, their death had happened and there was a bit more structure damage, I think maybe there's an avenue where KRX, if the waves are pushed up, could have gone for the end. But there's just so many structures still alive.
And
like,
also,
now we can't.
And Teddy's lead is now completely meaningless, right? Because, like, LazyFeel sold his wits end for a Terminus.
Yeah.
Like, already.
Wait,
like, we're swapping items now.
He can buy the stat anvils, right? That's a thing.
Oh, there we go. Oh, Namgung is going to be able to find Willa. Maybe this is the angle, as they might be able to get his GA at least. However, he gets himself out of the way. Good flash from Andal to keep him alive, but that is now that on cooldown. And Yukal looks for it, but actually doesn't pull the trigger. Gets the flash out of Teddy, though, and that is a huge deal. But remember, everything is open. Your house has no walls, KRX. So they do need to get back to stop these inhibitors from all falling.
Going for the flank. He's looking for the angle. This is so dangerous.
Well, first inhib is going to fall as KRX looking to try and close in. There's the flash tip. It's under 3. And down goes Teddy already. LazyFeel is just standing and delivering. Hostile takeover is incredible. And Gideon is going to get caught out. There is the kickback onto Willa, but that does nothing at all. Casting is desperately trying to defect towards the other side of the rift. And we are delivered 3 games in the most beautiful way possible. It's a full ace from KRX. And I was talking about Gideon getting POM. Give it to Yukal for that play.
The more we doubted, the more we just knew it was guaranteed.
Oh, yeah.
It had to happen. This streak continues. And KRX keep their chances of getting their first win of the season alive. 5-0 in that final fight. And they will take down
Brew. What an incredible time to be alive, Orcs. The Nexus goes down from 3 turrets to a Nexus destroyed. KRX even out the series.
What a crazy game. Should be studied.
This is what it's all about.
Yeah.
It's games like this that bring us back to work every day.
Yeah.
You know, because it could be another one of these.
You know, I wake up some days and I'm like, which series was it again today? I checked the schedule. Hans and Brion against KRX. There's a pep in my step. It's a good day.
Oh, yeah.
And today has been a good day.
Guaranteed
and we still have
value.
another game ahead of us. I can't wait.
Oh, and then we have another series that could be just as crazy immediately afterwards. But we're not focusing on that. Teddy did so much damage, but guess what? None of that damage was against the enemy Nexus.
They lost.
Look at this heart monitor of a gold
But look, they
grab.
lost the gold lead at like 7 or 8 minutes, and they never got it back.
Nope.
It just don't need it.
No, you don't.
care about that.
Just
right?
win.
Yep.
Just win, Orcs. That's what I learned. Do you know what the best thing about this victory for KRX is?
Hit me.
the space has to make sense of it. That is the most beautiful part. Thankfully, we have Wolf and Umpty there with their huge brains. And I guess the Valdanalist maybe will need 3 in order to figure this one out. Because honestly, I'm very glad that I'm not over there having to try and make sense of it. We just get to enjoy. Time to take a short break. When we get back, the space and game number 3. We'll see you soon.
가보자 이거. 뒤에 한번 쪼여보자. 거기에 바로 있어요.
오케이.
나 집 갔다가 내 위치.
야, 애니 오고 있다 이거.
야 바로 스톱해. 와봐.
다시 노플이야.
맞다 저쪽에.
천천히 이거 봐봐.
알았어. 야 오라라. 오라. 리시. 야 라이츠 끝나.
나이스.
됐다. 라켓이 했잖아.
잘했다. 그랬더라.
잘했습니다. 라켓이 했잖아. 삐도 했어. 잘 막았다 삐라.
자르반도 길게 하면 올 수 있어. 확인. 싸워볼래?
Well, he is going to be spotted, and there's the kick into the queue, and no avoiding that. Zeus doesn't use any sun.
이거 미드 갱각 나와 이번에.
일단 대놓고 내려가.
칼부에서 넘어서 볼래?
오케이.
TP here is going to delay. He's going to be caught big time here. Has a splash. No opportunity to use it, an owner.
나 공 없고.
볼수 있나 유나로 볼래?
확인.
I think even if he flashes back, they still get him. Oh, got a little play down here. The bubble on Aguma. The wild growth is there, but he is so low. As down he will go. There's the shutdown for Pays, and now another kill as owner.
나 빠져.
야 이거 전력 타봐.
좋다.
Get any damage on the scout. He's going to get the Rift Herald and says, I'm going back in. And now he's going to go out. So uses that to escape on the top side as King is getting on in. Showmaker was trying to make a play and he got played on. As down he will go. They are going to get this engaged on the tail, but he is just tanking it up. No problem. As only scout goes down. Extending mini ARAM now being set up. The bottle comes in and Canyon gets the double impale. Finkler is obliterated and Kellen follows through the 3-man Empress Divide as Chovy is just moving to the top of the mad movie as Genji look to put a stamp on their first 2-0 of LCK 2026. Round and do a whole bunch of work. If given the opportunity, is now Genji. There is a little ward there, so I think KT knows what's going on. Is now Keen running after BDD. Let's see whether this 1v1 will be won by the Rise or by the Varus as he goes golden and BDD. Oh, the blackout from Keen and he outplays him.
That was so close, so clutch.
Available. Weave is
wall comes in from Faker. Does bring her a fair bit of value there. As there's the Paranoia Wild Growth combo into the backline, but Cuz just explodes. The all-out does come on forward. Great polymorph onto Owner, who will get beat down, and now aiming is diving forward. BDD getting work done as well, but Paze could be the Quadra here for aiming, and there it is. Could it be a pentakill as well, as it's...
천천히 지렸고. 굿.
Không một ai lường trước được rằng chúng tôi, những underdog, sẽ làm được điều này. Con rồng xanh bất khuất sẽ một lần nữa cất cánh bay lên ngay tại nơi này. Thăng Long, Hà Nội.
Every sky is a line I've drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here after game number 2 of KRX up against Hanjin Brion, and that one was a doozy. We did have the most kills in a game, and of course, the longest game time so far for 2026, LCK, in a win for KRX that we did not quite see coming for a long time until they did it in almost 50 minutes.
If you told me that was 47 kills to 48 kills and not the game time, I would have believed it as well, with how chaotic this game was and how silly it kind of devolved to. We could talk about the draft a little bit because this game ended up being a late game Kalista threat, which sometimes does eventuate, but I liked that the comfort was here for KRX in this case, with the Annie, the Gnar, and the Wukong here.
I think it was a very good choice that banning 3 champions, which you don't just perform well at the game 1, and then giving like uncomfortable zone when you're playing against any Wukong, you actually don't want to play the lead, but they just try to force to give it, and then they got the good combo. So I think it was a good draft for KRX. But there was a disaster happening early.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, if you look at this, you're like, oh yeah, that all kind of makes sense. But actually, for a very long time, we did have, of course, Hanjin Brion kind of controlling the way this game was going to go. It looked like they were going to win again until they weren't.
There was just a lot of overextensions for Bro in this game. They also often were just completely split. Like when you look at this fight, Teddy is essentially under turret here, but the rest of his team is trying to make a play on the other side. Rich has Mega. And the composition of Kiwum is actually very good at fighting scrappy fights with the Kalista. So if you are not in position, you're not set up to fight altogether, you're going to have a hard time. And they dropped the ball multiple times here. This is one of those big major fights that made us question, are Hanjin going to win this game? We're not really feeling sure about it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Hanjin have to take like that fight that long. They're actually the Paul comp, and then they could play the side more well with the Lee and Mesa, but they took the fight, they lost the fight, and the game got closer.
Yeah, there were a lot of times where it felt like they knew they were going to win. They felt like they were going to win. They played a little bit too overconfidently, and we have that as well here in this highlight we wanted to show you, where Gideon essentially is like, okay, I can do anything I want in their jungle.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was quite very overconfident because he just used the W forward and then come into the enemy jungle side and then reach play really smartly. I don't think everyone is going to expect that Mega Gnar is going to be in there and it stuns you. So he lost the GA. Every teammate is coming for help, which is the most expensive player in here in Gidon. Like he was the 1,000 gold. And then the fight actually goes well and very good for KRX.
Also, like, casting is alone trying to fight this Fed Kalista at this point in the game, not going to work out. So they just end up losing so many pieces off of this composition before the fight really breaks out. This Teddy pick of the Varus is not able to do a lot of damage in the late game, even though he scaled up, got all his lethality items. As we go into the third fight, I wanted briefly to talk about the item build from Lazyfield, because he built a ton of armor in this game. Look at it, he has the Zonias, he built the arm guard early, and has Randuins here. So it's actually so much armor he has stacked up in this game. When you watch some of these fights, some of the skirmishes, like if you go back and watch this VOD, and you see every time Teddy tries to poke him, he basically takes like no damage. He's incredibly tanky, he is going to do so much consistent damage in team fights, and this fight here is just a big mistake from Bro, and this is the catch that starts it all.
Yeah, at the start of the fight, it looked like the Wielders engage failed, and then Under had to run away. So it felt like Brion is like, oh, we have to go now. They actually failed engages. This is our timing. But Yuka actually played really sharp and smart. He just waited there. Teddy fell to something weird at the backward, but he dodged it. Now the position is quite hard for them.
You can see Teddy is really not in range to deny those backs. He flashed early when he saw Yukal, and you can feel how desperate they are. Like Teddy's instant flash when Yukal shows on vision, the push up here through mid is that I think they start to realize, hey, I don't think we can win team fights anymore. I don't think we can win this game straight up anymore. We're kind of getting outscaled. The Ambessa isn't doing a whole lot. So they just kind of try to hard force, but they don't have any vision. They don't have any information. They don't have the ability to rush down the Nexus because the inhibitor's still alive. So they kind of just set themselves up for, you know, the classic rock in a hard place. We're pushing into their base. We can't kill their base quickly enough. We're in no position to defend if they collapse on us. Our AD carry doesn't have flash. It doesn't hurt their carries. And it was just kind of a disaster. I think Bro dropped the ball multiple instances here in the mid to late game.
Yeah, I mean, there was a no vote at there when they just straight up go to the boat 5-man, and then there was any team with like 3 people alive. They just tried to end the game, and then they gave the Hexatech Soul. That was quite felt rush from the Brion.
Yeah, I think if Teddy's able to slow them down there, if they could stop backs in this situation, maybe, maybe you could at least stop some of those backs, get onto the Nexus turrets, and then maybe get out of the base, but it was just a disaster.
The Bro and Brew did not really play out the way we expected. It feels like they should be very comfortable in those late game stages, but it was not the case here in game number 2. Let's go back to Atlas and Ox for game number 3.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for that breakdown or attempted breakdown of game number 2. What an absolute barn burner. We don't often talk about cinema of this caliber on this broadcast because we're not quite able to, but that was the pinnacle. You know, that's Academy Award style League of Legends that we just got out of KRX, and now it gives them the opportunity to turn things around, maybe pick up a victory going into that match against Nongshim. So incredibly important for these guys to turn this thing around.
And I think if you look back to that game, there was a point where it really just felt like it's done and dusted. It's going to be the 2-0, and you could easily see teams spiral. We had this last year with the DN Freaks. They just spiraled on that big loss streak, and even though we knew the players were capable of more and have seen those players succeed a lot more than on that roster, spiraling after being on that loss streak, it hits a lot of teams hard. So, they really dug deep in that last game and managed to fight through and now have their chance to turn this series around to find their first win still. Going to continue with the first pick.
Yeah, I find that kind of interesting. I feel like now in game 3, second pick does get a fair bit of extra value. However, the Bros still feeling like there's something that they want to get. So let's find out what it is as we jump into the draft.
Yeah, a lot of picks have been thinned out. But still, remember last time, KRX banned triple junglers. So,
yeah, they could do that again.
They could.
Vi, Maokai.
But here's why I think they probably won't. Because they're second pick.
True.
And there's a lot of really powerful things you probably have to ban.
Well,
unless you ban... Okay, here's a crazy thing. You ban 3 junglers and you leave Rumble, Rise, and Karma open. Hope Hanjin Brion doesn't ban them, and you just give them 1 and take 2. But it looks like that's not going to happen. They're banning the Karma first and foremost. Kevin ban coming through with Na already gone. Any Renekton pickers? A classic for casting?
Yeah, I think they might be going for that. They don't need to ban the Na. That one's already taken away. Xin Zhao also going to be hitting the deck. This means that they're aiming for, I guess, Jarvan or Renekton. Rumble obviously has to be banned.
Hanjin Brion's so generous that like, oh, we know you wanted to ban all those junglers and probably can't this time. Here, take one. Here's a free jungle ban.
Yeah, just give it a freebie. I wonder what this means Gideon's looking for.
Well, I think what it might be is they might be leaning towards like potentially the Pantheon.
Oh yeah, true.
Expecting that to maybe be left open because the Rise still needs to be banned.
Well,
so I think by banning the Cassiopeia, the Anivia's gone too. They're basically saying, please, 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 please ban Rise. And then we first pick Pantheon. That is basically what
I think they definitely cannot ban either Rise or Pantheon, because now you want either of them, right?
Yeah.
Maybe that's what KMDRX need to go with.
Well, I think by having the Cassiopeia and the Anivia, they're trying to force the Rise ban and not do the trade. They're really kind of... That's what the Cassiopeia ban is doing. It's saying, guys, you don't have an answer to this. You're going to have to do it. And then you just slam the Pantheon here for Gideon, who has had a very strong early game so far this series.
He's looked very good. And I already wrote it in. I mean, Pantheon was the obvious pickup here. I want to know what Willa's answer is going to be. What have KMDRX cooked up for us?
You know what? I'm going to say it. It's probably just Jarvan.
Well, it's Renekton first.
Yep.
Is it Renekton the fourth? Maybe like, that's what we're looking for.
You guys ban Kennen? I will just take the Renekton. And it is going to be Jarvan.
Right. So it's not exactly the most inspired response to the Pantheon. We have just entered tier list territory.
Yes. Yeah.
But where does Hanjin Brion go after this? Because maybe this is going to give us a little bit more information. Talia, possibly an option. Instead, Yunara will be locked in for Teddy.
Yunara, Lulu.
And Lulu right alongside it.
The big thing is because they went for the Renekton Jarvan here, you can't fully respond to this. You know, you can't go Corki Nami, you can't go Ashe Seraphine.
You can go Mel.
You can go Mel. And I think it's better to pick a mid laner here than pick a bot laner because anything you take, there's a lot of strong duos, and anything you take, the other half will be banned away. That being said, they're probably just going to ban, you know, maybe like Nami Seraphine gets banned here by Hanjin Brion. So not really much you can do about that one.
Yep, I think it's a really good idea. I think you need to do something about the potential Ashe Seraphine that could be coming in. But maybe Lazy Feel and Andal have cooked something up. They've got a bit of an option outside of the meta to go towards, as the Gwen is going to be banned, just continuing down the protect the Renekton line of thinking. But there is the Nami ban to come through first, and I imagine Seraphine is quick to come out afterwards.
Yeah, so trying to limit options for casting the top lane. Gwen not a pick we've seen really at all since we came back.
All right, Cassante.
The Cassante, so yeah, just trying to think of what he could play in the top lane. Not really throwing anything towards the mid lane to trim away what Loki can offer.
Yeah, Loki can kind of just play whatever he likes, but there are a few things that have been taken away fearlessly already, as well as the Rise and the Cassiopeia. So it's not like a massive amount of mid lane champions up and available. There's that Seraphine, the very obvious Seraphine ban.
What a shock. How did I know?
Yeah, you're a genius, Ox. That's why we pay you the big bucks over here at the LCK.
Yeah, and now for KMDRX, what can you actually set up in the bot lane? Bard?
Bard's pretty good.
Yeah.
Oh, it's Jhin Bard, isn't it?
It's probably just Jhin Bard. No, they're going for the Corki.
Corki makes me more pleased than Jhin.
Yeah.
Because it's not Jhin.
But they're not going to have the Corki Nami. But they will still have the Corki, who obviously does scale pretty well. Can struggle into the Yunara Lulu if she gets wave access and can stack up that passive.
Yep.
Now, Hanjin Brion, what are they going to play into this team composition?
For some reason, I thought it was going to be Akali. But I still think like Talia's there. Victor is a decent choice here. Right now, considering a top lane pick for casting, as the Zion would be a fun option. Bit brawly into the Renekton. Taking their time, though, on what Loki wants to be playing here. Will it be the Akali? Will it be something else? That is the question.
Yeah, I mean, melee champions aren't fun playing ML because you get harassed in lane, but they do pretty good in terms of once you get on top of her, she doesn't have any mobility. Her W doesn't really do much compared to, you know, if you're playing a a champion who's throwing out those projectiles, but it looks like they are just going to commit to a more stock and standard control mage with the Victor. Does have a bit of vulnerability, I will say, into Bard, Jarvan. That's definitely a target in the Victor that you can look to punish.
Oh yeah, I think Loki is going to have a difficult time in this game. Having a look at what is rebuttable, can you rebut Polymorph? It's a projectile, right?
I would think so, yeah.
That'd be a pretty high value one. If you ever get the opportunity to do so.
Would it actually?
I guess, yeah, you just have a Lulu that's running around as a cute little critter. It's
she's
not
already
really
a critter.
much. Yeah, that's a good point. It is the most valuable CC that's on Hanjin Brion at the moment.
It does stop the CC, so it's that is nice.
That's more the main thing that I was thinking about. But there's no like Ash Arrows, like really big things to be rebutted.
I think both teams kind of, for the most part, a lot of tier list picking. I think there is some little exceptions in terms of like the Mel, but I think a lot of the pools have been thinned. Again, we haven't had game 3s apart from one other series.
Oh, what about game 6s? It's gonna happen. I mean, I know I'm getting ahead of myself, but I'm just feeling it today. I think we're going home tomorrow. I think that's what it's gonna be like.
There is potential.
Yeah, these compositions are a bit of fun. I think we're also playing for some late game as well if you are Hanjin Brion. But there's a Victor on the other side. Sorry, there's a Victor alongside it. So there is a lot of late game here for the Bros. So here we go. I love that the fan chants just get louder as the series goes on. Hysterical fans here at Shijik Lol Park today.
Yeah, I like to
rightly
think,
so.
Because there will be some fans who haven't been before, and they're just building that confidence. You know, it's like the first fan chant.
Oh yeah, true.
It's like they're a little like, oh, you know, oh yeah, this is how we do it. And then by the third one, they're like locked in.
True.
Gaining experience over the course of the series.
As much practice as possible is required.
Obviously, we have the veterans who've been here for hundreds of series.
Yeah, like Mustache Guy.
Yeah.
Whose name we learned, but I think it's way more fun to call him Mustache Guy. I haven't seen him very much recently, but that might have been because I haven't seen him. He's probably still been here. As Rich and Casting facing off here towards the top side. How does this matchup go? I'm not necessarily fully across the Zehen versus Renekton matchup.
You know, I think Zehen was doing pretty well in this matchup early, but I think did get some nerfs. So I'm not 100% certain how it's going now.
Right now it looks like Rich having an okay time, but Casting getting some knock-ups here and there, and she'll be all right. We know that Zehen just gets more and more dangerous as the game goes on, really becomes that juggernaut in team fights later on. Grim Deliverance is a very scary ability to deal with, and so probably looking to see Casting have some impact in some team fights, which I think has been his forte so far this series. Is Gideon with the level 3 gank, looking for Yukal. He rebuts nothing, has to flash. That's a great start here for Hanjin Brion.
Great, easy gank. Just finds an angle in after the 3 camp on the top side to punish Yukal. Now Yukal in a really dire spot, gonna have the recall and TP back in. So mid lane up to a good start already there.
Yeah, some trading continuing here towards the top side. As I think Jonas Strong is just really happy that we don't have a double tank matchup or something that's super boring.
Like a tank into a carry where it's just, okay, one side's getting bullied but just surviving.
Yep. This is a little bit more brawly. Right now, the shove does go towards Rich, who will back away, get some vision down. And having a look towards the bottom side, it looks like KRX are just holding down the fort as best as possible. And Willa will be dealing with this Rift Skull. The same thing towards the bottom side of the map for Gideon.
And Handle has a portal. He's probably fine, but he is already very low.
He misses the Cosmic Binding as well. And will just magically journey his way out. And
those
then
Lulu autos.
Yeah, Pix is, you know, able to give a bit back, especially here in this early game. All right, Yukal makes his way back to lane though, only down 3 CS, so nothing really to be worried about. And Rich continuing to do well. Of course, game number 2, notwithstanding, but this time around might be a repeat of his Jace performance earlier on. And we know definitely a mastery player is Rich. And Renekton, one of those champions that he's certainly put a lot of hours into, as most of our top laners have. Oh, that feels bad.
That feels so bad.
It doesn't feel lazy, it feels bad.
Yeah, we were seeing a lot less Zehen top lane. I think there was some trimming back of the power in the lane, and it was a lot more jungle Zehen. We're kind of seeing in this matchup already Rich just bullying out. And I think a lot of it is like when you're able to thrive and fight and have the passive stack, you feel so good getting that stacking AD and having the res on demand. But in this situation, if you just kind of zoned away, it feels pretty uncomfortable. Also going for the Bramble Vest first buy, which, you know, is reducing the healing from Rich, but doesn't feel super positive in terms of stats.
All right, Snare not quite going to work there, but now coming in for a little bit of a gank. Some Coco going to be eaten here by Yukal, just trying to keep himself alive here in this lane, but he is bleeding creeps. We'll be able to pick up most of in that wave, but still a little bit of a rough spot.
Both top laners are like, you know what, you heal too much.
Yeah. Different school of thought here on both sides, as Rich with the Executioner's Calling going to be a little bit more damage focused. But I do like the idea, just teching in the anti-heal as much as they can. All right.
Oh, we see a play going on mid lane. They're trying to set up for this TP to punish. But the Pantheon's here.
Yeah, that is the flash in beginning and immediately knocked up. Oh no, good rebuttal there as well, just to make sure that nothing was going to go awry. And that is just going to spell an end to that aggression.
I think it was a good punish from Willa, but I think Gideon could have been more patient with that. I think he was so concerned about Loki TPing in. I think he could have played it slower. I think he rushed in a bit too quick and allowed him to turn it around. Because I think if they commit the flag and drag onto Loki, Loki's coming full HP, right?
Yep.
He's not going to die from one combo. But if you come in after the flag and drag is committed, you have free access to that Mel. It is a guaranteed kill without that flash available. And then you just win the 2v2. So I think a bit rushed from my perspective.
Yep. That being said, we need the game to stay as even as possible. As Loki, good sidestep there as he puts them in the gravity well. Still has to flash, though, to get out of the way of Yukal. As Andor possibly in trouble as well. Namgun comes up without very much blue stuff, so isn't going to be offering too many spells. Does have to heal, though, as Teddy flashed out already. Gideon now in that front line, and he's going to get stunned up. The Aegis, so incredibly powerful, though. Still, it's going to be first blood over to the Mel, but it's a one-for-one trade as the Arcane Storm comes down. Rebuttal trying to do something here as Lazyfield down to 100 health, and Namgun's able to lock down the kill onto the bard as he tries to magically journey his way out. Unfortunately, goes up instead. As Lazyfield, that phosphorus bomb, my goodness, Namgun, you have to get the heck out of there. Flashes immediately as Teddy dies.
And I was thinking how crazy it was that Hanjin Brion came out ahead in that passage of play with such low health bars. Really felt like it was on a wire for a lot of those points, but in the end it does end up even.
Equalized somewhat.
Yeah, I think we got a bit of our answer about how this matchup is going.
Yeah, really glad that it does just completely even out. But let's have a look at this craziness once again.
So, in this one, we see a lot of early cooldowns committed to try and set up the plays. Gideon even uses that spear, so he uses all of his passive stacks. And Namgun being a little mana, little spooky, but then they go for this re-engage here. Gideon's focused, soaks all the damage. It's a great route from Yukal, but that spear on the exit is massive. And it's just sad that Lazy feels so low because he wants to contribute more in this fight, but he's struggling. And then here, they're trying to find a route out. Namgun ends up super low, has to flash, and then Yukal gets this cleanup here. So I think Lazyfield really playing with his health and able to survive to the end is kind of crazy with how low he was.
Oh dear, the Willa delivery as Cataclysm comes down. Teddy, he only just respawned and now he's going to be dead once again. 2 already on the floor as Gideon trying to soak as much damage as he can. Does a pretty good job at that, but 2 of his teammates are dead and KRX not stopping at all after a fantastic end to the last fight. They continue that momentum.
That was just massive value there for the Cataclysm, getting the 2-for-1. And Teddy, with no ultimate available, can't get out. You know, we often talk about champions who are good into Jarvan.
Arcane Storm doing something here, but the snare will connect, and that is going to guarantee the Q damage. So really nicely played there from Yukal.
Yeah, we often talk about champions who can get out of Cataclysm, being high value. And although Yunara can, you're so reliant on that major cooldown. It's a limiting factor.
Yeah, it's not one of those things where you can just press E at any time in order to get out, like a lot of our champions can. Let's have a look at this one more time, though. I mean, the Andal special delivery here of the Jarvan.
It's just a great angle, and even though the stun doesn't hit, forces the step back, and then the Cataclysm just gets so much value. Gideon arrives, but honestly, this is best case scenario because you force the Pantheon ult, that long cooldown.
In the meantime, Magical Journey does come on through here as Lazy feeling a little bit of trouble. There's the Arc of Ruin, and the Spear will finish him off. Nicely played here. Hunjin Brion getting one back. Cosmic Binding not doing enough there after the fact.
I think just a bit over-aggressive. You know your jungler's on the top side doing grubs. I think you have to play more defensively. And especially
they assumed Gideon was there as well, you know, because it's Gideon grubs.
The typical assumption.
Yeah.
But I think when you're playing Corki Bard, you should be extremely hard to gank. You're only really going to die if you've opted into something, which Andal is trying to right now.
Yeah. I'm looking at this, I'm feeling like he's somewhat killable.
This is just the Bard vibes, to be fair. But Objective Secure is going to continue with Willa picking up this first dragon. That being said, 2 kills in pocket. Beginning, he does pick up that Sundered Sky, although I think Willa will get his shortly after.
Yeah, it's a very scary Pantheon right now, but Teddy sitting at 0 and 2, even though he does have a few assists. It's not exactly how the Inara wants to be right now, and Lazy Feel is moving towards that Trinity Force at breakneck speed. Does get a little bit of a ward over the wall here. That's immediately going to get taken down, but does get the information that Teddy was looking for a reset. And Casting will get the pull back onto Rich here. Turret is going to help out, but unable to hold him under there with the knocker. As Casting still just trying to hold on in this lane. 24 CS behind at the moment. As Namgung, this is not where you're supposed to be. Skippy indeed, as he does get himself out of there. Control Ward goes down. That will get a little bit of information. As Andal doesn't even get snared by the Slurkle. As Willa with his Sundered Sky does come on through now. And back to the top lane. That is the state of this.
We've been seeing a lot of it.
Indeed.
Andal once again just botting about. Still a close game at this point. Bit of a lead for KRX DRX right now, but...
I don't think we haven't really... Nothing backbreaking has happened just yet. And obviously it's 11 minutes into the game.
And based on what we saw from last game, there's like a good 17 more fights to happen.
Oh yeah. And even then, if someone gets a massive lead, that won't mean anything at all. As Gideon looking to try and extend his, does find a little bit of a spear onto Andal, but nothing really going to come of it as they had backed away successfully. And Willa now looking for a little bit of an angle towards Loki, who's in a pretty awkward spot. Does just blast cone his way out. And that's going to give Yukal the opportunity to get himself his first plate here in this lane. Getting closer to the second one as well, as Ardent Sensor comes in for Namgung. And first item also done there for Teddy as well. So maybe the bros feeling okay about a team fight moving forward with those first item spikes to come in. But there is the Trinity Force done for Lazy Feel as well. So next Drake, going to be a Hextech. So no more Hextech Souls. We've had 2 of them so far this series. Going to have something different in this game.
Does make it, I mean, obviously we haven't seen who gets the second dragon. The game's still close, but KRX DRX get that second one. We've seen teams getting the second dragon, stacking it up, and really being a big value point. So if it is a lower value soul this time, could give more room for sort of pivoting, navigating the game from that point onwards.
Yeah, top lane quests both complete at the same time as Rich going aggressive, finds the Dominus here onto Casting, doing a lot of damage as well. Casting getting closer to that passive being stacked up though. Grim Deliverance up and available here at level 11. But Rich just wanting to get some control back here in this lane.
Yeah,
does almost have a 30 CS lead as well.
He's been doing really well in this lane matchup. Pretty sizable gold lead on the back of that CS lead, in the back of the plates. Hard to force an all-in against the Zahen, especially with ult available. But I think Casting just looking to scale up into this game.
Yep.
Try and survive as best as possible. Mid lane, Loki has a bit of a lead in this matchup, but with those 2 kills, Yukal's doing pretty fine.
Yeah, Yukal sort of benefiting off, Teddy's misposition, but also just being able to get a bunch of those last hits. First Blood Gold also going his way as well, so can afford to be a little bit further behind. Does have his Blackfire Torch already completed. Probably going for the Cosmic Drive build immediately afterwards. Just going to be boosting around the Rift. KRX DRX Still feeling like they're in control. The tempo vibes are with them, but they are not exactly the most clear at this point.
It's definitely feeling like a Brew and Brew, though.
Oh, yeah.
This is such a Brew and Brew game.
I mean...
And I think we needed it after Game 2. Game 2 was very intense, which was great. Don't get me wrong, I loved it. But this game, you know, has slowed down. We get a mellow out, and we get time to enjoy what we're
Sometimes
seeing.
that's what it's about, you know? It's not about analyzing, asking why. Questions don't really need a plot.
I think
to
if
a
you
series
went
like
into
this.
the second game and you really just tried to break down and ask why, you're just going to hit your brain.
Yeah. There's probably a reason why Cadril isn't streaming today. It's probably that reason. As Andil continuing to just do some bad things. He's wandering around. Some chimes to be picked up, as we can see in the river. Not electing to go that way at the moment. Willa, they knew that it worked out pretty well the last time. So they were thinking about a Jarvan delivery. But you can see Hanjin playing pretty respectfully here towards his bottom side. And once again, it gets to the point where Jonas Strong's like, let's look at the top lane. There's not a whole lot has been going on. We're clearing wards. Oh, there goes that ward. Nicely done, Gideon. There's another ward to be taken, though.
Oh,
no, -1. Where's the zoom in?
Man, that's painful.
Sleeping. Caught sleeping on the job.
Is this just going to be second dragon picked up? You can see Hanjin Brion want to try and move in, but maybe a bit too... No, Gideon's moving too generous, some would say.
Yeah, they are really just going to give that one up.
Yeah,
might be a trade for Shelly.
They clearly in this situation, they've gone, you know, first one's Infernal, second one's Hex Deck. Are we interested in
Yeah,
the
it's an ocean. Oh, it's Chemtech! Oh, Ox! You said you were just going to chill out, you know? That's probably what did it. Weren't paying full attention, and that's why we get the Chemtech Soul. That being said, I mean, Renekton loves it. Zahen loves it.
Zahen loves it, yeah.
There's certainly some value here to be made.
Lulu likes it.
Yeah.
Extra heal and shield power. Oh my god, if Hanjin Brion get 4 Chemtech Dragons...
Oh my goodness.
All the heal and shield power.
Yeah, think about Loki pressing Q. Get like 3 health bars worth of shield.
So true, actually.
Yeah. It's probably not that much.
It definitely isn't, but...
Sometimes we like to exaggerate.
Okay, I think at some point in the game, this might be it. This might be the point where they start contesting.
Well, Gideon is just going to ult in, but it's after the fact, and he's just going to explode. The Wild Growth comes in to try and keep him alive, but it does not work. Casting's there, but he is just going to get ushered out of this battle. And Andil, he tanked a whole lot, and he gets out just fine. KRX looking fantastic.
I expected a bit more from Hanjin Brion on their first contest, but it just felt like they never really found a clean way to kick off the fight other than just launch the Pantheon in and hope it sticks. It didn't.
Yeah, it was put the Spartan in a potato cannon, and it didn't quite work out.
Yeah.
Now let's have a look at it once again. Yeah, the timings were just off, weren't they?
Yeah, I mean, the bottle, honestly.
Yeah, true.
Great value. It was an uncomfortable position anyway for the... Hanjin Brion backline to move in to follow up, but the bottle just bought so much time. And you remember, this was a pick that was heavily respected against KRX in the LCK Cup. And he was having some great performances. It was getting banned frequently against them. And him getting his hand on it, even though, you know, we talked about, like, you know, Corki loves to be with an Ami. If Andal's going to play like this, I think he'll take a Bard.
100%. I think... a lot of people may have been lulled into a false sense of security with the start of the season that KRX did have. But good to see that Andil still has it in him. Playing some... he is a Bard player as well. You know, like the way that he's been playing it right on the edge. That's what you kind of need. And he's certainly utilizing it very, very well. Still very early days in this game, though. 2,500 gold is not really going to spell much of an end, especially with a composition like this. There's a Yunara and a Victor on the other side. Playing for the late game is certainly something they'll be able to do. However, KRX are continuing to take down turrets. Top outer did fall to the hands of Yukal, and the bottom is going to suffer the same fate in just a moment. And there it is. So a bit of extra standing gold to be picked up here.
Now we're starting to get a pretty significant gold advantage for KRX. Feeling a pretty good spot right now. Some spikes coming through as well. The Manamune's not quite... Oh!
Teddy going aggressive. Not going to get flag and drag, though, as the Tempered Fate comes down and Andil just kills him. Meep slap to the head, and Teddy goes down. Wow, that big one did a lot of work as well, as Casting might be down to his passive as well, as Rich can just walk it off, winning the 1v1 and winning the skirmish of whatever the heck that was in the mid lane as well. KRX just winning.
Yeah. I mean, just convincingly winning. After what looked like, you know, this looked like it could have been just a 2-0. They claw their way back in game 2 and now in a controlling position. You got to remember game 2, even though they won it, they never had a gold lead after about 8 minutes.
Yeah, and they didn't have a gold lead when they won.
Yeah.
It was very much Hanjin Breon game. And this is the first time that Hanjin Breon have found themselves on the back foot this entire series, which is crazy. As, yeah, Teddy just felt like he had an opportunity there, but Lazyfield pressed barrier and Teddy died.
Yeah. I think it's one of these moments where Hanjin Breon are clearly like, we need to do something. We're just slowly losing the game.
Well, Loki thought pushing a side lane was going to be the option. Cosmic Binding comes in, though. He's just snared, chain CC'd, and taken out.
I said slowly losing the game. Kind of quickly losing the game, honestly, at this point.
Yeah.
We see Loki get taken down, a nice gank, nice move from Andil. Andil really starting to make things happen in this one.
He is everywhere on this map right now. 1-1-5, by the way. A scoreline for 3 players on KRX. Kind of crazy. Don't see that too often. But very close to 100% kill participation as well. They've been playing like a team all over the map. And it's beautiful to see. This is exactly the time where they need to start popping off as well. This is a composition that's very mid-game focused, and they are doing exactly that. Teleport to come through here, as Casting going to make his way down towards this dragon, immediately cosmically bound, and the Magical Journey will get Andil out of there. He's got the Tempered Fate, though. That can be such a game changer in fights like this. In the river, Loki will finally make his way over. And a true 5v5 is about to break out as long as Rich gets over here. Tempered Fate goes wide.
What is that portal?
Yeah, I don't know. As that snare not quite going to work as well as Casting finds the 4-man knockup with the Wild Growth, and the pros, they manage to at least get a couple of kills to start this one off. They don't get the dragon though, and Willa able to lock that one down. Teddy wanting to get some kills here as he flashes after Rich. The Arc of Ruin comes in and he takes down the Crocodile. Now looking for even more, and he needs to find it because the pros kind of wanted more than just that, especially because they lost the Drake.
But it's still a huge play from Casting there to find the bot lane of KRX. Massive engage comes through. And honestly, in this situation, we see the ultimate come through. Doesn't really get value. The portal as well. Not setting up the flank they wanted, and then Casting flashes over as Rich goes for him, dodges away. Huge combo to take out the enemy AD carry. The support dies as well. And then Teddy can just free hit from this point onward.
Yeah.
Chases through afterward. And is committed to getting this kill. Also, some great spacing here to not get stunned, and then even dodging away there from the damage from the Mel at the end.
Yeah, really nicely done. Now moves up to 2, 3, and 4. He can count, and he can also do damage, as 2.5 items have come on through, very close to putting that Infinity Edge together. As Willa looking for an angle towards Casting, who also moved to 1-0-2. As someone who was just kind of losing lane the entirety of this game, to have a scoreline like that and to be within touching distance of the CS as well, pretty impressive out of the Hanjin top laner. And so, well and truly, back into this game. 2,000 gold, absolutely nothing. Let's see what KRX can do. Ball is in their court, is what I would say. Got to make a move.
Yeah. I think as well, just as time goes on, Teddy is going to become scary.
I think he might already be there.
I think he might already be there, but I think it just becomes harder and harder to deal with him when you're going for these unreliable things like the Bard stun. We've seen the Tempered Fate miss like 3 times in a row. And it is hard to hit, but...
Yeah. Sometimes it can be used well for zoning, but it wasn't really used well at all in the last fight. As Gideon locks down the red, Teddy going to be able to collect his as well.
Just kind of fishing with it sometimes, and I'm not criticizing Andil too much on it, but if that's what you're trying to use to lock down the Inara, this is why we so often see like Nautilus in the Inara.
A little bit more reliable Maybe Willow with a flag drag flash type situation is what they need. A good flank angle from Rich, perhaps, to get on top. But, I mean, now I'm going, okay, that is a Mega Cone in towards casting. That was, scared me a little bit, but ultimately not going to mean too much of anything at all. Just gets Rich over to the wave so he can wipe it out. And the game slows down. So, KRX still have a lead. They also have Soul Point, which is a big deal, given the fact that if they play it better next time, they should be able to grab themselves a dragon. 2 minutes on the clock for that one. And I think Hanjin Breon not out of the woods just yet. They're still going to have to find themselves a good team fight to stop this dragon stacking from happening, and they're going to have to do it every 5 minutes.
I do think it is, obviously, it's not a Hextech Soul, right? Not as much of a concern, but
It is a good point.
Still not something you want to
3 health bars of shield, Orcs.
Yeah.
Wait, that was the victim.
Oh yeah, true. IE comes through for Teddy though. That's a big spike to have going into this fight. A big one to have available.
Yep.
They have lost kind of control of the area around the dragon though. Vision not really offered at all.
We do have Loki moving pretty far up as well, and you can see they know exactly what's going on. Teleport behind him. Rich. We were talking about that flank angle. This is another opportunity as he does manage to lock him down. Dash cannon out from the Victor as he looks to try and create the space, but put into a circle and will be taken out. Rich collects him with the Cull the Meek. And DRX with one man down on the other side. The Baron spawned about 5 minutes ago, and they're looking for that as their opportunity. Down will go the ward, and I don't know whether Hanjin Breon can do anything about this, especially with casting in that bottom lane, not teleporting, not moving. I think Hanjin Breon know that this is gone.
Yeah, they're just trying to take some towers in return.
Yeah. Oh, Tempered Fate. Teddy gonna have to ult to get out.
Though. So now no ult for the dragon.
And the Baron is now gone as well, so they'll have push in every single lane. DRX really just, they stole the win away in game 2, and they have just ran with it.
Yeah, absolutely. You even see Lazyfield finishing an item as well for big spike coming in. So Baron in pocket, Soul is up, but you burn Teddy's ultimate going into it. Loki down flash as well. Oh, this is a great spot for DRX, and what can Bro do to respond is the question.
They can give this dragon and then flip Elder. That's what they...
It's so true.
It's the writing's on the wall. We know that that is how it's supposed to happen. Still, that gold lead has not changed. DRX, though, they haven't started off this Drake. Willow will finally throw a Q into it. But I don't think Hanjin Breon have much of a hope of contesting this. They do have a cheeky little ward. But yeah, as you can see, we're not losing our lives over a Chemtech Soul. As the Baron is also a big problem. They need to try and defend to stop losing all of these inner turrets. They only have push in this bottom lane, though. So they are going to be able to at least take this turret down, but the rest of the lanes look kind of okay. Except Lazyfield is pushing in mid. Still now with the Chemtech Soul up and available. DRX, oh, Lazyfield. Teddy learned from the errors of previous engagements not to go too aggressive into the Corki. All right, is this where the snowball starts to roll? You know? Feeling like the tempo vibe's moving steadily towards DRX. However, they're going to try and go for the angle.
Oh,
there's the flash in for Teddy, but he just goes down. They didn't have enough members here as Gideon shows up, and he's just dead as well. And DRX, they'll take down the turret, and they'll look for even more.
I mean, that was such an aggressive play from Teddy to try and take control of the game again, but it just does not work. Didn't have the back of the team as well, only really Gideon.
Is this the end of the game?
This might just
surely
be it.
not. I mean, Loki's got ult, right? He can just Arcane Storm the wave.
It is a Baron up wave.
Yeah, I mean, they still have a minute left on this Baron as well. That's a lot of time. Well, casting, looking for the angle. He gets flashed on there by Rich, and Chain CC, no passive, no chance. Rich sacrifices himself, and the Nexus turrets are now under fire. First one down, second one to fall, and TRX will get their first victory in the LCK for 2026. What an incredible series and an incredible turnaround from this team.
It was on a nice edge in game 2. Honestly, I think there will have been people who tuned out in game 2 thinking it's over. It's a 2-0, the streak of 2-0s, the streak of 2-1s for these two teams was broken. But no, we get the 3-gamer and we get the first win the Kirum DRX in the LCK regular season.
What a way to do it as well.
Good. Oh, yeah.
Huh. And honestly, I was starting to write their eulogy in the middle of that game number 2. This man on your screen right here, Rich, having a great game 3, a phenomenal game 1 as well, despite the result. POM, that's a tough choice. As Joker looking pretty happy. Willa with the hair change buff and looking pretty good in this game as well. But I think Yukal with his Tibbers play in game number 2, it's got to, like, the POM has to be about what happened in game number 2, right?
Yeah, yeah. I think it's always hard, but I think I was leaning towards Yukal.
Yeah.
I think Andal had a great Bard game at the start, but yeah, I think the Tibbers play, and also the Mel was pretty consistent.
I'm tired after this series. I feel like it's taken it out of us.
That was a journey.
Do you know what the best part is? We've got Nongshin versus KT after this, as everyone predicted the Bros on this one, and Kirum DRX turning their season around. I know it's only, week 2, but still, feels like they're turning their season around with a victory here against all odds.
We are not doing well in predictions.
Oh, no. And there's a lot of unanimous predictions that just go wrong.
Bauhaus leaves and we all fall apart.
Yeah, that's how it goes. I mean, if he was still here, there'd be that little chronicler at the bottom of your screen that would just say Kirum DRX, obviously.
Yeah. I mean, actually, what I think would have happened is, let's be honest, we were all just copying him.
Now we don't have the guy with the homework.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
I don't know if you heard him say this, but he actually just knows the teams very well.
Yeah. Yeah. I've heard that line before. He really likes to do that one. As this was where Teddy was caught out. I mean, over-aggressive desperation. This was a great play out of Hanjin Brion. Casting really trying so hard
Casting
to get them back into it.
What this hand can do.
Yeah.
You know, once you get into the team fights, and this looked like, hey, maybe there's some resistance, but an attempt from Teddy. But the problem is,
Valkyrie.
Your mid and top just aren't even there. Not even close.
풀탑 박을게 그냥 이거.
Didn't quite work out as Kirum DRX, they knew they had victory in their sights here. And I really liked Rich's selfless play. Just goes in, doesn't give casting the opportunity to be as a hand in this moment, right? He can't actually stay in the battle for very long.
Yeah.
He looked like he was leaving, flashes on in, catches him by surprise.
Well, that's how you end the game.
Yeah.
You know, if there's ever any doubt, you're like, oh, can we end? You know, just decisive, immediately jump on the threats.
And honestly, like, it was a really clean game out of Kirum DRX. I think we spent the entirety of the game predicting things to go crazy and wrong, but it never really happened. And as you can see there, they just took control and never really gave it back. No objectives went over to Hanjin Brion. They just kind of took everything on the map, retained control, and won.
I wonder who POM is, because I think it is hard, honestly. I know I said I was leaning Yukal, but
I kind of want it to be Yukal just because we know that his celebrations are the best.
That's true.
But outside of that, I don't really have like a, maybe it's lazy feel, you know, because like this was a much better performance to what we saw last time, and On The Corky did exactly what he needed to do. But honestly, I mean, pick a name out of a hat. As far as POM for this series is concerned, it was a team effort out of Kirum DRX.
Yeah, I think, I mean, as much as we're thinking about the big Annie flank in game 2, also that Kalista base defense, you know, that was really the thing that kept them in that game and kept them in this series. So a big level up. And I think after the first showing this season from LazyField, there's a lot of question marks. But I think, to be honest, he just wasn't really set up in the right position to do anything. You know, he just wasn't able to play the game. This one, you know, he had a chance, and he really took that chance and ran with it.
Yep, and I know one vote definitely went to LazyField. That was VNcast. But I don't know about where the other votes went. I imagine it's probably a little bit of a mess when it comes to the voting, because team effort, phenomenal performance out of Kirum DRX, and now we get to have a conversation with LazyField as well, which is very, very cool. As you can see, making their way out onto the stage. And kind kind of cool that I think we're going to get some translation here from Lazy Feel as well, because maybe not super confident with his Korean right now.
Yeah, that's super cute.
Super
I'm excited to see it.
International League of Legends in our domestic league right now is what it kind of feels like, which is very, very cool. And so making sure that they get that one sorted out. Translator is Gaul as well. She is there to help out, make sure that Lazy Feel will be heard in all of his glory. Now it is time to do exactly that. Here is Dear for the other translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POM interview translation. We have Lazy Phil on the side of Kium DRX. Congratulations. Thank you. Congratulations again. Finally, you have secured your first win. How do you feel?
Đây là chiến thắng đầu tiên sau khi trở lại LCK một khoảng thời gian rất là lâu, nên là em thấy rất vui và được chọn cả BOM nên là rất là vui.
네. 이번은 제가 LCK 복귀한 후에 첫 승이라서 저한테 되게
This is my first win after returning to the LCK, which feels quite special.
너무 행복할 것 같아요.
What I'm feeling right now, I just cannot explain or express how happy I am. And your first matchup was actually, this was your first matchup against Teddy, who is your former teammate. So, how was meeting him as your opponent?
Hồi năm ngoái thì em cũng đã chen với anh Teddy khá là nhiều rồi, nên là em có thấy anh ấy rất là giỏi, nên là khi gặp lại thì em mong muốn là em và cả anh ấy đều có một màn trình diễn tốt hết sức có thể rồi.
저는 작년 내내 테디 선수랑 같이
Now, all year long last year, I spent a lot of time
저한테는 항상 테디 선수는
playing alongside Teddy and also scrimming with him, and he's actually someone that I look up to a lot. I respect him a lot as an excellent player, and although we met him as an opponent today, I just wanted to show up and have a great match. And game 2, you were behind, but you were able to play a comeback. So what was the voice comm like in the team to make that happen?
Thì không biết là trong cái lúc mà quan trọng nhất thì trong đội đã call với nhau như thế nào?
그때 그냥 집 나가면
At the time,
할 수 있었고 집만 나가면 이길 수 있다. 네.
we just said as long as we leave our base, we would be able to win. That was just the type of confidence we had. And game 2, your close-up build was quite interesting, from Randuin's to Zhonya's to Wit's End. Such a defensive build, but no armor pen. So what was the thinking behind it?
저 그때 칼리 많이 봤어요. 그래서
I actually played a lot of Kalista and also watched other players play a lot of Kalista games, and just based on those data, I actually copied some other builds that I have seen that are kind of OP, so I think that was actually really helpful. And you recently joined the starting lineup since the last match, so the synergy might not be fully there yet. So what are you guys working on, and how is that process going?
Em thì khi chen team thì Huân Duyên có nói là nếu đánh được thì cứ đánh, thì đừng có sợ, nên là ở game 2 thì em cũng đã đánh được thì cứ đánh, thì mở được cứ mở, nên là đã mang lại được chiến thắng.
저희 감독님은 항상 평소에
Our head coach
자신감 있게 너 하고 싶은 대로
usually just tells me to play confidently how I want to play out the game.
내 자신을 믿고 하자.
So I think the important thing is just to play, just having faith in myself. And your next opponent is Nongshim Red Force, who is actually preparing for their match upcoming right behind you. They're on a strong momentum, so how will you prepare?
Nongshim đang chuẩn bị ở phía sau lưng mình này, thì là một đối thủ rất là mạnh và phải là một cái trận đấu rất là khó khăn phía trước, thì không biết là em nghĩ như thế nào?
Nongshim hiện tại đang là có 2 chiến thắng liên tục, nên là họ là một đội rất mạnh, nên là tụi em sẽ cố chuẩn bị thật là tốt để có thể chiến thắng trước họ.
네, 일단 현재 농심은 저희 전체
Currently,
1등이고
농심
진짜 기세가
is
장난 아닌
the-
정도 제가 알고 있으니까
the
최대한
lead
잘
of the
준비하고
standings right now,
좋은
and
모습을
they're
보여드리고
having a
이기고
very
오겠습니다.
good momentum. So
네,
we'll
좋습니다.
prepare as
그럼
best as we can and
마지막으로 하실 말
be sure that
있을까요?
we can win against them. And any last words to your fans?
Thể hiện được tốt ở LCK lần này cũng như là thể hiện tốt khi mà thi đấu tại Homefront ở Việt Nam.
앞으로 저희 이번 올해 5월에 베트남에서 홈프런
Moving forward, we are actually going to have a home game
꼭 좋은 모습은
in
보여드릴 수 있도록 노력하겠습니다.
Vietnam in May. So I hope that we can give you guys a great performance.
다시 한번 큰 박수 부탁드립니다.
Let's give it up to Lazy Phil and back to the desk. Thank you.
Thank you so much, dear, as always, for that awesome translation. And also Gal there on the stage doing the translation for Lazy Feel. That was crazy. Kium DRX coming back from behind, getting the 2-1 victory over Hanjin Bro. Not what any of us expected tonight.
And a pretty clean game 3 from them. I think Bro were pretty shaken, it felt like, in that last game. We just did not see the same performance from Gideon that we saw for the first half of the series, right? In games 1/1.5, it felt like, where he was playing really well in the early game. They just kind of fell apart, didn't they, Umpty?
Yeah, I think game 1 was very clean by Brion. Game 2 was very shaky, and it was kind of mental fight now. But at the game 3, I think Hume DRX just showed up with the good mentality, and then they just cleaned it up very cleanly. I think it was very impressive.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice to see that they're a team that can also get some victories, right? They hadn't had a single game win before this, so I was pretty happy about that. It's actually totally split between Lazy Feel and UCal. You guys and Ox both win for UCal. What do you guys think about that?
The Annie game was the big standout for both of us, I think. He played really well. He was able to help save the game. The performance, though, from Callista was great. I also flashed out of my seat when I saw Annie come out of the bush, so, you know, Teddy, no shame in flashing there on the Varus. You guys saw me. I flashed on cooldown.
Yeah, it was really strange.
Yeah.
I didn't know you could do that until today.
Yeah, and then I think for the game 1 at Azir, he was quite playing solid, winning the laning phase against the Orianna and the unbreakable spirit from DRX. He's Kium DRX. They are not just letting the game down. They were just keep
Creative one.
Game 2 and game 3.
You did a really unique one with this one.
Yeah.
That's the slogan from DR.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is their slogan, so it's a good use of that. As UCal overwhelms his opponents with pure swagger. Yeah, I would say so. I think the way he played was with some nice swagger. I noticed that Ox isn't here. Interesting. Big Bro pays it all back in one play. Yeah, I feel like he had a couple of plays, like even that one catch onto Teddy as well on the Annie was pretty good. You know, you could say what you want about the positioning of Hanjin Bro, but I don't know. I feel like across the board, UCal is pretty good. As Cloud Templar says, love to see it. Cheering for you.
Yeah. I think that's pretty accurate. I think we're all happy that Lazyfield had a much better series today. I think the guy has a lot of talent, right? He has a lot of potential, and he showcased that when he has the opportunity, if he can get out of the laning phase, he's really good at team fights. He's really good at playing through the late game. It's just getting through that part we haven't seen necessarily until today.
Well, we do have the standings ready to go, so let's take a look at that as Kium DRX are on the board. Now the only team that doesn't have a series win is, in fact, BNK4X. So we'll see if they can get one in their next matchup. And, of course, Hanjin Bro will fall to 1 and 2. And we'll have to wait and see where they end up at the end of the week.
I am really curious if KT is just they're gonna bomb the next series against Nongshim, and we're gonna just realize, okay, maybe it was a fluke all along, it's the most KT thing ever, or are they gonna prove that this team is really elite? Like, this next series has so many implications. Obviously, if KT win, they move up to first place. Nongshim, if they win, they maintain their spot in first place. There's so much on the line in our next series that I want to say that we're all knowers, right? I want to say that we're all trusters. We're not E-wording, but we watched with our eyes what KT did last week. We expect they'll win, and surely they won't bomb, right? Right?
Yeah, but I think the KT was quite playing well.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, yeah.
Yeah, but Nongshim was quite playing well, so this is the match that I'm thinking it can be the 6 games day today, which is we are working hard. Are you guys happy with that?
Yeah!
I'm so
Absolutely.
excited.
I mean, if this one goes to 3, it's actually going to be really hype because KT is very strong right now, and so is Gnome Shim, and it's a great start to our season to have 2 more really strong teams here, and they're going head-to-head. We're going to take a break, and then we will get to that second match. Don't go anywhere.
승부 예측을 뒤집고 DRX가 정말 딱 기다려라 칭찬 보이스 들어간다. 누구도 몰랐던 3대0이 나왔고 그러면 녹심의 여정이 LCK 컵 이후에 완전 새롭게 태어난 거 아니라는 지난 경기에 극찬이 있었는데 2연승 1주차 기분 좋습니다. 레이즈필도 오랜만에 이 자리에 온 만큼 다 보여줘야죠.
Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a I don't just win, I live my mark into the stone.
Không một ai lường trước được rằng chúng tôi, những underdog, sẽ làm được điều này. Con rồng xanh bất khuất sẽ một lần nữa cất cánh bay lên ngay tại nơi này. Thăng Long, Hà Nội.
Genji, T1, KT, Hanwha, Bro, Nongshim, BNK, D+, the DN Automotive Supers, Q.
Wait, where did you put So wait, hold on. So you guys got that on tape, right? Like you guys, the audio went through, right? So I can rip up his paper now and tell him he's an idiot, right?
Wait, we're supposed to be overreacting. If you put Nongshim sick, did you even react to what we've seen so far?
Yeah, that's supposed to be an actual reaction, not just fantasy mode. What did you write?
He wrote everyone's predictions in, and then in Degon's sideways, he wrote absolute delusional nonsense instead of writing Degon's predictions in.
I mean, I don't think it's absolute.
Actually, wait, hold on.
I think just
sorry,
the bro,
I misspoke.
The
He
bro
wrote
position.
Degon's predictions in.
자르반도 길게 하는 올수 있어. 확인. 싸워볼래?
Well, he is going to be spotted, and there's the kick into the Q, and no avoiding that. Zeus doesn't use any sun.
이거 미드 갱각 나와 이번에.
일단 대놓고 내려가.
칼부에서 넘어서 볼래?
오케이.
TP here is going to delay.
He's going to be caught big time here. Has his flash. No opportunity to use it, an owner.
나공 없고.
볼 수 있나 유나 볼래?
I think even if he flashes back, they still get him.
Got the play down here. The bubble on Aguma. The wild growth is there, but he is so low. As down he will go. There's the shutdown for Pays, and now another kill as owner.
나 빠져.
야 이거 전력 타봐.
좋다.
Get any damage on the scout. He's going to get the Rift Herald and says, I'm going back in. And now he's going to go out. So uses that to escape on the top side as King is getting on in. Showmaker was trying to make a play and he got played on. As down he will go. They are going to get this engaged on Tatum, but he is just tanking it up. No problem. As only scout goes down.
Extending mini ARAM now being set up. The bottle comes in and Canyon gets the double impale. Finkler is obliterated and Kellen follows through the three-man Empress Divide as Chovy is just moving to the top of the mad movie as Genji look to put a stamp on their first 2-0 of LCK 2026. Round and do a whole bunch of work. If given the opportunity, is now Genji. There is a little ward there, so I think KT knows what's going on. Is now Keen running after BDD. Let's see whether this 1v1 will be won by the Rise or by the Varus as he goes golden and BDD. Oh, the blackout from Keen and he outplays him.
That was so close, so clutch.
Weaver's Wall comes in from Faker. Does bring her effective value there. There's the Paranoia Wild Growth combo into the backline, but Cuz just explodes. The All-Out does come on forward. Great polymorph onto Owner, who will get taken down and now aiming. It's diving forward. BDD getting work done as well. But Pays could be the Quadra here for aiming, and there it is. Could it be a pentakill as well as it's...
Good.
Close your eyes, breathe in deep, feel the high. Need the rush, feel the dark, overcome. Shadows whispering, calling from the deep. Don't wake me from my dreams. It's never what it seems. We're playing with We're playing with fire. We're playing with fire. Are we tempting fate? Or just play the game? Look at what we made. Can we ever be saved? We're playing with fire. Start to rise. Is it true for us? Break the ties that bind. Find the fire inside. We're playing with fire. Are we tempting fate? Or just play the game? We're playing with fire. Look at what we made. Can we ever be saved? We're playing with fire. I bring the heat. I bring the heat. Got the fire in my eyes, coming in hot this time. Every second on the grind, every day I'm pushing for the power, a little sweet and sour. Every second, every hour can't be tamed. I got the fire in my eyes, coming in hot this time. Every second on the grind, every day I'm pushing for the power, a little sweet and sour. Every second, every hour, every tamed.
Got me looking like steel, now I never break. Put the haters on their heels, yeah, I set them straight. Gonna spin up on their wheels when they see the gray. When they see the gray. Knock me down another round, yeah, I'm here to fight. About to blow, let them know someone hit the lights. Turn them up, get it done, ready to ignite. Ready to ignite.
I bring the heat. I bring the heat. I bring the heat. I bring the heat.
Knock me down another round, yeah, I'm here to fight. About to blow, let them know someone hit the lights. Turn them up, get it done, ready to ignite. Ready to ignite.
just scarred to show. Each fall curves something deep. The center of the world lead the way. Everyone was mine to make. Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a flame. Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wound is a sign I've worn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone. I don't just win, I live my mark into the stone.
화이팅! 농심 화이팅! 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 농심 레드포스 화이팅!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK 2026. We've had one incredible series already. And I think the biggest challenge now for KT and Nongshim is, can they do it longer than what we saw from Kirim, DRX, and Hanjin Brion? I think they can take this challenge. I think Nongshim and KT can go the distance and possibly bring us to what could be the longest day in LCK history. After yesterday was like one of the shortest we've ever had, we could turn that all around right here, right now.
I think you'd struggle to have... We could have the longest of this season, but longest in history might be a struggle.
Dang it, Teddy. Every time. It's that game.
Yeah, I mean...
sorry, Jason. Bang was in that series as well, if we were just talking about the 80 carries. But still, I mean, that was...
1 hour, 34 minutes and 40 seconds is like longer than some series.
Yeah, the 94-minute game will always be there to haunt us. But now we have Nongshim versus KT. Nongshim are the least losing team in the LCK right now, which is absolutely crazy. They were pretty solidly middle of the pack throughout all of last year and did kind of fumble in the LCK Cup as well. But these are the two most undefeated teams that we have. In fact, neither of them losing a series. One of them will have to lose today.
Yeah, and I think even though it's a clean record for Nongshim, KT took down some rather formidable opponents.
Yeah.
So I think this does obviously set the stage for what we expect to be a close match between these two. Both of these teams not really having the performance they'd hoped for in the LCK Cup, massively leveled up in their time off, and now looking to follow the trajectory of that poster and just keep going up.
Yeah, and KT have already dispatched of the two biggest competition, at least based on last year and LCK Cup and things like this, like already. So Sky is theoretically the limit as far as where KT can go, especially if you're putting them, you know, at third or fourth in a tier list as far as the LCK. Well, they've taken down 1 and 2 in a lot of people's minds, which is absolutely crazy. Losing here today to Nongshim, though, is absolutely not out of the realm of possibility for KT. Any day they can win, any day they can lose.
But also, if they do manage to take down Nongshim, who's going to be able to stop them after that?
I mean, if they stay consistent, no one. And actually, if they stay consistent after week 1, absolutely no one. It should be 9-0.
Yeah, so all KT need to do is stay consistent. Never been an issue for them before.
Yeah, this is fine. This will be fine. No worries. Yeah. Yeah, we've never asked for consistency for KT. That has been, they've had that one nailed forever, right? Effort is going to be starting once again. We're not going to be bringing back either Ghost or Polu this time around, and for good reason. After taking down both Genji and T1, obviously the change was a good one. But let's see, because the bottom side of the map is not without its veterancy on Nongshim's side, and Lehens has been playing some phenomenal League of Legends.
I think that's the thing, is that it was very clear the introduction of Effort made a big difference. There was issues for KT with the bot lane, with their support role, and they didn't have the stability there that they needed. We obviously knew, right, the top side took down Genji last year twice, made it to World Finals. We knew what they were capable of, but they just needed to sort of rectify what they were doing in the bot lane and figure that out. But what's more surprising almost is on the other side of the rift, they didn't change things.
Yeah.
They just changed how they were gelling together, and I think this team was always one where the individuals, we know they are capable of insanely high highs, but struggling to always live up to that.
Yeah, and to get on the same page.
Yeah, and I think we saw more of that so far, but I think the opponents they have faced, not as much of a challenge in comparison. They're not, by no means, pushover opponents, but I feel like KT in front of them, this is a big ask, and also, if they can take them down, a big statement to make.
100%, and it's going to throw the entire LCK into complete turmoil. I have no idea where the tier lists are going to look like. We're going to have the Circle of Suck completed almost immediately, and no one's going to know anything about what's going on, unless KT just win here, and then we just know that they're the best, I guess.
I also think Lehens is such a big litmus test for supports.
Oh, yeah.
Because last year, I mean, when Nongshim were in good form, it feels like if your support isn't up to par, if you're not one of the top supports in the league, you just lose against Lehens. He just takes advantage of you and crushes you when he's in good form. And Effort has had a really good re-debut, but this is a big challenge for him. Can he overcome Lehens in this series and everything he throws at him, especially with the meta in support at the moment, the amount of flexibility available, the variance in terms of picks, it's a big ask, so we'll see what he can do. And they're going to start off by saying, well, you're not going to use Nautilus to do it.
Yeah, obviously Lehens and Effort, both of them, big fans of Nautilus. I believe it's their most paid.
Either.
Yeah, maybe we're just going to try and protect Effort as much as we possibly can. That could be the angle here, as they've taken away 2 of Lehens' picks. And the Rumble tax needs to be paid. I think the Karma needs to be taken away here from Nongshim as well, before they get to have one semi-flexible ban to come through afterwards.
I think as the draft is playing out, when you see them go like Nautilus and Nibia, you immediately start considering, okay, we can't cover all the OPs. Undoubtedly, KT is going to get a strong first pick, so what do we want to be able to pick up in R1-2, and what are we okay with them first picking? So they end up going towards this Ashe, which isn't what we typically see. You know, a lot of these first rotation bans are like, you know, your Karmas, your Orianas, your Pantheons, but I think they've pivoted because they've seen this strategy by KT, and they're like, look, there's going to be OPs open in this game 1. We don't want to try and thin the pool and just benefit KT.
This is actually genius, though, because leaving up the Karma means KT then are like, oh, we get the Karma, that's fantastic, and then instantly Rise Pantheon. And so I think KT probably need to pivot and go for a Pantheon first pick here instead, and that's exactly what they're considering, at least for now. I like this so much more. However, then it's Karma Rise on the other side, and what do you do about that?
Yeah.
Unless it's Azir. Picking it away from B2D is something that so many people like to do. I don't know whether I necessarily agree with it, as Taeun is just going to lock away the Ezreal Karma here straight out of the gate.
So fast commit to the Ezreal Karma and shutting down the Ashe Seraphine potential to go into it, limiting some of the power available. And remember, Nautilus is gone too. I mean, I feel like Nautilus into Ezreal Karma, not the easiest to navigate, but in terms of options in the bot lane to match this Ezreal Karma, there's just, it's going to be a struggle.
Yeah.
And I think KT go, look, we're just going to try and invest a bit heavily into the top side. Perfect has obviously been phenomenal. This Jace Pantheon Rise top side is disgusting and something KT's used before to great effect. So,
and they can also heavily punish a pushing bottom lane as well. And so this is one of the dangers of getting such a fantastic bottom lane and protecting it with that Ashe Band as we just saw. I don't know whether it's necessarily going to be enough against this incredible top side of the map. And remember, it's KT. Top side of the map is what they play through. The meta is obviously let's try and, you know, build up the bottom lane as much as possible, quests and all that sort of stuff. But this team is definitely a topside focused team, and this is a lot of very good stuff that they got for themselves. And the Azir is locked in, so it's not getting King in on a Yorick or something like that that can face off against the Jace. They can now ban those picks away, and even the Jace pick is protected.
No Yorick, no Sion, potentially they can target in this situation. They could go hard on junglers as well if you want to limit some of Sponge's early impact. Nongshim going to trim down even more bot lane power, so any options who are hoping just to match this Ezreal Karma are going to be trimmed even more. The Yorick is going to get taken away. I think what Nongshim have so far is this 2 safe carries who can sort of backline that Karma to buff them up, that strong bot lane prio, but I'm just so afraid if this Rise Pantheon gets rolling, they're just going to take over the map. Varus, the next one to be taken away.
I think the Varus is a fantastic pickup.
Yeah.
If I was Nongshim, I'd probably be a little bit wary of getting Ziggs'd in this instance. Just because anything that can just nope out of the lane would be what I'd be looking for if I was KT. Just let me not deal with this Ezreal Karma at all, farm from range, and things will be okay because our top side's so strong. That's my theory. I don't know whether it'll necessarily work, because there's a Cassante locked in for Kingin.
Yeah, they went for the Yorick Sion ban, so they just go for the Cassante. Honestly, I think your top side is so strong, you kind of just need something that can manage the lane and survive there.
What does, though? That's the question.
Honestly, you could go like Jin Soraka. I don't think they're going to. but if you're actually asking, you could do something like that. They are going to look towards the Bard, which is something we obviously have seen a good amount. Does have a bit of sustain, bit of trading power.
Yep.
Is still going to have a tough time. Probably is just Jin Bard, if I'm being real.
Bard Zeri would definitely be a choice.
This is risky. This is so risky.
Surely not. We're not doing that. Caitlyn Bard, that is going to be able to stand its ground just that little bit more, especially in the early laning phase.
See, I know you're big on your Jin hate train, but yeah. I actually feel like that Caitlyn is probably still going to suffer a bit of a rough time and feel worse for it.
Like, not worse than Jin, though.
I honestly think Jin would have fared better than just being Jin. You know, you still have your utility with your root and your ult. This is going to be the Jarvan. So Jarvan, honestly, not a big surprise it comes through and be able to fly through the draft to the latter end. I think not huge surprises with the picks that are coming through in this one. A lot of power being picked up. Ultimately, Nongshim's composition, you know, they have this strong 5v5 front to back with these safe backline carries that are hard to reach. You know, they have a lot of power there. On the other side for KT, you know, they don't have a stronger front line. They don't have as reliable an engage, especially when you have mobile carriers on the other side. What they do have is this devastatingly strong combo of the Pantheon Rise who can get the ball rolling. And, you know, we talked about the Karma Ezreal being so strong, but it really doesn't take much to tip the lane in the favor of the Caitlyn Bard. It really doesn't take much, and you know, they can look top, they can look bot, they can look anywhere. So I think mid jungle is going to dictate this game. If they can stave off the Rise Pantheon and stop them from taking over the game, then I think they can just scale up to a spot they're comfortable.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried for Nongshim as far as giving away the Pantheon Rise. But as you say, I mean, this is a teamfight composition that should be able to do some pretty incredible things come mid to late game, right? If they can get their ducks in a row. KT, though, absolutely thriving in chaos with a composition like this. See how it goes. We get onto the Rift.
미니언들이 생성되었습니다.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for game number 1, Nongshim versus KT. And if my memory serves, I believe a lot of people would have predicted KT in this series. That did not happen at all last week. And now we get to put to the test, are KT actually a worse team when you think they're going to win?
Oh, man.
And I've got a spoiler for you. Yes.
That does tend to happen.
They seem to be just better when you least expect it.
Powered by the doubt.
Mm-hmm. Thrive on it.
So BDD's Rise has been kind of crazy. I mean, Rise is just really strong, but he had that series against Faker into his Orianna where he was just doing so much work, and we are seeing the bot lane matchup going as you'd expect.
Yeah.
Especially level 1. I think that's the thing, is there are some lanes that you can find windows to trade back, you can find angle. Oh, that Mystic shot bent around the minion.
Hit?
But
bent the bullet.
There are definitely times where you can offer some more resistance to the Ezreal Karma, you know, if you dodge some skill shots, but level 1 is like when it feels the worst.
Yeah.
Because not many champions can match up to Ezreal Karma level 1.
And Karma has double the buttons of everyone else in the game.
Yeah.
Outside of like Nidalee. Things like that. As aiming, I don't know how Taeyun missed that Mystic shot. Still, they get the barrier out, and it is a fantastic trade nonetheless. Aiming at least has some tea to drink, and will do so immediately. But I think that Effort's going to have to continue brewing for a very long time in this game. They want to allow this lane to be anywhere near playable. Having a look now, Cuz is just getting to work on his bottom side. Aiming is at least able to take the cannon.
I think one thing with the Bard, even though it's not like your typical engage support, you can set up ganks very easily with the magical journey through the terrain.
True.
So an angle to do that maybe with Pantheon on the bot side of the map, I would be probably fishing for that about now.
Well, let's see after this blue buff where he is going to go. I believe junglers will be meeting in the bot side river. You can see Sponge moving his way over as well. As BDD moves out from behind the wall here.
If I'm Sponge, I definitely want to be here to cover. I definitely want to be playing around my strong bot lane and picking up that scuttle. And just, it means that you're denying the Pantheon as well.
Whoa. That wasn't a steal. Okay. Cuz was able to lock down his blue. That was almost an absolute disaster.
Yeah. Did force a smite though, which means you can just get this scuttle crab completely uncontested. It does look like Cuz will just head up to the top side.
Yep.
But essentially, it's a successful mission that you deny access from Cuz to this bot side, to the bot lane, and give a lot of safety to the Ezreal Karma to just keep pushing in.
Yeah, one of the good things is that BDD had push in mid, so gave Cuz a very comfortable way over towards this Scuttle Crab. And he'll be going back now after that successful first clear.
Yeah, we're lacking a little bit of mana in the effort department.
Yeah.
Oh, they're looking for dive.
Yep, Sponge just going to rotate over, aiming in so much trouble. Does net himself at least towards the turret, but that is a very easy dive. Sponge grabbing that first blood, and now Effort could just be dead as well. Taeyun picks up the turret aggro and very comfortably grabs the kill. Barrier's there, gives them the good old thumbs up, and Lehen's already going home.
So beautifully played there, and it all comes from the fact that they kind of push the Pantheon away. This dive execution is so good. Lehen's gets the aggro. They force the flash early and then follow afterwards. Lehen's then drops it, just survives, by the way. But even if he didn't, would have probably just been an execute. And then here, Taeyun takes the aggro. So even though Sponge steps in the trap, doesn't matter. And Taeyun just uses a barrier, doesn't even have to flash, saves it. So both Taeyun and Lehen still have flash. A flash advantage over their counterparts. So if Cuz is thinking of going for an easy gank bot because someone has a burn, it's not the case. And those 2 kills and the wave denial is such a massive advantage.
Yeah, and Caitlyn absolutely hates being behind in lane.
Yeah.
Because you're only going to get more and more useless as the game moves towards mid. So
this is like kind of what I was talking about with the Caitlyn versus like a Jhin. Is I just feel like Caitlyn getting put behind in a lane like this just feels so uninspiring. Not that like Jhin from behind feels amazing either, but
yeah, well, Cuz is going to get delivered here towards this bottom lane. Cosmic Binding will connect, and so does the Spear, but Taeyun is going to be just fine.
Yeah, does have to use the flash there, but I mean, as an Ezreal, you still have the extra layer of safety, so it's not a big deal. But shows saving the flash familiar pays off in this regard. Otherwise, he would have just been dead. So
yeah,
Cuz tries to make the gank happen, isn't able to pull off the kill.
Still, 1,000 gold is the lead here for Nongshim after all is said and done. And this lane is really difficult to play for aiming with no flash. Does at least have a barrier. Has that in advantage over Taeun, but he is moving all the way past the wave. And aiming's just going to have to wait for his turn as far as being able to hit those minions are concerned. We still do have a lot of focus here towards this bottom side of the map, as Cuz still trying to help bail them out. KT has a fair bit of vision, at least towards the top side of the river. But I just don't know whether it's going to be enough, as Sponge, I believe, will be spotted on this ward if he ever does try to move towards that dragon. And is just going to be moving towards his topside camps. Blue buff is coming back up. And so I think the Nongshim will have to play a little bit safe towards his bottom side, especially with Grand Starfall now up and available for Cuz. But I think KT are going to have to do whatever they can to try and help this bottom lane not just be dead weight this game.
Yeah. Now we're at the point where those ults are available. Now we're at the point where with Flash being down in Taeun, you can try and make something happen. So looking for that. I think the only other alternative is if the lane continues to go bad, you can kind of do a swap. Does delay your support, not support, AD carry quest by quite a bit.
Yep.
So don't want to do it too early, and it is a bit risky. But at the end of the day, you will eventually get the gold regardless. But I think the lane, you know, despite the fact that we got those kills in, and there was some zoning, aiming's keeping up in farm.
Yeah, he's actually doing just fine, which is kind of crazy. Level 6 is going to get gained by the Caitlyn, as Taeun going to try and get another Mystic shot in. Effort not able to find the Cosmic Binding, as this wave will be shoved towards KT. And so Nongshim just doing their best to get them away. Oh, never mind. I think it's pushing back. Oh, God. It's a disaster.
Yeah.
I thought it was okay, and I was wrong. Oh, lordy. Well, yeah. KT going to need some help, as Effort will find Lahen's moving over. Peacemaker does do a fair bit of work there. As, of course, it's kind of cute. Lahen's and Aiming were lane mates on KT themselves. As heal actually coming out from Lahen's. And Aiming might just have to leave. Right as they were trying to set things up, as there's the ace in the hole. Okay, maybe he is playing Jhin after all, as Taeun in a lot of trouble. True Shot Barrage, they want to take down Effort, but he stays alive. Never mind. The minions are going to be able to help out here, as Lahen's is the one that gets kill credit. Still, it was Effort that took down Taeun as well, so not exactly where you wanted the money on KT, but they get rid of the Ezreal, and they shove this wave in.
I'm surprised they don't take the window to get the Crystalline Overgrowth. They're not going to get many chances to hit this tower.
Yeah.
Hens is holding the wave. It's going to be annoying.
Yeah, Cuz gets the crash, so they will be able to get Aiming back home.
Does fix the lane state, but unfortunately, Taeun is going to get back there and be able to pick up some of that farm. And still in a leading position, because as you said, Effort was the one who picked up that kill. So, Cuz is trying his best.
Yep. And the Bard Pantheon delivery system is something that has been working out. As they get the flash the first time, they get the kill the second time. It's exactly what KT needs to be doing in this game, but you can see the gold lead, it has not moved.
I mean, that's the thing, having Pantheon, Ryze, Bard, you have so much mobility around the map. And they're only able to pick up Dragon, which is crazy.
Look at how much vision KT has on the bottom side.
Yeah.
야 이제 노비즈 노플 이제 노비즈 노플.
Yeah. No E, no flash. So he's like, Cuz, get over here.
이제 보자. 잡을만해?
Yeah, once the cooldowns are committed.
살려줄 수 있나? 아, 까비.
They make the ult.
And he said it was so close, but obviously isn't too worried about it. Emperor's Divide actually going to be throwing Cuz over, as he does get the stun onto Scout. Now tries to get away, but it's Scout that locks down the kill onto the Pantheon. Straight back into the action out of this replay, as Nongshim with a lot of control around that Dragon Pit, despite the vision advantage, as BDD has found Sponge, slows him down with that Rune Prison.
Yeah, so KT get the Dragon, but immediately we see Cuz being punished for it, so not exactly sure how that started off, but it seems like Nongshim just swept in and said, hey, we're taking control there.
What happened to Perfect?
Not sure.
We'll have to have a little bit of a look at what happened there, as Cuz just took this one by himself and then was punished with a roam from Scout.
I think the rest of the team was there initially helping him, but had to move to the to the lanes, to the waves, so he ends up sticking around and gets punished for it. Picking up that first dragon, nice, at least to stall out any possible soul, because I feel like with the pressure that Nongshim have had and the fact that it's Ezreal Karma, there was that real concern that, are they just going to stack 4 dragons and win?
Yeah.
That at least can be put off a little bit, but we haven't really seen, I mean, any of that momentum we'd hoped that the mid jungle will be able to find for KT. It's been Sponge who's been starting things off and getting things going.
Yeah, he's been making this Jarvan work, absolutely. I think it's still relatively early days. I think that from about now is where you want to see the Rise and the Pantheon really get things going together. We haven't seen Realm War play anything like that from BDD just yet. But let's see whether that is something that is going to occur, as the Rod of Ages is now completed.
Having the early Echoes of Hellier on Karma is so strong.
Oh, that's crazy that Lehens finished that already.
In these skirmishes, because you think about things like Sundered Sky being really powerful, like the healing, it's just on-demand healing for everyone.
My God.
Oh, aiming, you are in trouble.
He is looking pretty dead. As Ace in the hole. No one's there to block that one. There's no minion wave just yet, but it is conga lining in. Cuz going to walk over this ward, shows himself, but they're looking to save aiming. That's the thing. Tempered Fate will be avoided, and the spear goes wide as well. But at least aiming is still alive. That's all right. Lehens taking the Bard for a walk, but he gets meep slapped. And Magical Journey will bring Cuz over. The heals are traded, and Lehens is able to run it off. Out he goes.
Yeah,
okay.
So trying to find him, trying to use the Bard portal just to get a stun set up. Unable to do so. Still Nongshim with a bit of a lead, but not too crazy yet.
Yep, 2.3k though. It is extending slowly but surely throughout this game, and we know that Nongshim are going to be pretty happy fighting around mid to late game as well with the composition that they have. Robust front line as well as a lot of DPS. Have to be very scared about Barons being taken by this Azir composition. And Scout finishes the quest. Lehens is going to try and push BDD away. And BDD's been pretty quiet so far today.
Yeah, he hasn't really been able to find any headway so far. Scout on the Azir, just holding him at bay.
Yep. He was thinking about going for a little bit of a back, but does need to deal with this wave. Does so. And Scout just holding down the fort.
Top lane, we saw Perfect get those early plates, but Kingan's now managed to overtake him in terms of farm. So I think early we actually saw KT's solo laners finding some good momentum, but it's kind of petered out a little bit. Which I feel is really worrying, because that was kind of like, okay, bot lane's gone bad, but what else do you have?
Well, it turns out they've got everything. As Perfect still has a gold lead, but that is about it. Ghostblade is now completed, but the Iceborne Gauntlet, it is a little bit frightening as effort. Does avoid the Mystic Shot, but doesn't find the Cosmic Binding either. Shot Barrage not going to find aiming. So we do have some healthy bot laners for now. Cosmic Radiance does come in at exactly the right time for effort, and does get the flash with that Tempered Fate. Really nicely done. Nice sidestep there from aiming, but can he dodge them all? That's the question. As Sponge goes in, does find Cuz, but now the Realm Warp from BDD to deliver this Rise. As Sponge has to flash to get himself out of the way. Team standing his ground though. There's a Cataclysm Magical Journey. Gets them both out of there, and Cuz with the snipe takes down Sponge. And KT are out of there.
Yeah, Sponge just a little bit over-aggressive. They didn't have the immediate backup from Scout, and you have to respect the Realm Warp up the Rise. I think that was a bit of a freebie for KT. They were looking for angles they could make use of these semi-globals they have in the mid-jungle, and that one just kind of presented itself on a plate. But it's unforced error. Oh my, that damage.
That is a lot.
Wow.
And now Cuz is going to come on down and look for Lehens, who doesn't have flash, so he's extraordinarily dead. Now Tane could find himself in trouble as well. He arcane shifts. He does have flash and barrier, but he's going to have to... Never mind. He can't use any of them. That's a double kill for the Pantheon. And what were we saying? We were saying that it was Cuz and BDD that were going to carry this game, and they had to bail out the bottom lane. Well, he's almost done it.
It's just Pantheon. This champion is just insane, the value it gives. Here, Sponge just ends up going a bit too aggressive. You jump onto the Pantheon, but he stuns you back, and then just shields, blocks any follow-up that's potentially going to happen. And then
Aegis Assault is such a ridiculous ability.
The execute on the spear as well does so much damage. It's absurd.
Yeah.
This champion is just gross, I'm not gonna lie. And here they got aggressive. Oh, I'm just gonna jump on the Karma and assassinate here.
Yes.
And there's something you can do. You know, you have the global pressure, you're tanky. When you get engaged on, you do assassin level damage. This champion, and there's a reason we're seeing him banned very frequently.
Yeah. And now going to be attempting to take over this game. We can see that the Rift Herald was taken by Nongshim as we were in that replay, so should be able to use that in order to get a little bit of control around the mid lane. Speaking of which though, Taeyeon in position now. Tempered Fate is going to catch Lehens, who doesn't have flash, and Cuz looking to come on over here and take him down. Although Sponge is going to turn up, and Taeyeon looking pretty scary. Trishot Barrage though will be avoided here by KT.
Yeah, Lucky Shield coming in just to keep him a little healthier. We see Effort was looking for the stun angle onto Lehens, but couldn't quite find it as he was trying to run around. We just got the Herald in mid.
Yep.
Good amount of damage on the tower.
Shelly gets a headache. Nongshim going to be sticking around, seeing whether they can get a bit of extra damage. One more plate in this one, for it will go down, as BDD and Scout have just relocated towards his top side. And Nongshim retain their lead, but it has dwindled just a little. Taeyeon's very scary though. Like,
aiming is just getting butchered, honestly.
Yeah.
Like, even though there's been things going a bit better for KT in general with that fight they had, aiming is having a terrible time.
Yeah. This poke is just not very fun. This is what KT knew was going to happen though, with what they did in the bans and the way they sort of started this game off. As we haven't really checked in on what's been happening top lane, but looks like not a whole lot, as Cuz is going to be rotating over. King in, let's see whether he can survive this one. Does have the all out and flash, so I don't think he's dying. Let's see what he actually has to use in order to get out of this one, and it looks like maybe walking and a flash is necessary. Cosmic Binding is going to hit Sponge, but Lehens is able to survive that one. Ward goes over, and Flag and Drag brings Sponge in towards BDD and Effort now. A little bit of an awkward position here, as Nongshim are putting on a lot of pressure. Scout dealing with this minion wave. Going to try and take some of these plates, and BDD is going to come on over to try and defend the turret. Lehens is everywhere, but so is Cuz, who looks for Taeyeon now. He still has that flash and barrier from earlier. Let's see whether he uses them, as there is every button that he could press, and it was not enough to save him. Now Sponge getting into this Baron pit, and should be able to keep himself alive at least. But man, they have painted a target on Taeyeon's back, and he cannot get it off.
Every time it seems like Nongshim have this setup, they're trying to move the Ezreal over, maybe they're looking for an angle, and then Pantheon just completely disrupts it. They're trying to apply this pressure and make use of this poke, this harass they have, and Pantheon just presses ult and goes, nah, I'd win.
Yep, and he would.
Yeah.
100% kill contribution so far for Cuz. Feels like Cuz against Nongshim's bottom lane at this point in time. Because even though Taeyeon's died 3 times, he almost has a 2,000 gold lead still. That's just how much of a horrible time aiming has been having.
Yeah, it hasn't gone so hard. Yeah. And especially we get to this point in the game where Taeyeon has Triforce Manamune. He's on a great spike, and Caitlyn less so.
And yeah, here it is again. They did have, a few people in the area, but the Tempered Fate onto Sponge to make sure that he couldn't defend.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Well, Dragon up in a minute 15, and that is the crazy thing, is that you won bot so hard, you didn't get a single Dragon.
Yeah, how did that even happen? Is now, oh, goodness me. Lehens is very dead, and Effort has bounced over. Cataclysm is there, but who's in it with whom? As he does at least stop the Realm Warp, but now Effort is holding Scout in position. The flash forward from BDD, and Scout has the Shifting Sands, but unfortunately the Bard's still there. And the Meep Slap picks up another one. KT moved to 8-4 in kills, 3 lying in the dirt, and there's 40 seconds on Soul Point.
Just see target, kill target, and all 3 members of Nongshim who went down there had flashes available, but just got pinned down, CC'd. They're looking for more.
Oh, into the portal. That is so cute. Taeyeon is incredibly dead. They tried to give aiming the kill, but his abilities don't do damage, sadly. Although that one does. It is Lehens, so he is relatively squishy.
That was so slick. The Starfall into the magical journey.
Yeah.
It just transitioned so well.
It's like he altered through the magical journey afterwards as well, just with how seamless it was. And we'll probably get to see it again as we have a look at this fight one more time.
Yeah, I mean, they just jump on the Hens. He doesn't get to play the game, stun locked, and goes down. next is onto the Jarvan, who ends up in the mixer. This Tempered Fate is just setting up. This is dessert, you know?
Yeah. And I don't think KT were hungry anymore. And then Effort's like, no, I could eat.
I could eat. I've always got the dessert stomach.
Yeah.
And then here, this slide through, it's like in a Mario game, you know, 3D ones when you're just going through, you know.
And he set up the portal at exactly the right time as well. As, all right, we're throwing the kitchen sink at the top lane. His Effort is going to make them golden for a few moments, but Scout turns up in the nick of time to take down Perfect, and they'll get the turret as well. Nongshim bouncing back nicely here, looking to try and cancel out that gold lead that KT put together, but that is that sole point that we were talking about.
Yeah, so finding something in the top lane, able to punish Perfect there, but it feels like a small reprieve with how the rest of the map is going. This Pantheon is monstrously fed, and as you said, one dragon away from Soul.
And they've got a lot of champions that would be pretty happy about an Infernal Soul. There's a lot of damage dealers on KT right now. So we have a look at Perfect just getting kind of demolished.
Yeah. Had to flash away after getting taken over the wall. And then ends up staying around.
I think, yeah, there was a moment where he could have backed. But unfortunately, he did not.
And the Tempered Fate just kind of delays the inevitable, so does go down.
All right.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, you look at the bot lane matchup, and you look at the dragons taken, and the scores on the 80 carries, and it's like, Nongshim's bot lane did win,
right?
By the way. They won the 2v2. I want to make that clear.
And somehow aiming is like 20 CS ahead now?
Yeah.
He's still 600 gold behind, but...
I mean, that's the thing, is they had pressure, but they never really put him down in the farm department.
Yeah.
And he is the gold king.
True. The problem is that
Cuz drawn to him.
Yeah, Cuz took all of the money. Speaking of Cuz, he's going to get divided emperorally as Scout coming on over, Magical Journey to try and get this Pantheon out. He gets the stun, stays alive for such a long time, but will be falling. Aiming is now put into the Cataclysm as Kingen goes all out and takes him out. And Perfect on the backside can go nowhere apart from the wrong direction. He's going to now try and go for an all-in, but it does not work, and Scout's going to put him down. 3 on the floor, Nongshim, beautiful setup.
That's the play they need, and they shut down Cuz first. They find him isolated, and with him out the equation, he has so much of the team's gold.
And the smite.
Yep, so going to be able to get this Baron. Cuz not going to be up in time. A big swing in terms of gold, and that's the thing. Being one dragon away from Soul is always a big looming threat. But it doesn't actually matter if you never get that 4th dragon.
Exactly right. Let's have a look at how it all started, as KT were just trying to clear out vision, and that was such a great boon for Nongshim.
Yeah, Scout with a great move down to punish here, and Effort's like, we can't fight this, let's get out. And then they end up just getting caught up in it, and Aiming's hanging around, the team are moving in. I think it still would have been bad if Cuz had died, but it's that kind of thing where you're trying to escape, but then people are like, oh, but you know, I'll get some damage back in return. And then they get caught. And then it's just the dominoes keep falling until suddenly the enemy team just can take Baron off the back of it. And now, using that Baron pressure, there's a lot of structures they can pick up.
And KT, I mean, it is kind of a House of Cards composition in a team fight, right? Once it starts to fall apart, you don't exactly have a lot of defensive options for creating space. Obviously, there is Realm Warp, there's Tempered Fate. They can be used defensively, but it is problematic. Still aiming, trying to set up this trap wall on this inner turret. But there is the siege minion set up, and I don't think this turret's long for the world. Not worth dying over that one. As KT, 1 minute away from this dragon, and not a whole lot of control is being picked up. Magical Journey, they're looking for Sponge. They want to take him down, and they will. Pretty immediately. Now Kingen could be in trouble as well. He does have all out and is going to get out as Perfect with the teleport is actually able to get himself over there. Now Cuz gets the stun onto Lahans. He gets all out, but Taeun is just dead. He was left by himself, the Realm Warp, so everyone can come over and kill Kingen. And it's 45 seconds until Soul.
Swings and roundabouts, and a great response there from KT, immediately punishing.
All right, as far as balls going back and forth, right?
Yeah.
Your pickleball games that you've been playing recently, or this game?
This game, for sure.
Yeah.
Not even close. Big rallies. Sponge died here because he just dropped a flag on BDD. That's it. That is why he died, because he just dropped a flag on him. He wasn't going to engage on him. Just unneeded. You didn't need to drop a flag on him.
Oh, Taeyeon arcane shifted in.
Yes.
Wow, that's a choice.
There was a series of decisions. That arcane shifted, and again, the flag poke onto BDD and it wasn't a vision. That was a vision flag. He used that to get vision, and his team are with him. No. He did a little poke flag.
Well, teleport in from Kingen to try and get over here. Let's see whether they can deny the soul, as it is going to be taken by Sponge. Now KT looking to try and get themselves out of there. The Aegis Assault is fantastic. Tempered Fate buying time. And Koz surviving for such a long time gets himself out of there. Sponge taking so much damage. This Rise is just massive. BDD flashes in. Not entirely sure about that one as he does go down. And now Aiming is in the pit. Takes out Taeyeon. But Nongshim, they have the DPS left alive. Empress Divide's fantastic, and the GA will not be saving Koz this time. They secure the dragon and they win the fight as Sponge will also survive.
Huge team fight for Nongshim. Sponge gets the smite they need, and boy was it needed, because an Infernal Soul added on for KT could have been the difference maker there. But when it comes to the clutch moments, both BDD and Aiming try and make it happen and just aren't able to find it.
My God, today is just ludicrous. Let's have a look at this one more time. The trap setup was decent, but Sponge just walked in and stole their lunch money.
Yeah, and then they're buying a lot of time here, KT, trying to get this CC, trying to just focus on the front line. But I think at some point they kind of realized they didn't have a front line left and they needed to go more aggressive. But BDD steps up here and immediately Sponge on like no HP goes for the CC. Then it's Aiming's turn, and even though he trades with AD Carry, he goes down too. Speaking of going down.
Sponge. All right, well, Tempered Fate, he's into the trap. Does manage to get the flag and drag.
Yes, flash.
Magical Journey comes on through, and he's just really dead. What is happening?
You know what? I was saying nice things about him in the replay.
Yeah.
So, maybe a little bit of a caster curse.
Perhaps that's what the problem is. It's all your fault in the end.
Yeah.
I'm going to go with that because I can't make sense of it outside of that.
Wolves into recall.
Right.
Yes. Vital. Very, very important that not only do you take the enemy wolves, but then you recall right there.
And I feel like, Effort was doing the symbol with his hands to line up the Cosmic Binding as well. He's like, yes, and here
he was doing
it is.
The thing where you, what's it called? Where it's like not quick cast?
Oh, yeah.
The targeted cast?
The cast with thingy. Yeah, I know the way you're talking about.
He's like,
Yeah.
Quick cast with indicators, that's it.
with indicators, that's the one.
He's just pointing it. He's just measuring, gets like a ruler out.
He's like, this is exactly in the middle, and you're dead.
Yeah.
Well, it may not necessarily be, end of the world, right? Because Baron, 40 seconds on that one. Sponge has already respawned again. 2.5 minutes on the next Infernal Soul opportunity for KT. And Nongshim still have a 3,000 gold lead and a really good team fighting composition. Kingen is an actual tank in this game.
Yeah.
I still have no idea how this one's going to go. Somehow it's still a 2,000 gold lead for Taeyeon. Which kind of blows my mind. Says more about how far behind Aiming is, more than anything else.
Have a good amount of kills, but also a lot of deaths.
Yeah, the 6 deaths with a 2,000 gold lead.
Well, you see, Ezreal's not a very safe AD carry. He doesn't have a way of circumventing dangers, so, I guess that's why.
Well, they are just going to start Baron. Let's see how that one's going to go, as information I believe should be there for KT. Rotating over, they do get that information that we were talking about as Effort. Looking to clear out vision for now, Cuz should be able to get in there, but it's the Tempered Fate to hold them in position. Traps now set up as Sponge is out of the pit entirely, and Kingen takes matters into his own hands. That's going to be Cuz locking down the Baron, and Kingen is just dead! Nongshim, what was that?
I have no idea what the game plan was, because if there's any team composition that you don't want to rush Baron against, it's the one with Tempered Fate, Realm Warp, and the jungler could just ult into the pit at any time. And you know what? He didn't even need to. They Tempered Fated, and then, okay.
He walked!
Yes, Sponge is like, guys, I'm engaging. Baron's at I don't know what HP, I'm sure he can't just walk up to it. And he even goes to 20 HP! Yeah! He even messes it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. He just slides back through the portal and kills the enemy top. Wow. This game is ludicrous.
What makes more sense, the previous series or this game?
Okay, the thing is you can hand wave the previous series because
it's Bro and Brew.
Bro and Brew, Kevin DRX was struggling at that first win. I want you to look at the top of your screen, Max, right now. Look at the Nongshim's tricode and look at the KT's tricode.
There is a little bit of undefeatedness going on here.
Yeah, I think what we're getting right now is this is what happens when an unstoppable force beats an immovable object.
Yeah, well, one of them's Lahans who just explodes! BDD didn't even hit him with the front. Oh my god, okay, well, now Kingan's going all out, but BDD can take a magical journey if he wants to. Empress Divide comes in, and KT, they're setting up the phalanx, the hammer boot back though, and BDD is already dead. Taeun stays alive.
Wait, Aiming's in the side lane.
Yeah, he's just trying to exit this game via killing the enemy Nexus. I don't blame him, as cuz 1 versus 3, I don't think he likes those odds. And Aiming's like, buy me time. I have a sniper rifle and I'm not afraid to use it on not champions. He will throw down an ultimate. And now is looking to I have no idea, Orcs. I don't know. Don't ask me to make sense of this. As Aiming's like, the only way out is through. It's not. Lahens is there playing catcher, I guess. Oh, this has gotten silly.
Gotten silly? Like
Sorry.
just now?
Yeah, no,
it's been silly for a while.
All right, well, they're going to not be able to do the dragon because of whatever just happened.
Okay, so they explode Lahens, right?
Yeah.
And then they stick around. And yeah, BDD gets caught out. But I think there are points at which they could leave. I think, you know, with the magical G, I don't know. I mean, all I'm trying to hint on is that KT definitely chose to be here.
Yeah.
They turned up today at Lolpark and wanted to be here, and yet Aiming is not there. You can see at the bottom left of your screen.
Yeah.
Look at him. Aiming's not there.
Was Aiming, like, dragged here? That's what I'm trying to work out.
No, he's just said, guys, I know you really want me to be there. I'm not going to be there, and you have to deal with that. And they just...
I mean, he took an inhibitor.
I think if my AD carry wasn't there, I don't think I'd want to play. But I guess they just, you know...
Yeah.
They just said, we'll do it anyway.
Yeah. And now Scout has 22 stacks on his Magi's Soul Stealer.
Yeah. That's a lot of stacks.
That is. He's 8-1-4 on this Azir.
And they got another dragon as well, so some more stats coming through. So that's nice.
Yeah. I have no idea who's going to win this game. I don't even really know who's winning this game right now. I can look at the top of the screen and look at, like, money is more.
You can look
for
at kills
Nongshim.
and you can see that it's... Oh, no, never mind.
Yeah, that's not quite working either. But yeah, I don't know.
You know what? I will say, I have a positive thing to say. You know,
oh yeah, go, please.
Critical of Taeyun having 6 deaths. He has not increased that number.
That's true.
So, keeping it locked in at 6.
Yeah, it could be 7.
You know,
and it's not.
3-6-8 doesn't sound good, but like 18, 6, and 24, that sounds pretty good.
That sounds like ARAM.
So he just needs to increase the other numbers a little bit, is what I'm trying to say.
And stay in mid lane, because it's illegal to go elsewhere.
Yeah, those are the... what augment has he picked?
Oh, that's a good point. I was more referring to the original ARAM that was made a billion years ago.
Well, actually, with that many deaths, maybe he has the synergy that gives you reduced death timer, you know?
High value.
Final Transit and Clown College. Yeah.
Well, Clown College is certainly something that I can resonate with as far as this game is concerned.
This is feeling like a Clown College game right now.
Yeah. I think everyone got that augment for free at the beginning. All right. BDD has a very cool hat, but Scout does too, and he's got the book to go with it. So I think the Azir is certainly looking like public enemy #1 for KT.
Honest, both mid laners are absolutely pumping right now.
Oh, yeah.
Like those builds... Sometimes you see builds and you're like, you know...
There's not a Zhonya's in sight.
Yeah, those are some damage builds. Those are like the practice tool builds that you put together and you're like, how much damage can I do to the whole practice dummy?
The good old experimental build.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's certainly looking scary here on both sides, but it's about execution, and we've seen both teams can lose in pretty colossal fashion. As we have 28 seconds on this Baron, that's going to be the next port of call as there's 2 minutes on the Dragon. Nongshim with 2 Infernals in hand, looking to try and even out the Drake count with a 3rd would be crazy.
There's a lot of silent pressure coming in because we have BDD pushing top, but also there is like a giga wave.
Yeah, that is a lot of
lane.
That's a lot of super minions.
You know what? That was Aiming's work. He did that.
He did do that.
Now, could he have been in the fight? Yes, but
that's 3 supers.
Yeah, this is what he did instead. So.
Wait. Does that get them Baron? I mean, Nongshim can't start Baron. They learned that the last time they started Baron, but KT can.
But Scout has TP, so it might get them Scout's TP.
Right. Well, let's see whether they do pull that trigger, as this Baron is just gone. It's just out. They cannot do anything about it. Level 20 for the Jace as well as King. Oh my god!
Wow.
He explodes! BDD looked at him, and that was all he needed. And so now Kingen is dead. There's a minute left on the Dragon. Kingen has teleport. He will be up 4 seconds before the Infernal. This does not mean KT has control.
I think this is what always happens just when you're playing top lane as a tank. I mean, not always, but it just, you know, you think you're tanky and then you realize that the enemy carry has like 1 million more gold than you and has their penetration, and just, that was some crazy damage.
It really was. Aiming's actually starting to do damage as well. 4 items is kind of when Caitlyn gets to have fun again.
This is why people like playing Sion and Ornn, you know?
Yeah. I don't know whether you like playing Sion and Ornn into 6-item crit 80 carries, though. That doesn't feel like a whole lot of fun.
They can withstand a little.
All right, in goes Cuz. Let's see whether Scout can survive. Emperor's Divide is going to throw Cuz away as he flashes into the Tempered Fate to keep him alive. Cosmic Binding's fantastic as Cuz is going to go into the GA alongside Sponge, but he might be too far forward. He finds the stun onto Scout, but Scout just eviscerates him. But both junglers are now dead, and down goes BDD as well. Oh my goodness, Aiming is cutting through them though, and we said that the Caitlyn's allowed to have fun again. And Aiming, he was listening as he's able to lock down a huge shutdown onto Scout and is now looking to take out these structures as well.
I think they might just be able to end, honestly. I mean, health bar's a little low only on effort, but with the Baron minions, they'll probably just go for Dragon, to be honest. No, they're TPing. I think they might look for the end.
Yeah, I mean, Aiming does so much damage to these structures. Taeun, though, will be able to do a lot of damage to Aiming. Let's see whether they can deal with these minions as effort. He gets the Tempered Fate onto only the turret, but Lahan's not long for the world. That is the Jace to lock down that one as Taeun is pressing every button as much as he can. The flash in from Aiming, and cinders go everywhere as KT look to close out game number 1 in the most chaotic that we've had all day. And if you were watching the previous series, you know I'm saying a lot.
That was an absolute slugfest. And
this is chaos
of throws that happened in that game, in just back to back to back. A game of catch, honestly, between these two teams, but KT came on strong and will manage to get at least the first game loss for Nongshim so far in the regular season.
Yeah.
But they definitely made them work for it. There was some questioning moments throughout this game, some things to wonder on, to ponder on. But a lot of fun altogether.
Yeah, I'm like, even though the game is over, I'm still trying to work out who's winning. You know what I mean? Like, I understand, like, KT won the first game, but where were the tempo vibes?
I love that icicle in the goal at the end of the gold grab.
The gold grab does not tell me clean KT victory. Yeah, although, obviously, the Reddit thread at the end is going to say clean from KT, nothing to see here, even if they lose, I would assume. But my goodness, there's going to be 2 more of these games, Daniel. That is a guarantee.
It's inevitable.
It is. And honestly, I don't think we could have ever asked for a better day.
If I had
to go
right now, I'd buckle in.
Oh yeah, strap it in. And I'm going to be back here tomorrow. I really think I'm going to save the taxi money. I'm just going to take a brief 30-minute nap before work. I think that's probably what's going to happen. Time for us to take a short break. When we get back, the space, then the second game. We'll see you there.
보인다 텍타가.
받음시만 가끔 안 깎이는.
이제 어차피 미니언 못 찍어 타워 쳐라.
타워 쳐 타워 쳐. 야 이제 노플이야. 타워 쳐봐.
나 그냥 얼리 생각 떠게. 아래로 길에서 타워 쳐줘.
얼려서 잡아. 얼려서 잡으면 돼 그냥 한번.
이제 노플.
그냥 라인
타워.
15초.
15초 남았거든.
할만해.
라인으로 하지 라인.
다음 라인에 하면 돼. 다음 라인에.
끝났다. 오케이 나이스. 킥박스네. 이겼네 그래도.
아까 그 말한 타이밍에 말하고 누가.
Genji, T1, KT, Hanwha, Bro, Nongshim, BNK, D+, the DN Automotive Supers, Kiwi.
Wait, where did you put So wait, hold on. So you guys got that on tape, right? Like you guys, the audio went through, right? So I can rip up his paper now and tell him he's an idiot. Right?
Wait, we're supposed to be overreacting. If you put Nongshim sick, did you even react to what we've seen so far?
Yeah, that's supposed to be an actual reaction, not just fantasy mode. What did you write?
He wrote everyone's predictions in, and then in Degon's sideways, he wrote absolute delusional nonsense instead of writing Degon's predictions in.
I mean, I don't think it's absolute.
Actually, wait, hold on. I think just sorry, I misspoke. He wrote Degon's predictions in.
Close your eyes, breathe in deep, feel the high. Need the rush, feel the dark, overcome. Shadows whispering, calling from the deep. Don't wake me from my dreams. It's never what it seems. We're playing with Every sky is a line I've drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, mining forever in the stone.
Welcome back, everybody, to the space. We're here after game number 1 of KT up against Nongshim, and that one we didn't really know who was going to win until the very end. As Atlas was saying, even after the game ended, he still didn't know who was going to win. And as we know now, KT did take the victory, but it was not an easy road to get there, guys. What do you think of game number 1?
I mean, the game was quite balanced, I would say, but it's quite a weird way it was. Like, I thought if it goes to the normal farming situation, then Nongshim could win easily, but KT just broke with the Pantheon and they just got fed. Now we're watching the draft. Actually, KT Roaster just sniped the Lians here, Nolus, Anibia. You guys might be just questioning why Sintel ban is the Lians ban, but that's the Lians ban because they are making the Karma weaker there.
I think, in my mind, I think they expected Nongshim to ban Karma as well, and that they were looking for maybe like a Yunara lane here, but instead the Karma did go over. They wanted the Pantheon, and they got Pantheon Rise. Even though that duo has been incredibly successful here in the LCK, they weren't able to bail out their bottom lane. Aiming was really struggling down there, and I think this Karma pick did a ton of work. The problem is outside of lane, they're lucky they were able to pick up the Jarvan since they let that one through, because that was really their main form of engage this game. But Sponge's performance oftentimes left us a little bit wanting through the mid and late game, and it was team fights where KT Rolster were able to pick up the slack. It was, like you said, balanced in the sense that both sides had some real power, but it felt like we were constantly teetering on a knife's edge. And I think despite Nongshim's lead, they didn't have great ways to fight on their terms, and that was the biggest problem.
I do agree with the bans that they took the Jarvan was quite lucky, because if they ban Jarvan by, they should play the Bruiser jungle, which is Aatrox or Ambessa, which is the beat here. Then I don't think they could win the game. They could be competing the game at all.
Yeah, and eventually they were not the winners in this one anyway, so it was pretty interesting, but we are going to start off with some of these early plays down on the bottom side of the map.
So the game was already good for the Nongshim. They died, so they dove the successfully aiming, and the fight started. This is the problem started. Lee had lost the flash jet here when he fights, and then the Jarvan dies here, and it goes to the shutdown with Pantheon, and then Ezreal Karma was winning. Now Pantheon comes back with the recall and kills the bottom.
So Cuz saved this game, right? Aiming is really struggling, and then Cuz starts taking over the whole map. But in this particular moment, we were kind of confused as to why Sponge, he had all of them group right there, why he didn't re-engage. He used his Cataclysm late in the fight, and I think there was just a lack of trust that the follow-up was going to be there. Obviously, Scout was pretty far away. They weren't able to necessarily set up a clean fight there, but it just felt kind of puzzling the way Nongshim set this one up. They were very much split-minded, and Sponge just kind of tossed that one away. And it's small moments like this that gave KT windows back into this game.
And there was another window that KT had back into this game, which was the Baron pit. It just felt like Nongshim did not understand how to handle this pressure.
He did not want to smite that Sponge. He was like, I'm not doing that. We're not playing that game.
I think it was a split mind again. I think teammates were going to be just bust the Baron and then we're going to fight again. But Sponge just engaged before the Baron got bursted. But Baron HP was 2k there.
Yeah, and then the second time, Scout has TP, but he's dealing with this wave, but he had to come way faster if they were going to contest this. And he wants to deal with this wave, but I think there's some wiggle room here. Honestly, it's not on the Nexus turrets. This inhibitor's already down. By the time he TPs here, it's so incredibly late. Effort tries to delay their approach here, and the Baron's just gone, and Kingen is trying to force, and it doesn't make any sense. And you can feel Nongshim are really feeling the pressure here. They're not playing super well around this. And in the first Baron fight, Sponge drops the Baron because he wants to look for the fight, but the rest of the team is trying to block the Pantheon from getting into smite range, and Kingen actually pushes him into smite range with a Q3. Everything is just so disjointed. Nongshim should have won this game. I think we could all agree that with the leads they had, what they generated in the bottom lane, even without strong engage and consistent engage, they should have been able to play this one out. So I think, like we saw with Bro earlier today, they might be pretty down in the dumps after this loss. I hope they can bounce back mentally from what was, to me, a pretty winnable game.
A big agree with the winnable game, and then since Nongshim is the competing at the rank 1 and 2 right now at LCK, they should learn how to bounce back at here. I think that's why game 2 is being very excited for me.
Yeah, it's going to be
use that word.
Why?
I think it's okay. I think KT, he didn't say exciting, and then they almost threw game 1. They made it pretty interesting, right? I think it's, if KT were facing a slightly stronger team, a slightly more clean team, like let's say Genji on form, T1 on form, I think just after the way the early game went, perhaps they don't get a way back into this game, but Nongshim found a lot of different ways to make it happen, and certainly did not have a lot of luck around the Baron pit. They are going to go for second pick here, rather, and KT will choose the blue side.
This does kind of make sense. I think counter picks can be quite valuable here. Bottom lane, they got the early Karma this time around, but maybe moving to this draft, they want to make sure they have counter pick there, or to try to shut down Perfect, who has just been on point so far here in LCK.
Yeah, he's been great, and KT do enjoy a 1-0 lead. Let's go back to Atlas and Ox for game 2.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Yes, I'm very much hoping to see you again after we have a 1-1 scoreline. It's guaranteed, right? I feel it in my bones, in my very essence. Umpty even said the illegal word to make sure that KT stand as little hope as possible of winning game 2.
I believe.
And that's Cuz's uncle, by the way, in Lowell Park here. It is really a family day, as we've had a whole bunch of family members turning up.
What a day to attend, honestly.
The value.
Yeah.
The money's worth is just kind of ludicrous today.
I would hope that they would be able to get the family members tickets, but then getting value from a free ticket, you know?
Oh, even better.
Yeah.
Ho-ho. All right, well, let's see whether Cuz with the family buff is able to pick up a 2-0 here. Obviously, we are being a little facetious when it comes to assuming that this is going to 3 games. Because KT, I mean, they were very tenacious in the first one. The bottom lane did not go very well at all, and they still were able to persevere and come out on top. However, they had Pantheon, they had Ryze, they had a lot of really powerful things. They are not going to be available here in this second game. Nongshim electing to go with second pick as well. We'll see what kind of counter picks they have up their sleeve. As, oh, this is perfect, especially because that is perfect.
Yes, that is perfect. Thank you for
It's perfect because it's normal red side, blue side, and it's all in order, and it's fine, and it's game 5, and my brain's not great at the best of times.
We had the first pick, second pick, same arrangement last game, but it was flipped, so now we have what you used to. But yeah, so this time a little bit of a mix-up in terms of the bands coming together, because remember it was the Nautilus, Anivia, Zinzao that KT led with. Varus, Anivia, Renekton now coming through. And Nongshim have kind of gone more with the banning OPs. I say that, kind of actually matching 2 other bans of the previous time. They're getting rid of that Orianna. And it's just an Ambessa first pick, which based on that Renekton ban, it's probably an Ambessa for Perfect. We heard Umpty talking earlier about how he doesn't want to see Ambessa in the jungle anymore.
Yeah.
Technically it's a flex, but we're expecting based on that Renekton ban, it is just going to be in the top lane. But we'll see.
I think, is it time to just lock Yunara Lulu or something like that? Like a hyper carry in the bottom lane, try and have a little bit more control of later game team fights. Yes, I guess is the answer.
I mean, I think
at least
you think as well, what would you match into it? Because, you know, Varus gone, Ashe Seraphine is gone. It's basically like Corki Nami. It's like your only real response. So I think they could just slam that. Now the question will be, will they take the Lulu now or will they leave it till later? Or they want to go the Yunara, Nocturne, Lulu. But the risk with this is KT can obviously just say, well, we don't want to give that over.
Yeah.
And it was KT who played the Nocturne Lulu earlier last week, so they're obviously very aware.
And you can also, like, Lulu Ambessa is a pretty good combo on top of that, even if it's not coming out of the jungle. Cuz is considering a Vi to begin with, and so not going to be picking the Lulu alongside something if they are going to pick it away, and they might just give it up.
One in that lockdown for the Yunara, you know, we often see Nautilus banned when Yunara is picked up, so once that point and click lockdown, are they going to try and deny the Lulu, or are they going to go for maybe something in the mid lane? Looks like they're going for that Aurora. A lot of threat, a lot of dive potential with the Vi and the Ambessa, and just getting that core off that top side. Both games this series, KT have been very much prioritizing just going, hey, we want a strong core top side. Unless
Well, this is throwing a bit of a spanner into the works, as the Ziggs theoretically a flex. This Lulu is an absolute no-brainer. We were highly expecting it. But is this going to be an aiming Ziggs, or is it going to be a B2D Ziggs? Haven't really seen B2D on it.
Yeah, I would expect the aiming Ziggs, because although we've seen Ziggs mid, it was into Azir specifically, and Azir's not available. But, you know, we could be surprised.
Yep.
I will say into Nocturne specifically, your satchel is great at completely disengaging you from the tether and getting you out of the range, so just pretty good in that regard. And when Vi and Ambessa go in and hold the target still, so easy just to press ult on top of it, so...
And actually, yeah, into Nocturne, right? He'd be relying on his spell shield to avoid the satchel, but you just minefield yourself, and so that's going to eat the spell shield. So it's pretty much a freebie.
It's really easy to play Ziggs into Nocturne, honestly, with regards to the self-heal. So as long as you're not throwing your satchel aggressively, you should be fine.
Yep.
We get the Annie band away, which I think makes sense in terms of pairing up with the Nocturne, but also, you know, I'm thinking of things that you'd want to pair up. I mean, obviously Orianna's the best with Nocturne, but it's banned away. But things like the Aurora that was hovered before by KT can also pair up well.
Yeah, we might actually see KT ban it.
Yeah.
We'll just have to see exactly what is going to be taken away first, as the Nautilus.
Nautilus, yeah. Nautilus good into the Yunara, and Leona just great with Ziggs. They are expecting a Ziggs in the bot lane based on what they are taking away here.
Yeah, and I think we are too, based on the lack of Ziggs that B2D has played throughout his career. I'm not entirely sure he's played any game of Ziggs ever.
And KT do end up banning the Aurora themselves, as we were talking about, so... wanted to limit like the dive threat available to Nongshim, and Kingen is just going to lock this a hand that we saw earlier. Hopefully does a bit better than it did into the Renekton, which I think it should. The Ambessa not as much of an early threat. Viari looking like it's on the cards, obviously something that has a lot of safety and can disengage from the Nocturne, but also that follow-up threat. Very much we see a Yunara, we're just picking like a dive-focused composition to counter Exploder. I will say though, Zehen can be a really frustrating front line to play into as an RE, because, you know, it feels like he's buying a lot of time. You don't even get a reset from him. And also just hard to cut through, so...
Oh, Effort did both. So he did the Teemo hover and they lost. That was the one game that they lost. And then he did the Nasus hover, which is the one he always does. And now he's thinking about Shen, as the Shen Ziggs bottom lane is a consideration. Picking Shen into Lehens is a choice, but instead, it's going to be the Cow with the Nivea band. It feels like a better option, and they just don't want to interact with this bottom lane at all.
Yeah, they are playing just to scale up and be powerful in team fights. Very dive-focused composition, very much about locking down this AD carry on the other side, making sure that Shinara can't play the game. And for Nongshim, I feel like you want a second threat in the mid lane. And one who can steal an Alistar ult, an Ahri ult.
Oh my goodness.
Pick and choose, honestly.
And this was a classic matchup into Ahri. I feel like the Silas has always liked this matchup. Well, not necessarily liked it, but been okay with it. And now gets to take an Alistar ult. So Scout, absolutely going to try and take control of this game number 2. And as it all shakes out, I love this Nongshim draft.
Yeah.
I think it looks absolutely terrifying.
I'm really concerned with the DPS on the side of KT, because there's this double bruiser front line where I think Scout and Kingen are going to be so hard to cut through. Kingen obviously just has a second health bar, and Scout might as well with the Alistar ult. And if you're putting so much effort into exploding the Yunara, even if you're successful, which, you know, you might not always be, even if you are successful, are you going to have gas in the tank to deal with this bruiser melee that's going to be encroaching on your team? I don't know. We'll have to see.
I'm a little bit frightened for KT's prospects here, but we'll just have to see what they can actually do. As obviously, if they manage to get the Wombo combo off, it is going to be devastating, right? But as soon as Nongshim can actually withstand that initial salvo, oh my goodness, I just don't think the KT are going to be able to do anything to this squad, especially the Silas. Let's get into it though. All right, here we are. as KT look to see whether they can challenge us on our assessment of this draft, which is looking a little bit rough for now.
BDD with the Ignite.
Damn.
So he is like, I am going to kill this Silas. Ignite electrocute, a lot of early damage.
I think he knows that he kind of has to kill this Silas a lot before he has access to the Unbreakable Will.
Yeah, not really going to have a ton of lane access. And I think something that really Yunara gets a lot of power with is when, and it's not always the case, but when she is the one who is dictating the pace of the lane and can just hit minions as much as she wants. Always having the passive stack. And that is going to be the case here in the bot lane. So it's not going to be a fun time for KT's bot lane. They are going to be farming with the bouncing bombs a good amount, and until you get some mana on the Ziggs, it's difficult. You know, if you have to use a Q for every single CS or couple of CS, feels bad, as does taking all that damage early.
Yeah, Effort is just playing with headbutt only. Needed to press heal to have some sort of other button. And Scout lands some chains here onto BDD. Good electrocute as a follow-up, though. And this is exactly what BDD built his Ahri to do. And that is trade well in the early stages of the game. Sponge looking to come on over for an early gank, though. Level 3 waits not a minute as the charm is spell shielded gorgeously. The flash comes down. BDD is still taken out. First blood to Scout.
Just a beautiful chains as well to follow the flash there from Scout. Everything connecting. And I think the charm onto the Nocturne was a mistake. I mean, it seems inevitable that he's just going to spell shield that off the rip, so maybe a wasted ability there to give him that extra attack speed.
Yeah. So much so that you dropped your pen lid on the ground.
I was so stunned.
Yeah.
As was BDD.
Indeed. Stunned to the point of Death Chamber as aiming is going to satchel Taeun away. And yeah, I mean, it's one of those sort of, hate to say, told you so type moments, as Orcs already alluded to the fact that this was going to be a difficult game for KT. Well, it's already started off very difficult, and this is not the time where it's supposed to be. And really hard to play.
Dying early and falling behind when you have Ignite feels so rough. So yeah, the charm thrown to the Nocturne.
Oh man,
it's just always going to get spell shielded, you know.
And BDD flash in a straight line as well. So Scout throws out the flash, doesn't even have to adjust the position of that one as, I've seen this play before. This time Cuz is in the area as Sponge moves over. There's the Vault Breaker, and he should be taken out. Spell Shield does nothing at all, as now Scout able to dash over the wall with the Abscond. But still, good answer here for KT. Might be enough to get BDD back into this lane.
This was much better.
There's a Flash Pulverize. Turns into a little critter as well. Adorable, as now Effort is likely to be dead. One more auto comes down, and Taeun locks down the kill.
You know that thing I said before the series about how the Hens will just be like the litmus test for for supports, and if you're not playing at a certain level, he just dismantles you. That kind of felt like that. Getting the polymorph off on the Flash Pulverize, in meaning Effort can't line it up to hit you on a tower, that was pretty huge.
Yeah, ridiculous. Hi, everyone. Pen lid replay. Let's have a look. Picking up the pen lid. There it is.
Yeah, this is helping.
See, I helped. We got the pen lid moved with our feet. Perfect adjustment.
That was appreciated, honestly. That was teamwork. That was synergy. You know, I think we see a lot of teamwork on the Rift. We don't often talk about the teamwork on the desk.
Well, there's also now some teamwork happening here as the flash out, as Cuz flashes in, will allow Sponge to escape. As teleport from aiming as well, as he looks to try and join in the fun, but it's a turtle port, unfortunately, so it takes him about 16 years to get there. Let's have a look at this replay one more time. We got replays for everything.
Yeah, so this one was much better because they just wait for him to face check into the brush, and I think the fact that they just walked in there and didn't expect the possibility that Cuz could be there was a big mistake. And here, so the Hens gets the polymorph off
as he was going for the play.
That's just such an insane read.
Yeah.
Like he pre-casted.
Yep.
That's actually so insane. He just like knew. He just read him like a book. That's actually such an insane play from the Hens. And the thing is, because he's slowed when he's in the polymorph as well, he couldn't like get behind him enough to knock him back. Just crazy. Like, you know, Lulu's on a champion, you think about like, oh, like mechanical expression, but that was insane.
And it's always been Lehens that's been phenomenal at this champion as well. For many years, it's been one of the picks that he's really found a lot of mastery with. I know a lot of people think of him as the Singed guy, the Elise guy, even the Yuumi guy. But his Lulu's been phenomenal. And showing that still.
I'd be so tilted if I was Effort. What do you mean he polymorphed me? Just
yeah.
Was I that obvious?
Flashed!
Yeah.
Yeah. It's not supposed to be all that reactable. As Cuz, with Cease and Desist now available, looking to try and challenge Scout, who does have the Spirit Rush. So it is going to be hard to lock down this Silas. Right now we do have a big CS lead for BDD though. As Scout looking to try and get into position for something here, but Orbit Deception is scary amounts of damage with that Electrocute alongside. So BDD still holding down the fort here in mid. Chain Lash starting to do some work though. As BDD misses a cannon. Yeah, zoom in. Thank you very much for that one, Jonah Strong.
He's up in farm, but missing that cannon.
Yeah.
Not a good sign.
Yeah, Scout is up in vibes. 100%.
Yeah, definitely.
It's not even close.
I feel like when you're playing a Silas in a game like this, you can fall like 30 CS behind, and you just kind of like,
yeah.
You're looking at the ult, you're gonna be able to steal later, and you're like, I'm good.
Yeah, I'm still going to be immortal as I walk up to Effort and be a better version of what he's trying to do, because I'll have 5 extra levels. Kind of the feeling. As Effort only level 4 for now.
That's the thing, is we don't often get to see the super leveled Alistar ult, but you gain more damage resist.
Yep.
With the ranks, and like level 16 Alistar ult is disgusting. We just never see it on Alistar because
nope.
He never gets to level 16.
There used to be that time before the Headbutt Trinity Force interaction change where we had Alistar top.
Oh my god, that was obnoxious.
Just the most uncounterable
You know what the
play
meta
possible.
was then? I remember, because way back then, I was actually playing top lane a bit.
Yeah.
The meta before then was AD Nidalee top.
Oh yeah.
And then the Sheen Alistar came out, and it just completely annihilated the AD Nidalee, because Nidalee would walk up to auto and you just headbutt auto.
Yep.
And there was nothing you could do. But like, what a vile meta that was.
And like, actually, it wasn't just to counter Nidalee. It was to counter actually any champion ever in the game ever.
It countered everything, but I'm talking specifically like AD Nidalee was like, hey, you can't counter this, and then countered everything.
Yeah. God, that was silly.
God, just those are some of.
That was like 2013 League of Legends. I'm pretty sure. Or 2014, maybe?
I think 2014.
Yeah, because that was when Legacy went to Gamescom. And didn't do all that well, but that was the time.
Man, yeah, do not miss those times.
No. Sponge is not going to miss the Dragon either, as he's looking to take that one down. 700 gold is the advantage for Nongshim, but it looks like that mid lane gank was enough to at least get KT within touching distance, as BDD wanting to hit that charm, but gets the flash.
I think the threat of the Ignite just adds so much to like a charm in that situation, like knowing the healing reductions there, the extra damage, just means Scout has to play so much more respectful. So good pickup there. BDD just constantly trying to have pressure in this lane. And both solo laners having a good amount of pressure here. It's only really bot lane that is in a bit of a deficit.
Yep.
But I mean, now aiming, you know, level 6, has the ultimate in a pinch if you want to clear out a wave, has Lost Chapter to be able to just wipe away waves.
And he's also not the main character in this game, right? He just wants to be getting as much money as possible at this stage of the game. They kind of knew that this was going to be a lane that they weren't able to actually challenge.
You say aiming's trying to get as much money as possible.
Yeah.
At this stage of the game? Last game, he was pushing a side wave in the middle of a team fight.
That is a good point. I mean, later on in the game, he will definitely be doing that.
Yeah.
But right now, if we were to be his coach, we would be saying you're not the main character, and just try to play safe.
And aiming would say under his breath, "Yes, I am."
And then no to most of those points. Effort does have some Swifties now put together. Hopefully that'll allow him to at least circumnavigate some of these fights. As Cuz over the wall, BDD should be able to grab this extra plate. As you can see the cow,
wait, but if the cow
galloping
comes,
up the mid lane.
But if Alistar comes, he can steal his ult, so...
Oh no, yeah, actually, Effort, leave.
Yes,
He's going to, he is. Well, the Hens turns up as well.
I was thinking it's like if they go for a 3-man dive and he just steals the Alistar ult, it's just, there's no way.
Yep. I think Effort just needs to make sure he's never there for any team fights ever. That's the counter strategy.
Oh, you know what actually the counter strategy is?
What's that?
You buy Zhonya's.
Oh.
And when he shoots the hijack at you, you just stasis, and it goes on cooldown, and he doesn't get the ultimate.
That is beautiful.
Yeah.
All right, yeah, that's what he needs to do. Can you also just buy a Banshee's Veil or a Verdant Barrier? Does that stop it as well?
I'm pretty sure. But the thing with that is it's very, like, he's not going to ult you when you have Banshees.
Yeah, right, but that means he's not going to ult you.
But they'll just wait for someone to proc it. But the thing with Zhonya's...
Then he can Zhonya's.
The thing with... have them both. The thing with Zhonya's is they will just ult you and then you stasis and they go...
Yeah. It may use up your entire, purchasing power in the game.
With?
I think worth 100%. As that is all, like, the entire reason that Scout picked this Silas is because of it.
Used to do it. I mean, it happened a lot when Stopwatch was a thing, but when a Mumu support came into the meta, people were buying Stopwatch on that.
Oh, yeah.
You just...
Oh, Scout in a lot of trouble as he stole the cease and desist. That means Effort can come in, and Scout is very, very dead. Effort actually the one to pick up that kill as the trample comes down. Sponge able to avoid the Orb of Deception, but KT able to at least lock down a kill.
I think that's the funniest thing is that the Alistar turns up immediately after he takes the Vial.
He's like, now I'm allowed to come in. Speaking of Vial, man, Cuz is just kind of everywhere. Still, King in with the double pullback. That looked real sexy, but I don't know about this one as he goes down to the passive. Now Taeyeon makes his way in the Wild Growth as BDD able to use every single Spirit Rush to get himself out of there. But he is going to get evicted from the lane, and Kingin stays alive.
Oh, but Amy's getting some time on the tower. You know he's enjoying this.
Oh, yes. That is the Gold King at work. No one else here. And Ox, at least he did pick the correct skin. Pool Party Ziggs, as we all know, absolutely correct. So nicely done there. Gets some spare time as Scout. Tries to clear out this mid lane and gets punished.
Yeah, so I mean, he just grabs the Vial to like, I'm going to have something to try and turn this around. And it can make you ignore the CC, but then Alice is there like a second later and it's like, oh man, I would have loved that.
Yeah. And Cuz then beelines to the top lane instantly. You saw it, just as soon as he dealt with Scout, he's out of there. And now KT with pretty considerable leads in every lane except for bottom lane. And it's a very KT thing. And maybe it's going to be something that they can play around. The problem is, I just feel like this is not the time where Nongshim is strong. You know?
Oh, no, Lehens.
Lehens might be really dead. This time wasn't able to set up the polymorph because the cow was unseen. And Cuz is the one that locks down the kill. And Lehens, yeah, a little bit of a scratch to the forehead there. As once again being caught out of position just a little.
Yeah, but that solo warding ends up immediately getting punished for it. Nice angle from Effort, to be honest. Finding a way to just circumvent the route that Lehens had, getting behind him. So a nice easy pickup there.
Well played.
And they have a good amount of vision set up already in that area, you can see from KT. So Dragon coming up now. They go for another reset on the back of that and get some buys in. You know, Aiming just picked up Ludens as well. Big spike for the Ziggs.
Yeah, and there's only 3 plates left in that bottom lane. Slurkle flies over, and there are control wards all over the place. KT are going to get pushed out, as Effort is unseen over this wall, but Nongshim will be able to regain some control of the mid lane.
The thing is, the kill
pushes it out.
The kill on the Lehens gives gold, but it doesn't really give anything in terms of burning resources. And they go for that late reset, and Nongshim got to push in and regain some control. So now it's them with more control of the area.
Level 11 for Scout, big deal on that hijack.
Yeah, he does need to grab a high-value ultimate.
Well, Mega Inferno Bomb do a fair bit of damage to the bottom lane here of Nongshim. This Hextech Dragon's actually kind of hurting them as well as Kingin looking to come in. They do try and get the combo down as there's the Paranoia, and the Grim Deliverance is fantastic here, but it's the Nocturne that goes down first. Kingin gets exhausted as Taeyeon just barely, finally will be going down as BDD locks up that kill, and now KT are on the warpath. It's a triple for the Ahri, and Scout, yeah, he's unkillable, but he can't kill them. And over the wall he goes. It's a quadra kill for BDD.
The cleanup is there for KT. BDD getting kill after kill after kill. And the momentum just never really went into Nongshim's favor. We see as the fight starts off, the engage from KT is what's decisive. And Scout takes Alistar ult, but never even really contributes to the fight. He never really even uses the ult on the offset. So Kingen ends up going forward, going in, but it's him and Sponge who get focused down, and Effort's soaking a ton of damage, his front line soaking a lot. Taeyun goes in and just gets targeted, and as this happens, BDD's just cleaning up members, and Scout still has the ult, by the way, he only uses it then.
Yeah.
He's just kind of on the back foot the whole fight, never really got stuck in, and then by that point it's already over, and especially into an Ahri, you know, you want to be on the forefront because you have that Alistar ult to make you a harder target to cut through. And like BDD's gone Storm Surge as well. He's gone for this.
My God. Yeah, it's staves. He's building as many staves as he possibly can. And now Nongshim taking a fair bit of damage here as aiming, laying down this poke. Hextech Minefield is there, but Shelly should be taken here by Nongshim. Although Mega Inferno Bomb comes down, there's the Paranoia. Sponge is able to lock down Shelly and does have Flash. Will have to use it if he wants to get out of this pit. Will pick up the eye, but I think he's going to sacrifice himself for it as BDD throws down the ulti. They do take down Cuz, and now BDD could be in trouble. The flash over from Scout, and he cannot get to the blast cone. Effort tries to get himself out of there as now it's Perfect taking the Scout train out of there, and Nongshim will find themselves a fight.
This one was a lot less coordinated from KT, and they didn't get that same momentum. But he's not able to get the resets and just a little bit scattered when they went for the initial engage. I think that's really where you see Nongshim come alive, right? Taeyun able to get some free hits in. We see good poke coming down from the side of KT, but when they go for this engage, you know, there's this flank TP ward coming through, which is posing a massive threat. Effort gets chunked out. We see BDD getting feared, although he gets one reset. He's now running away from Taeyun, who's free hitting, and Scout just immediately pounces on him.
Yeah, such a fantastic flash there from Scout to deny the exit from BDD and lock down all of that money for Nongshim.
Yeah, honestly, could have gone worse for KT. Didn't lose that many members, but they did lose the Herald as well.
Yep.
And a big shutdown from BDD.
Well, Effort comes in, gets a combo here onto Sponge, who will have to use that flash in order to get out this time. KT still have a decent advantage. I mean, at this stage of the game, 2.5k is no small amount, but Effort cannot get out of this pit without a flash. Does have to use it as BDD. Oh, he is lurking. Hijack is there for Scout, so Effort is not allowed in here. The chains are just going to go straight into the charm. Cease and desist comes down, and Scout, he gets the ulti, but he's too low, and he's going to be taken out by Cuz. BDD gets himself away. There's Sponge with a phenomenal spell shield, and BDD will be able to pick up the kill onto the Inara, and down will go the Nocturne. KT finding a fantastic fight after the last one looked a bit dicey.
That charm was so slick from BDD, just read Taeyun completely, and able to find a successful fight again. It's the Ahri momentum, it's all about that. Are you getting resets on this fed Ahri, yes or no? And there they managed to find it again. Scout was the one who got caught off on the offset, and the Alistar ult came through so late that it was just basically meaningless.
Yeah, and we were talking about it, you know, Effort just has to keep himself invisible until he doesn't really care about that hijack being utilized. I think and he's playing it pretty well, honestly.
One thing as well is the Ignite and the Orb of Deception. A lot of value into the Alistar ult. The true damage cutting through very effectively.
And it's another, like, fantastic charm. So the first charm to open it, but that one. Oh, BDD. And accidentally gets the other kill, or at least helps out with it. As now Perfect and Kingen fighting one another. I think one of the mistakes that KT made in that fight that they did lose around the Herald was engaging onto Kingen. The Grim Deliverance was just really good at sort of resetting the fight. As Perfect is going to face check and will get polymorph. There is the Paranoia as well, as he flashes and dashes and gets himself at least to his turret. Perfect execution comes, sorry, the public execution does come down, but he's still very dead. In the meantime, Scout is going to be dashing 1 billion miles, and Cuz had already pressed R. Taeyun's also going to have to flash over, and there is the blast cone to get aiming to safety. Or is that a satchel? That was possibly both, because this is Infernal Rift. Still, the Ziggs will survive, and Taeyun the same thing, both of them having to use flash.
Yeah, I mean, Taeyun committing for the 1v1 with the flash, but aiming just able to get out of dodge.
It was a blast cone.
Yeah, blast cone and the satchel, I think, was both used in that situation.
Yeah.
But that was hectic.
That was.
Play, picks in the side lane, dangerous. to just exist, it seems like.
Yeah. And the gold lead was 6,000 and has now fallen to 4.7. So Nongshim making some ground.
Dragon up, it is an Infernal Soul, which would be massive for, I mean, either team, but especially for KT. But they are 4 dragons away. Nongshim have 2 again.
Think about it, though. Quadra Infernal Soul. That would solve their problems when it comes to not having enough damage. You know, to like burst them all out. You know, the DPS issue.
Certainly would.
They will be able to just press 3 buttons
also,
and then everyone will die.
Ziggs is just...
Yeah, pretty nutty. Yeah. Well, that is still a long way away. They will be able to get the first Infernal, though, denying Soul Point.
You know who he's waiting for right now.
Oh, yeah.
He wants the hands. But Scrying Orb from Scout will spot him out.
Cuz was just like looking somewhere else as he comes down towards his bottom lane. And that is just a pretty comfortable goes for a ride. I like when ProView is used more for the comedy.
Yeah. There's been some good ones. Cuz is very much a character.
Yep. I like the amount of looking around he was doing as he was going for that play as well. Very sporadic. As anyway, KT. Now, Baron up and available, has been there for about a minute and a half, but 4 minutes on the clock for the next Dragon. And Nongshim, they still have this fantastic team composition as far as getting a straight-up 5v5 to work out, right? Like, Kingin can absorb a lot of damage, Sponge can pick up a priority target with Lehens there as well, making him tanky. Problem is that KT have kind of snowballed this game to a point where this composition of theirs actually works. And Effort, despite the fact that he's playing this cow as a difficult lane, he's 1-1-10.
Yeah, he's been getting a lot of value. And it's just, again, there's a lot of bruisers on the side of Nongshim, and they are really just trying to get onto the backline, getting the squishy targets. Effort just able to keep bouncing them up in the meantime, surviving for a long time with that ultimate.
Well, Slurkle comes down, Scout waiting to try and get that hijack onto Effort. Charm immediately as Kingin makes his way in. Headbutt Pulverize comes down, but there is that unbreakable will for Scout. He doesn't quite find the chains as Mega Inferno Bomb goes entirely wide. Aiming, trying to stay alive, but it does not work as they get on top of him, but down goes Taeyun as well. Cuz deals with the enemy jungler, and BDD back into the fight once again. However, Nongshim, I think they have the staying power in this one. That Charm, though, absolutely gorgeous. The headbutt, but Scout will stay alive until the turret finishes him off. And honestly, what was that, an even 3-for-3 in the end?
Yeah, I believe so. Super close fight in the end, and both teams just throwing everything in the kitchen sink to try and get the edge there. We'll see the replay here. So ends up being an engage onto BDD after the Charm is down. Aiming also throws the satchel aggressively and then doesn't have it to get over this wall away from Scout, so he's just kind of a sitting duck. Means he's an easy target. BDD can obviously escape, but he used all of his charges of his ult defensively, didn't get the resets in, and then Effort does a great job of peeling here. But even with that, Scout is able to get the kill in return.
Yeah, that Charm was about as good as BDD could do.
Yeah, and Aiming needs to... You need your defensive satchel in this game into all these melee threats.
I think we're looking for another fight as there's another polymorph to come down. Flash out from Cuz, but he still gets feared. BDD looking to rotate his way over, but I don't know whether Cuz is escaping this one. As, in fact, maybe he is. Cease and desist is stolen away, though, and BDD is executed. It's Taeyun that locks down that kill, and now Kingin has found Aiming, who flashes away. In the meantime, though, they get into the backside of the fight, take down Taeyun, and now it's Perfect that's running amok. The double knockups come through. Kingin put down to the passive, and Perfect will walk it off. Scout, though, still chasing after him. Let's see who has the DPS, and it's Perfect that locks it up. Maybe it is the year of Perfect. He finds the ulti and locks down the hands. Perfect, you absolute madman. Still, he probably should be going down as the Dustbringer is going to connect, and Kingin finds the spear. But my goodness, take a bow as once again it's a 3-for-3.
I thought it was just Baron. I thought it was just Baron done for Nongshim after they picked the enemy jungler, but Perfect with the hero play to keep their hopes alive. Cuz just goes a bit over aggressive here, and they have the opportunity to turn on a dime. Look how hard it is for him to get out. You know, gets feared here, gets pulled back. He's gonna dash, gets pulled back again. Eventually they're going to go in. but they turn on the BDD with this great stolen vial and he gets deleted.
Yeah.
Aiming gets a lot of damage down over the course of this fight, just throwing bouncing bombs over the wall. But it's perfect in the mixer, who's just constantly getting value.
And effort as well, finding that pulverize on top of the minefield. The fact that Aiming survived with like 1 health actually made a huge difference in this fight.
Yeah, and Otto, honestly, perfect saving the ult here. And Spun, he spotted Lehens, like his little hat sticking out of the brush, and when I can find him.
He either spotted him or he didn't. Whoa! Yeah, that was my reaction, BDD.
I think he just saw him briefly pop out the rush. And
I'd like to give him credit. I'd like to give him credit, because that was absolutely insane. Nongshim are just going to start Baron, though, I guess. KT once again have a composition that can stop this, but the paranoia comes on down. They're looking for BDD one more time, but he has Spirit Rush, and that is a very dead Nocturne. And public execution, perfect. I'm not sure about that one, but Mega Inflatable under the rest of the 4 members of Nongshim. And BDD gets into that backline. Satchel to buy some space as Kingen is being very frustrating. They do manage to take down BDD. However, the Zahin is also dead. The Pulverize onto Scout, and the chains will miss. And now Perfect is dashing around. They find the bomb onto Taeun, and that's the ace for KT.
Such a good engage. They turn on a Sponge, they blow him up, and then Perfect finds this crazy dive into the back line. The rest of the team just go, yeah, we'll ball, we'll do it. And they manage to only lose 1 member.
Oh my God.
They're just the best team in the league.
I think they might be. And look, if they win here, they will definitely be first place, at least.
I mean, this was just great peel, effort, and BDD taking them out. And then Perfect just finding the 80 carry in the mix. Nearly dying, but setting up all this damage in return for the Viari to go through.
And the exhaust onto Kingen as well, actually so important to make sure that he doesn't get that damage down.
And Cuz living here, by the way, like, dodging these skill shots.
Yeah, no, that he didn't even need to, and they still would have won incredibly convincingly. As meanwhile in live, we've got another fight brewing. As all right, let's see whether KT can do something about this Dragon. Soul point here for Nongshim if they are able to secure it. Obviously, they just want to win the fight, though. Headbutt Pulverize is going to connect as they look to engage onto the Zahen. It is going to be Sponge that takes down the Dragon, but the Zahen is also dead. And now Nongshim just trying to get themselves out of there with their prize in hand, because takes the massive journey towards Taeun, who cannot buy the space, and the bottom lane is just eviscerated. The rest of KT with their Baron should be able to destroy the structures of the Nongshim.
I mean, with the Ziggs as well, it is easy pickings.
Oh, yeah.
They honestly might actually be able to just end. It's 30 seconds. They do so much damage to these structures.
Yeah, and how are Scout and Sponge supposed to clear waves, right? Like, they're melee. They're going to have to try and commit onto something, find an angle. I just don't know whether they can. As now, can you hijack something that's going to work? Sponge is just dead. Nothing that he can do. And Scout dashing on in. He does at least buy some space with the arm guard and looks to try and distract the minions, but it's not going to work. Perfect is going to be fighting, and BDD wants to take it down. And KT pick up a 2-0 against Nongshim to claim sole first place in LCK for 2026. No team can come close to them.
And I mean, you think of the teams that they've taken down. They took down T1, they took down Genji, they've taken down Nongshim, the other undefeated team. Who's going to be able to stop them?
Well, I mean,
at this point, it's so hard to see a team taking them down in the first round robin. There's still teams who have potential to, but they are looking to be in incredible form. You know, they are the team to beat right now. So often in recent years, it has been Genji as the team to beat, but right now KT are that team. They are those guys.
Yeah, and I didn't even think that their draft was all that good in this game as well. I think they played it beautifully, but I thought the Sylas angle was fantastic. I felt like if Nongshim were able to control this game, then it was just going to be so smooth in order to get to the late game, but it just wasn't the case. KT had just, I don't know, man. I guess they're just really good. The problem that I have is that we've watched this guy right here not find success so many years. He takes a break. He was playing in Challenger for so long, and then Effort is the guy that turns up and takes KT from a team that just lost to Nongshim, by the way, to get eliminated from the LCK Cup, a team that looked uncoordinated, and turns them into this.
Sometimes you just need the right mix of vibes. Sometimes that's all there is, you know?
Guess so.
And I think Effort and Cuz, clearly from their time together, they clearly work well together.
I don't know, man.
I think as well what I really feel about this, I know there were some throws in the first game back and forth, but I don't think this was in any way Nongshim rolling over or even playing bad. Like, yes, there's mistakes that happen, and there's always going to be mistakes in every series, but I think Nongshim put up a good fight. And there was some great moments from them as well, and it was still a 2-0, which is why this just feels even more significant. That charm was so disgusting. I think this was two great teams went head-to-head, and one team on the day was better. And that's happened 3 times in a row for KT.
Yeah, and they're just their hands, man. The way, like, they've always been a mechanically really strong team. Like, even when, I mean, obviously they made it to be runners-up in 2025 Worlds, but I feel like they've gone to another level here. And BDD especially, like, watching him play, it's always been a joy, but my God,
I don't think that's it, because I think BDD last year was phenomenal. You know what? The one that stands out for me is Perfect.
Yeah, true.
Perfect is
and this is another week, and he's still really good.
He's just been on an absolute tear. You know, I think we got so used to BDD popping off last year, and he hasn't been popping off this year, don't get me wrong. But Perfect, this player has leveled up like 18 different levels. Yeah, so that's what's crazy to me.
Do you know what vibes this team is giving me? It's like 2020 Damwon vibes, where it's like they just win through topside so hard, and the bottom lane, it just kind of facilitates and allows the top lane to obliterate. And it's just, I don't know, it worked so well then, why can't it work now? I guess is the way that they're thinking. Aiming's still doing massive amounts of damage in this game.
You know why? Because he built real damage items.
And he played Ziggs.
Yeah.
This is such a weird world we're living in. The world where KT gets a clean 2-0, and actually there's kind of nothing to see here.
But we were denied our 6 games.
True. Cuz going to pick up player of the match. I think, like, you could choose a lot of people for player of the match in this series, but I think the Pantheon game was unbelievably strong. Yeah. Even if that scoreline doesn't necessarily sell it, he took control and salvaged what was a really difficult time.
I think everyone had moments in the series, but I think Cuz in both games was such a massive factor. And I think, honestly, kind of had Sponge's number.
Yeah.
So I mean, I voted for him. I think it made sense completely. And I think there was one point where I was like, you know, I'm voting for Cuz, but BDD was like landing that charm.
Yeah, right.
Chains. I'm like, you're trying to steal it. I see what you. I know what you are.
We know that Sup and Chijijik definitely voted for BDD.
Yeah.
And so the fact that Cuz picks it up means that the more steady minds stayed true, which is fantastic. But now it is time for the interview, so take it away, dear.
KT 롤스터가 농심 레드포스를 상대로 승리하면서 전승을 기록하고 있습니다. 단독 1위에 올라섭니다. 오늘 POL
Joined by Cuz on the side of KT Roaster, who has taken the sole first place.
커즈 선수 KT 롤스터가
Cuz
오, 작은 아빠님께서 오늘 오셨습니다. KT 롤스터
it looks like your uncle is on site. Up goes KT Roaster. Just how high are you about to go? How do you feel? I didn't expect to climb this far, and we are still on the way up. It is a roller coaster pathway. We're still going up, and roller coasters happen to go down too. And I just hope that we make the change so that we don't go down. Ahead of today's game, you said Nongshim is doing really well and that it won't be an easy match. But it was a 2-0 score. A perfect match. So, how did you guys prepare for today? You know, our opponent is a great team. But despite that, I feel like lately we've just been doing so well. And I wanted to focus on our game. And that was how we were preparing. And it actually was quite effective. And in game one, your movement was absolutely unpredictable. And you guys were implementing some incredible tempo to find your answer. So, what was your read on the game? Well, I was playing Pantheon, so I was actually just kind of eyeing the enemy bot, and I feel like early game what didn't really go as well. But we knew that they would actually slip at least once, and I was just trying to look for that angle. I was just looking at them as if I am the security camera. So I was able to catch their mistake and then just capitalize off of that. And by the way, you didn't even touch top lane in that game, so was it just your faith in Perfect, or was top just not a part of your plan? Yeah, of course, I have huge trust in him, and it's just that, you know, I was just looking for that angle in bot most of the game, but I was trying to maybe play through topside, you know, play with Jace as like a plan B in the end. And in game 2, your pathing was on point from the start. So instead of taking the Scuttle Crab first, you chose to recall quick and rush your items. So did you expect the Nocturne to come back mid? I didn't actually expect him to come back. But I just felt like if I had that item advantage that we would actually win those kind of skirmishes. And I think it was just that the opponent ended up making the mistake, so we were able to get that kill. And then I was also able to take the Raptor. I think I was just able to outplay them in the end. And the jungle support chemistry is also quite flawless. So what is this secret? And how has it been playing with effort? Yeah, just given that effort has so much experience, I don't think I need to give him any additional instructions. I think he just knows what to do. So I'm so grateful for him, and I feel like, you know, given that other players have also experienced being and playing with him, I think that's what actually helps us click so much better. And your next opponent is Hanjin Brian, so are you ready? Yeah, I think we're doing really well right now. Although our match wasn't perfect today, I want to make sure that we are prepared to win the next upcoming one. And your uncle is holding a sign that says, if you see him, it's too late, cuz it's cuz. Any message over to him? My relatives and friends are always interested, and they pay so much attention to my matches, and they always congratulate me after. So I think that's what really keeps me accountable. So I'm just really grateful for them. I hope that I have an amazing season. Thank you so much for all the support. And of course, you have your fans here. Since you took the sole position of first place, would you like to say anything to your fans? Thank you so much. It's all thanks to you guys that we're able to make it this far. I appreciate you. That's all from Cuz, and back to the desk. Thank you.
Thank you, dear, as always, for that awesome translation. And KT do it again, this time in 2-0 fashion over Nongshim Red Force. And yeah, just really good stuff. That game number 2 was very clean from them. Looked great on that aggressive composition. Even aiming on the Ziggs, doing some good stuff. It feels like KT can't do anything wrong nowadays.
I kind of honestly really hated their draft, and I didn't think it made a lot of sense.
Yeah.
They could have gone for the early Lulu pick themselves and denied it away, and it felt like they were walking straight. Anyway, Ari Vi, lock in the Ignite. Okay, BDD when he's like, guess I'll carry again. But actually this time it was Cuz who did end up popping off. He had a great game to save game 1. On one hand, I want to say KT, and he does pick up POM as you guys can see here. On one hand, I want to say KT look incredibly good and are definitely our best team. But the drafting game 2 made me a little bit worried. In game 1, they were not winning until Cuz fixed the game, and then it was still really close. So results still a little bit inconclusive, I want to say.
I mean, it is a 2-0 as a score-wise, but the game was not very clean. And then as Cuz said about that, they just got the game with the mistakes, game 1 and game 2 too. So that's why I felt the game was not clean for the first. But still, KT got the 3 wins and then 0 lose. That's very congratulations.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty big. It's a huge start to the season. Obviously going to be a great point to start from. Even if they do go down from here, it's like, well, you got 3 wins, so that's going to feel very nice. Let's take a look at some of the comments here as Ox decided to show up today. The biggest challenge today was not getting your palm taken by BDD.
That was Cuz's biggest challenge. The biggest challenge for Ox today was getting his palm in. He was successful in the latter half.
Yeah, I mean, Cuz was playing really well, and you know that I will save the day again from Oof.
Yeah, this is Cuz saying this. You know what? I will save the day again. I guess, you know what? I guess I can fix this. Thanks for giving me the opportunity.
Ooh, that was good. Cuz will shut down Nongxin because he's good.
But he gets one. Yeah, I did that one once as well.
You did it?
Good.
Oh, shit.
I mean, not the exact same, but because...
Yeah, because I thought it was a good line.
I like how they put it in red just to make sure that everybody knows that he meant, the pun, like he meant it. Textbook play style of a macro jungler reminds me of my Prime days.
Prime days from Helios?
I don't think Helios played on Prime.
Yeah.
That team was
I think it's
lived.
different. Thinking of a different class.
You guys remember that squad? Yeah.
Yep.
Well, interesting from Helios. At this point, you deserve the win. It does feel like, Cuz did a lot individually and does deserve the win. Curious about the support votes. I'd split my 1 vote in half, give 1 to Effort, 1 to Cuz, and the leftover crumbs to Perfect.
That sounds like that's not really half. That's kind of like
a little bit more.
Half and then like a, 0.4 and a 0.1.
Yeah.
So giving everyone, probably?
It's interesting. Effort gets a lot of votes here. I think he had a pretty good series. Perfect obviously had the pop off in the final game, so I'm not surprised he gets some votes. It was just a really good team effort. Like you said, the aiming even surprising everyone. I think with the Ziggs performance, just a pretty fun but concerning win for KT Roaster. Clean 2-0, nothing to see here. It's that kind of win, right? There was never any doubt.
They only have 1 loss in the games, and that was to Genji. So can you really blame them? No. And really can only go up from here. I mean, they've taken down Nongshim, they've taken down Genji, and obviously T1. So the other strong teams that are left are,
BNK, who's at 0-4.
I don't know.
Is Hanwha Esports a strong team? I don't know.
KT gonna have like a perfect
round?
Can they do that? Are we calling it already at 3-0? Maybe.
Actually don't know what's gonna happen at this LCK, so that's why it is fun.
Well, guys, tomorrow we do have DNS up against T1 and HLE up against BNK KRX.
HLE versus BNK, banger game. I know BNK started off a little bit on the wrong foot, a little bit of a tough start, but I think that series should be pretty exciting. DNS, I don't know. Good luck.
Good luck. I do believe that DNS can play well there. Probably. Very competitive match. Hello? Oh, hello?
Yeah. I mean, they got Dudu and Pyoshik out of the bags.
From the plastic bags?
They're out of the bag. You never know.
I mean, to be fair, T1 did take a loss to KT, so maybe, just maybe, DNS can do something. But that's all of the time we have today. Thank you so much for watching. We almost went the distance to 6 games, but not today. We still don't have a 6th gamer in the LCK 2026. So we'll see when that does happen. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you next time.
2대1이었던 승부 예측을 뒤집고 DRX가 정말 딱 기다려라 칭찬 보이스 들어간다. 누구도 몰랐던 3대0이 나왔고 그러면 농심의 여정이
LCK컵 이후에 완전 새롭게 태어난 거 아니라는 지난 경기에 극찬이 있었는데
2연승 1주차 기분 좋습니다.
레이즈필도 오랜만에 이 자리에 온 만큼 다 보여줘야죠.
Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a flame. I don't just win, I live my mark into the stone.